Chapter 1, Genius No More, Dozy Li, Third Stage. Facing the magical testing monument as it displayed the 5 big hurtful words, the youth stood expressionless, lips curled in a small self-ridiculing smile. He tightly clenched his fist and, because of the strength used, his slightly sharp fingernails dug deep into the palm of his hand, bringing brief moments of pain. Xiao Yan, Dozy Li, Third Stage. Rank, Low. Beside the magical testing monument, a middle-aged man looked at the results on the monument and announced them with an indifferent voice. Immediately after the middle-aged man finished speaking, without much surprise, the people in the square started a commotion, ridiculing him. Third Stage. As expected. This genius has once again taken a step back. This piece of trash really disgraced his entire clan. If his father wasn't the clan leader, this kind of trash would already have been kicked out of the clan. Nobody would care about him, and there wouldn't be such a thing as leeching off the clan home. How could the once famous genius of Wutan Cheng fall to become like this over the past few years? Who knows? Maybe he did something unforgivable and caused the gods to get angry. The ridicule and laughter directed at him came from all directions and resonated in the motionless youth's ears, as if piercing his heart. He could not help but breathe heavily. He raised his head to reveal a delicate and immature face, jet black eyes glancing past the people of his age that ridiculed him as well. His lips, which were previously full of self-ridicule, turned to fill with bitterness instead. These people, were they always this cold? Or was it because 3 years ago they smiled humbly to congratulate me, and now they wanted to take it back? Smiling bitterly, Xiao Yan turned around and silently walked back to the group of people. His lonesome figure seemed to be unable to fit in with the surroundings. Next up, Xiao. Hearing the tester's voice, a teenage girl quickly ran up from in the crowd. The moment she got on stage, the murmurings and discussions quietened down and every pair of fiery eyes were locked on her face. The teenage girl wasn't more than 14 years old. Although her beauty wasn't immediately evident, her small childish face combined with her innocence captured the attention of the audience. She quickly stepped forward and put her tiny hands on the black stone monument. She then closed her eyes gently. As the girl closed her eyes, the monument shined brightly once again. Dozy Li, 7th Stage. Xiao. Dozy Li, 7th Stage. Rank, Higher. Hearing the tester read out the result, the teen girl smiled proudly. TSK, 7th Stage Dozy Li. How impressive. At this rate, in 3 years she'd be named a true doji already. She really fits the name of the clan's seedling. Hearing the unanimous praise coming from the crowd, the girl's smile turned even wider. Vanity, the temptation that so many girls are unable to resist. While chatting with her fellow sister members, her line of sight weaved through the surrounding people and landed on a lonesome figure away from them. Furrowing her brows for a while, she finally decided against walking over. Between the two of them was already a huge gap. Looking at Xiao Yan's performance these past few years, by the time the adulthood ceremony comes, he would only be able to place at the lower tier clan member ranks. She, however, with her brilliance, would become the clan's very important and thus well-nurtured fighter. There would be no limit to her future. An inexplicable sigh emerged from her. Xiao thought back to the youth from 3 years ago, bursting with energy and pride. At 4 he started practicing, and at 10 he achieved the 9th Stage Dozy Li. At 11 he broke the 10th Stage Dozy Li barrier and condensed his Dozy Chezu successfully. He became the youngest doji in the clan since the past 100 years. At that time, his self-confidence as well as immeasurable power attracted countless young teens, which of course included Xiao. However, the path of a genius was always winding. 3 years ago, this genius youngster, whose fame reached the absolute top, received what could possibly be the cruelest blow. The hard work he put into accumulating and condensing the Dozy Chezu over the past 10 years had, in just one night, vanished into nothingness. All the Dozy Li in his body slowly dissipated with time and instead, pity for him grew. As a result of losing his Dozy Li, his physical strength decreased as well. From the position of a genius, in one night he fell below the average person. This kind of blow made the youth lose his will to carry on training. The reverence once associated with this lad had slowly changed into disdain and ridicule. Standing so high up, and falling right down, this kind of fall might just be one that he could never recover from. Next, Zizana? Among the commotion, the tester's voice sounded yet again. Following the calling of this highly reputable name, the group of people quietened down immediately. Every single gaze turned. At the center point of attention was a teen girl clad in a purple dress, elegantly standing there. Her calm, tender and immaculate face was completely unaffected by the many gazes of the crowd. Her calm and indifferent attitude could be compared to the blooming of a lotus. At such a young age, she already had the air of a refined lady. It would be hard to imagine how she would affect the city and the nation once she grew up. This purple dress girl, if compared to Zmi in terms of beauty, was clearly several leagues above. It's no wonder the crowd would have this kind of actions. Taking small, graceful steps, the girl named Zizana walked up in front of the stone monument. She stretched her small hand out and the purple sleeve mixed with black and gold threads fell down her arm, revealing a delicate snow-white wrist. She touched the monument lightly. In the silence, the monument shone once more. Dozy Li, 9th stage. Rank. High. Looking at the words on the monument, the entire square fell into deep silence. She really reached the 9th stage. How frightening. The position of the youngest high rank in the clan has been taken, without a shred of doubt, by Miss Zana. After the silence, several teens couldn't help but wolf whistle, their eyes full of respect and awe. Dozy Li was essential towards being a doji. Dozy Li is split into 10 different stages, and when the body acquires 10 stages of Dozy Li, it can better condense the doji vertex, becoming a well-respected doji. In the crowd of people, Zmi stared at the purple dress girl in front of the monument with a little jealousy. Looking at the results on the monument, the middle-aged tester who would normally be indifferent smiled, faced her and congratulated her. Miss Zana, half a year later, you should be able to condense the doji vortex. If you succeed, you'll be a doji at the age of 14, the second person to do so in the Z clan. Of course, the second person. First would be the fallen genius, Xiao Yan. Thanks. The teen girl nodded her head lightly, her calm face showing a little happiness because of his praise. She quietly turned, and in the midst of the crowd's attention, slowly walked to the downtrodden youth in the back of the group. Brother Xiao Yan. At the youth's side, the teen girl stopped. She faced Xiao Yan and bowed respectfully. Her beautiful and gentle face showed an elegant smile, which would make the surrounding girls jealous. What qualifications do I have right now for you to call me that? He faced the girl that could be considered the clan's radiant pearl and said bitterly. She, after being downhearted for an extremely short while, continued to maintain her respect. Brother Xiao Yan, you once said to Zana before to take on anything, one must first be able to let go. One is only truly free when he can take on and let go easily. Zizana said gently, her smiling face full of warmth. Ha ha, truly free. I only know how to say it. Look at me now, do I look like a free person? This world wasn't mine to begin with. Xiao Yan laughed at himself, saying dispiritedly. Facing Xiao Yan's somber mood, Zizana's fine brows furrowed a little, and she said seriously, Brother Xiao Yan, though I don't know what's happening to you, Zana honestly believes that you will stand again and reclaim your lost glory and respect. She stopped for a moment, her white tender face reddening a little. Back then, there were a lot of people who were attracted to you, ha. Hearing the girl's wholehearted truth, he laughed awkwardly but didn't say anything else. Other people would be swayed by it, but he did not have the qualifications nor the mood. Instead, he silently turned around and walked away from the square. Standing still and facing the lonely back of the youth, she hesitated for a while before chasing after him and walking side by side with him. Meanwhile, from behind a jealous wolf whistle sounded. Chapter 2. Doche Continent. The moon was like a silver plate and the stars filled the sky. At the summit of the cliff, Xiao Yan lay on the grass and in his mouth was a strand of green grass. He chewed it slightly and let the bitterness spread into his mouth slowly. He raised his white palm and put it in front of him, blocking the moon and only letting some moonlight pass through the gaps between his fingers. He looked at the giant circular silver moon in the sky. Thinking back the testing in the afternoon, Xiao Yan sighed lightly. He lazily pulled his hand back and rested both hands on his head. He looked absent-minded. 15 years already, huh? A soft voice that suddenly was spat out from the young teen without any warning. In Xiao Yan's mind, there was a secret that only he himself knew. He wasn't a person from this world. More accurately, his soul wasn't from this world. He was from a deep blue star called Earth. As for unexplainable mystery of why he would be here, he himself had no clue. However, after living here for some time, he slowly realized he passed through to the other side. As he grew older, he slowly came to understand bits and pieces of this continent. This continent was called the Doce continent. On the continent, there wasn't many tales of magic users and their effects, but rather, Doce was the main star. On this big piece of land, the training of Doce had become commonplace after the hard work of countless individuals who continued to train beyond generations, expanding the knowledge surrounding Doce all the way to the top. Doce and mankind are one and the same in everyday life, and as such, Doce is extremely important in the continent. It could be called irreplaceable. As the number of levels in Doce kept increasing, so did the number of ways to train it. Some were better than others, as expected. After going through a system of analysis, the Doce rankings in the Doce continent got split into 4 different classes: Jie, Dizhuan, Huan, and every class was split further into beginner, medium and high ranks. The Doce techniques you learned also determined how strong you would be. For example, if a person practiced a Zhuan class medium rank technique, he would naturally be stronger than a person who practiced a Huan class high rank technique. In the Doce continent, to differentiate the strong from the weak, there are 3 criteria that need to be looked at. First, and also the most important, is your natural body strength. If a person only has a 1-star level of strength, even if he practiced the Che class high rank techniques, he wouldn't be able to beat a Huan class combat master. Next is technique level. If 2 people of the same innate strength were to battle, the one with the better technique will obviously win. Lastly is Do technique. Do technique is a special kind of skill that is used when controlling Doce, and in the land of Doce, Do technique is also separated into Jie, Dizhuan, Huan. Doce in the continent speaks for itself, but Do technique is different. Almost everyone starts off with a Do technique class of Huan. If you wanted to learn more advanced control skills, you would need to join a sect or enroll in a Do technique school. Of course, there are some who, by chance, manage to learn the skills that others before have left behind, or those who have compatible Do techniques. For these people, their combat level might be slightly higher than normal. Relying on these 3 aspects, you can determine who is strong and who is weak. All in all, if you manage to learn a high-level Do technique, the benefits in the future would be enormous. However, high-level Do techniques are really hard to come by as a commoner. Those that are open to the public are normal, Huan class techniques. For those bigger clans or small sects, Zhuan class techniques are the norm. For example, in Xiyan's clan, their highest level technique was only practiced by the clan leader, Lion Wine Strike. It was a Wine Star Zhuan class medium rank Do technique. Above the Zhuan class would be the D class, but this kind of high-level techniques might only obtainable by a powerful country-like organization. As for the Che class, in 100 years, it hasn't appeared once. As previously stated, commoners trying to get a high-level technique is like trying to climb a mountain without gear. However, nothing is absolute. In the world of Doce, there are thousands of clans. In the north, there are people referred to as unbeatable. They fused their soul with wild animals and became barbarians. In the south, there are smart and talented high-class beast spirit clans, and even the strange and infamous underworld people. Because of the vastness of the continent, there are bound to be cases of nameless figures who, by chance, happened upon a miracle that made them strong. Or, perhaps, there might be people who are bound by fate to discover strong techniques. In the land of Doce, there is one famous sentence: if you find yourself stuck in a ditch or forsaken by the world, don't panic. Take 2 steps forward, and maybe you'll find yourself stronger than ever before. Of course, though this line isn't false, in the 1,000 years of history in the continent, there aren't many stories of people getting strong by random chance. As a result of this, every day, there are countless individuals who try to break through and discover a new skill or technique, but instead only return with a broken hip or leg. All in all, this continent is full of mysteries and miracles. To access the vault of secret Doce techniques, you must at least be a full-fledged doji to meet the basic requirements. For Xiyan, it seemed so far away. Xiyan spat the grass out and quickly stood up and made a maniacal face. He faced the sky and shouted, "God damn it! How could I be played for a fool like this? In his past life, Xian was a mediocre, average commoner. Wealth, fame and beauty seemed to run parallel to his life, never intersecting it. Then, when he came to this continent, Xian was shocked. Because of a second set of experiences, his spirit became much stronger than the average person. It must be known that in the Doche continent, your spirit is decided upon at birth. Maybe, as you grew older, it would strengthen a slight bit, but there is no known technique to train your spirit to be stronger. It was Xian's strong spirit that gave him his talent, as well as his fame as a genius. For an average person, if they were told that they could be a genius, there's little doubt that they would claim their fame and live the high life. For the run-of-the-mill person like Xian, when he started training his dozi che, the temptation of being able to rise to fame would be unbearable. Of course, he wouldn't choose to stay hidden and continue to train. If there wasn't any accident, Xian could perhaps grow even more with his genius label. Unfortunately, at 11, his label was stolen from him, and in one night, a genius turned into a piece of trash. After shouting at the top of his lungs for a while, Xian finally calmed down and his face turned calm again. No matter how angry he got, he wouldn't be able to get his strength back. Bitterly shaking his head, Xian felt miserable. He had no clue what happened to his body, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. His spirit was growing as he aged, as expected. His absorption of dozi che was also extraordinarily fast. It was faster than the strongest fighter from a few years back. All these factors should have meant that Xian was a natural genius, but all the dozi che that he absorbed seemed to be completely gone. His self-esteem took a big hit and he could only feel depressed. Taking another deep breath, Xian raised his hand. On his finger was a black ring of simple design. The material used to make it was unknown. On it were some markings as well. This was the only present his late mother gave to him before she passed. He started wearing it since the age of 4, and even now, 10 years later, he was still wearing. It was a precious gift from his mother and Xian treasured it dearly. He rubbed the ring and said bitterly, "These few years, I've really let mother down, huh?" Sighing deeply, Xian quickly stood up and turned around, saying to the black figure from the woods, "Father, why have you come?" Though his dozi che was only 3rd stage, his spiritual awareness was akin to that of a 5-star doji, perhaps even better. While thinking about his mother, he felt a sudden disturbance from the woods. "Oh, Yana 1, it's already quite late. Why are you still here?" From within the cluster of trees, after a moment of silence, a tender voice sounded. The trees shaked a little and a middle-aged man jumped out, face smiling widely. His eyes were locked on his son under the moonlight. The middle-aged man was wearing an expensive-looking grey tunic. He walked with pride and dignity and his face showed it. He was the Z clan leader, as well as Xian's father, a 5-star Doshai Zizon. "Father, why have you not returned to rest yet?" Facing the middle-aged man, Xian's smile thickened. Although he had another set of memories, when he was born, the person before him treated him as with love and care. When he lost his power and spirit, the love did not lessen but grew instead. This poked at Xian's heart, making Xian recognize him as his father. "Yana, are you still thinking about what happened this afternoon?" Taking a big step forward, Zizon smiled again. "Ho ho, what's there to think about? It's within my expectations." Xian shaked his head and forced a smile. Ai, looking at Xian's tender face, Zizon let out a sigh. The both of them sinked into silence for a while, before Zizon said, "Yana, you're 15 now, aren't you?" "Yes, father, just one more year and you have to attend the adulthood ceremony," Zizon said. "Yes, father, only a year left." Xian's fist clenched for a while before he replied. He was extremely clear what the adulthood ceremony meant. Once the ceremony had passed, for the Xian that didn't train, he would be subject to the criteria of searching for doche techniques. Because he was so weak, he would be sent to do a normal job in the other parts of the Z clan. This was a clan rule, and even if the clan leader was his father, he would not be able to do anything about it. If one didn't reach doji by the age of 25, the clan would have it on them. "Sorry, Yana. If you don't reach the dozi che 7th stage by next year, I can't do anything to help you, no matter how much I want to. In this clan, I'm not the sole decision maker. There's also those old geezers waiting for me to make a mistake. Looking at the peaceful Xian, Zizon voiced guiltily, "Father, I will continue to work hard. 1 year later, I'll definitely reach the Dozi Che 7th stage." Xian reassured his father, "For stages in 1 year. Oh, if it were me from before, it may have been possible. But now, I might not have much of a chance." Though Xian was trying to reassure his father, he himself was bitter about it. Knowing full well Xian's position, Zizon could only answer with a sigh. He knew that for stages of Dozi Che in a year was extremely difficult. He gently patted Xian's head and smiled, saying, "It's getting quite late. You should go back and get some rest. Tomorrow, the clan has a guest, and you shouldn't miss the ceremony." "Guest? Who?" Xian asked, full of curiosity. "You'll find out tomorrow." Zizon winked at the restless Xian, leaving with a big smile on his face. "Don't you worry, father. I'll work really hard." Xian rubbed the simple ring while raising his head and whispering. Just when Xian raised his head, the black ring on his finger suddenly lit up with a mysterious glow and flashed. Blinking, Xian realized it wasn't a person. Chapter 3. Guests. A young man was meditating on his bed. In front of him, his hands were clasped in a weird yet relaxed manner. His chest peacefully rose and fell with the rhythm of his breath. Everything was just so natural. With every breath he took, a pale white stream of what seemed to be air darted into the young man's nose and mouth, squeezing into his body and reshaping it. As the young man was meditating, a strange yet dim sparkle appeared for a brief moment on the plain black ring that he wore on his finger. "Who?" The young man slowly let out his breath and opened his eyes, blinking. A pale white light flashed across his black pupils. That was the doche that had just been absorbed, but not yet completely refined. It took such great effort to get that doche, but, fuck, it's disappearing again. No, please no. The young man tried desperately to keep the disappearing doche from slipping away, but to no avail. As the last sliver of doche left his body, the young man's face changed from being calm to one of anger and despair, and his voice rose with fury. He curled his hands into fists and was rapidly clenching and unclenching them. Eventually, his visage transited from extreme anger to a forced grin. After all, there was nothing he could do about it. Wearily, he dragged his body off the bed and stretched his numb legs. With only doche of a 3rd stage, such menial matters were always present. After having done a few exercises in his plain room, an old, wizened voice sounded outside of his door. "Young master, the clan leader has requested your presence in the hall." The young man was the 3rd son of the clan header, Xian. Above him were 2 brothers, but they had already left the clan in search of adventure. Only at the end of each year would they come back and meet their family. Overall, however, the 2 brothers were extremely nice to their little brother, Xian, even when he fell from being a genius to a piece of trash. Coming, Xian changed his clothes and went out. Outside of his room was an elder in a green robe. "Let's go." Looking at the young man's fresh face, the elder nodded his head. But when he turned around, his eyes showed a flash of regret. If young master had his former talent, he probably would have been a great doji. Such a waste. The elder and the young man crossed through the backyard and finally arrived solemnly at the welcoming hall. After politely knocking, the 2 softly went in. The hall was quite large, but there were many people already in it. At the head of the hall were Zizon and 3 emotionless elders. They were the clan elders and had equal importance to the clan leader. On the left, below the 4 were other elders from the clan. These elders didn't hold as much power as the clan elders, but nevertheless, they had quite a bit of say and weren't pushovers. Besides, these elders were young men that had shown promise and talent. On the other side was 3 strangers. Looks like they were the people that Zizon foretold last night. The young man's eyes quickly swept through the strangers. Of the 3, there was an elder wearing a moon-white outfit. Although the elder was all smiles, his tiny eyes were full of energy, restlessly scanning the room. Xian's sight dipped lower, stopping at the elder's chest. On his chest was a silver moon, and besides the moon were 7 shiny stars. 7-star Dordashai? This guy's a 7-star Dordashai. Incredible. Xiao could barely refrain from gasping at the elder. The elder was stronger than his own father. In fact, he was 2 whole stars stronger. Anyone that became a do show was at least a power to be reckoned with. With that kind of strength, most places would probably rush for recruitment. To be able to see such a powerful person, it's not surprising that Xian was shocked. Beside the elder were a young couple. They were also wearing moon-white robes. The male was about 20 years old and had a handsome face, coupled with a strong build. He was definitely the ideal type for any girl. Of course, the most important thing was, on his chest were 5 golden stars. This represented the strength of the young man. 5-star doji. To be able to become a 5-star doji at the age of 20 definitely shows the exceptional talent of the young man. With a handsome face and decent strength, this young man not only became the target of stares from young girls in the clan, even Zmi occasionally sent glances to him, but the looks that the girls gave had no effect on the young man. His entire focus was concentrated on the young girl beside him. The young girl's age was similar to Xian, which made Xian flinch. Her beauty even rivaled Zimei's. No, she was prettier than Zmi. In the entire clan, probably only Zizana could rival her. No wonder the guys of Z clan chased girls outside of the clan. On the intricate ear of the young girl was a green jade earrings. As she moved around, the pieces of jade clinked together, chirping a beautiful melody and adding a hint of royalty to the girl. In addition, on the developing chest of the girl were 3 golden stars. A 3-star doji. This girl, if she didn't use any special methods, she must be an incredible genius. Xiao's heart fell. She had talent rivaling his former talent. But Xiao forced his eyes away from the cold beauty. No matter what, beneath Xiao's immature appearance was a mature soul. Although the girl was very pretty, he kept himself from acting like a drooling slob. Xian's actions caused a slight tension within the girl. Although she wasn't the kind that had an entire universe revolving around her, her beauty and appearance wasn't bad. Xian's random glance over her was a first for her. Father, 3 elders. Walking quickly, Xian courteously greeted the Zizon and the 3 elders. Ha, Yenna, you came? Here, come sit. Seeing Xian arrival, Zizon stopped talking to his guests and nodded in the direction of Xian, waving his hand to indicate for Xian to take a seat. With a slight smile, Xian ignored the lazy, almost hateful gazes from the 3 clan elders and searched for his seat. But he was surprised at the result. He didn't have a seat. My position in the clan is just sinking lower and lower. It was better before, but now they even embarrass me in front of guests. These old geezers. Xiao ridiculed himself silently. In his mind, he shook his head as if it could block the emotions that welled up within him. Looking at the motionless Xian, the young clan members let out soft, mocking laughter, showing their happiness at seeing Xian be made a fool. Finally, Zizon realized Xian's predicament. A look of anger flashed across his face before being replaced with a bent eyebrow. Second elder, you. Oh, really sorry. I can't believe that I forgot about young master. Hey, I'll go get someone to prepare a chair. The yellow-robed elder smiled at the staring Zizon. He patted his forehead in an act of self-criticism, but the belittling look in his eyes didn't fade. Brother Xian, come sit here. The clear voice of a girl rang across the hall. The 3 elders tensed, their gaze shifting to Zana in the corner. Their mouths twitched, but none of them said anything. In the corner, Zizana closed the thick book in her lap and blinked at Xian. Looking at Zizana's smiling face, Xian froze for a second. Quickly, he recovered and after touching his nose, he walked towards Zana under the envious gazes of the surrounding clan members and after what seemed like the longest few seconds, he plopped next to Zana. Xian whispered, "Thanks, you've rescued me again." Zizana lightly smiled, to small dimples appearing on her face. Her slender fingers flipped open the book in front of her. Even though she was extremely young, there was an air of intellectuality around her. After scanning through the page, Zana suddenly complained, "Brother Xian, you haven't sat beside me, alone, for 3 years now, right? Oh, you're a genius in the clan. Isn't it simple for you if you want friends?" Looking at the resentful face of Zana, Xian dryly laughed. "But the thing is, a certain someone snuck into my room every night when I was 4 to 6. And then that certain someone used a clumsy technique and weak dozy chair to strengthen my bones and meridians. Every time, the same person would get himself sweating profusely before leaving. Brother Xian, do you know who he is?" Zana paused for a moment and suddenly tilted her head and smiled towards Xian. How am I supposed to know? I was so young back then, in fact, I could barely walk. How would I know? Ziyan's heart began to beat violently. Forcing open a smile, Ziyan guilty turned his gaze to the center of the hall. Hehe. Looking at Ziyan's reaction, a slight smile floated on Zizuna's face. Her sight moved back to the book on her lap and as if talking to herself, she said, even though I know that person did it in goodwill, I'm a girl, right? How can I let someone carelessly touch me? If I ever find out who did it, HMPH. Ziyan's mouth began to twitch violently. Keeping his sight straight, he shut his mouth tight. Chapter 3. Guests. A young man was meditating on his bed. In front of him, his hands were clasped in a weird yet relaxed manner. His chest peacefully rose and fell with the rhythm of his breath. Everything was just so natural. With every breath he took, a pale white stream of what seemed to be air darted into the young man's nose and mouth, squeezing into his body and reshaping it. As the young man was meditating, a strange yet dim sparkle appeared for a brief moment on the plain black ring that he wore on his finger. The young man slowly let out his breath and opened his eyes, blinking. A pale white light flashed across his black pupils. That was the doche that had just been absorbed, but not yet completely refined. It took such great effort to get that doche, but, fuck, it's disappearing again. No, please no. The young man tried desperately to keep the disappearing doche from slipping away, but to no avail. As the last sliver of doche left his body, the young man's face changed from being calm to one of anger and despair, and his voice rose with fury. He curled his hands into fists and was rapidly clenching and unclenching them. Eventually, his visage transited from extreme anger to a forced grin. After all, there was nothing he could do about it. Wearily, he dragged his body off the bed and stretched his numb legs. With only doche of a third stage, such menial matters were always present. After having done a few exercises in his plain room, an old, wizened voice sounded outside of his door. Young master, the clan leader has requested your presence in the hall. The young man was the third son of the clan header, Ziyan. Above him were two brothers, but they had already left the clan in search of adventure. Only at the end of each year would they come back and meet their family. Overall, however, the two brothers were extremely nice to their little brother, Ziyan, even when he fell from being a genius to a piece of trash. Ziyan changed his clothes and went out. Outside of his room was an elder in a green robe. Let's go. Looking at the young man's fresh face, the elder nodded his head. But when he turned around, his eyes showed a flash of regret. If young master had his former talent, he probably would have been a great doji. Such a waste. The elder and the young man crossed through the backyard and finally arrived solemnly at the welcoming hall. After politely knocking, the two softly went in. The hall was quite large, but there were many people already in it. At the head of the hall were Zizon and three emotionless elders. They were the clan elders and had equal importance to the clan leader. On the left, below the four were other elders from the clan. These elders didn't hold as much power as the clan elders, but nevertheless, they had quite a bit of say and weren't pushovers. Besides, these elders were young men that had shown promise and talent. On the other side was three strangers. Looks like they were the people that Zizon foretold last night. The young man's eyes quickly swept through the strangers. Of the three, there was an elder wearing a moon-white outfit. Although the elder was all smiles, his tiny eyes were full of energy, restlessly scanning the room. Ziyan's sight dipped lower, stopping at the elder's chest. On his chest was a silver moon, and besides the moon were 7 shiny stars. 7-star Dordashai? This guy's a 7-star Dordashai. Incredible. Xiao could barely refrain from gasping at the elder. The elder was stronger than his own father. In fact, he was 2 whole stars stronger. Anyone that became a Dordashai was at least a power to be reckoned with. With that kind of strength, most places would probably rush for recruitment. To be able to see such a powerful person, it's not surprising that Ziyan was shocked. Beside the elder were a young couple. They were also wearing moon-white robes. The male was about 20 years old and had a handsome face, coupled with a strong build. He was definitely the ideal type for any girl. Of course, the most important thing was, on his chest were 5 golden stars. This represented the strength of the young man. 5-star doji. To be able to become a 5-star doji at the age of 20 definitely shows the exceptional talent of the young man. With a handsome face and decent strength, This young man not only became the target of stares from young girls in the clan, even Zmei occasionally sent glances to him, but the looks that the girls gave had no effect on the young man. His entire focus was concentrated on the young girl beside him. The young girl's age was similar to Xian, which made Xian flinch. Her beauty even rivaled Zmei's. No, she was prettier than Zmei. In the entire clan, probably only Zana could rival her. No wonder the guys of Z clan chased girls outside of the clan. On the intricate ear of the young girl was a green jade earrings. As she moved around, the pieces of jade clinked together, chirping a beautiful melody and adding a hint of royalty to the girl. In addition, on the developing chest of the girl were 3 golden stars. A 3-star doji. This girl, if she didn't use any special methods, she must be an incredible genius. Xiao's heart fell. She had talent rivaling his former talent. But Xiao forced his eyes away from the cold beauty. No matter what, beneath Xiao's immature appearance was a mature soul. Although the girl was very pretty, he kept himself from acting like a drooling slob. Xian's actions caused a slight tension within the girl. Although she wasn't the kind that had an entire universe revolving around her, her beauty and appearance wasn't bad. Xian's random glance over her was a first for her. Father, 3 elders. Walking quickly, Xian courteously greeted the Zizon and the 3 elders. Ha, Yana, you came? Here, come sit. Seeing Xian arrival, Zizon stopped talking to his guests and nodded in the direction of Xian, waving his hand to indicate for Xian to take a seat. With a slight smile, Xian ignored the lazy, almost hateful gazes from the 3 clan elders and searched for his seat. But he was surprised at the result. He didn't have a seat. My position in the clan is just sinking lower and lower. It was better before, but now they even embarrass me in front of guests. These old geezers. Xiao ridiculed himself silently. In his mind, he shook his head as if it could block the emotions that welled up within him. Looking at the motionless Xian, the young clan members let out soft, mocking laughter, showing their happiness at seeing Xian be made a fool. Finally, Zizon realized Xian's predicament. A look of anger flashed across his face before being replaced with a bent eyebrow. Second elder, you. Oh, really sorry. I can't believe that I forgot about young master. Hey, I'll go get someone to prepare a chair. The yellow-robed elder smiled at the staring Zizon. He patted his forehead in an act of self-criticism, but the belittling look in his eyes didn't fade. Brother Xian, come sit here. The clear voice of a girl rang across the hall. The 3 elders tensed, their gaze shifting to Zana in the corner. Their mouths twitched, but none of them said anything. In the corner, Zizana closed the thick book in her lap and blinked at Xian. Looking at Zizana's smiling face, Xian froze for a second. Quickly, he recovered and after touching his nose, he walked towards Zana under the envious gazes of the surrounding clan members and after what seemed like the longest few seconds, he plopped next to Zana. Xian whispered, "Thanks, you've rescued me again." Zana lightly smiled, to small dimples appearing on her face. Her slender fingers flipped open the book in front of her. Even though she was extremely young, there was an air of intellectuality around her. After scanning through the page, Zana suddenly complained, "Brother Xian, you haven't sat beside me, alone, for 3 years now, right? Oh, you're a genius in the clan. Isn't it simple for you if you want friends?" Looking at the resentful face of Zana, Xian dryly laughed. "But the thing is, a certain someone snuck into my room every night when I was 4 to 6. And then that certain someone used a clumsy technique and weak dozy chair to strengthen my bones and meridians. Every time, the same person would get himself sweating profusely before leaving. Brother Xian, do you know who he is?" Zana paused for a moment and suddenly tilted her head and smiled towards Xian. How am I supposed to know? I was so young back then, in fact, I could barely walk. How would I know?" Xian's heart began to beat violently. Forcing open a smile, Xian guilty turned his gaze to the center of the hall. Hey. Looking at Xian's reaction, a slight smile floated on Zana's face. Her sight moved back to the book on her lap and as if talking to herself, she said, "Even though I know that person did it in goodwill, I'm a girl, right? How can I let someone carelessly touch me? If I ever find out who did it, HMPH." Xian's mouth began to twitch violently. Keeping his sight straight, he shut his mouth tight. Chapter 5, Che gathering powder. Ahem. The white-robed elder cleared his throat and stood up. Putting his hands together, he smiled. Clan leader Zizon, the reason we came here for today is because we would like your help for something. Of course, Jie, if you have any problems just let me know. If I can help you solve it, then I definitely wouldn't dare say no. To the visiting elder, Zizon did not refuse, but since he did not know what the request was, he did not make any promises either. Hehe, Leader Z, do you know her? Jie smiled lightly and pointed to the girl next to him. I'm sorry. This girl is Zizon looked over the girl and awkwardly shook his head. When Nalan Yanran became Yan Chun's student, she was only 8. After studying in the faction of Mystic Clouds for 5 years, she had changed quite a lot. Before she was only a child, but now she is a blooming teenager. Her name is Nalan Yanran, Uncle Z. I haven't come to pay my respect in a long time. It's my fault that you don't recognize me. Nalan Yanran sweetly said. Hey, Yanran, I heard that you've become a student under Yanjun. At the time, I thought that it was just a baseless rumor, but now I realize that it's actually true. What incredible talent you must have. Zizon complimented. It was just good luck. Smiling lightly, Nalan Yanran began to feel uncomfortable and lightly touched Jie's robe with her hand under the table. Hehe, Leader Z, the request that I have relates to Yanran. In addition, this was assigned by our faction leader. Jie kept his smile, but when he mentioned the faction leader, he subconsciously lessened his smile and his face grew serious. Like Jie, Zizon stopped smiling. The faction leader of the faction of Mystic Clouds was one of the most important people in the entire Jianghu Empire. Zizon, who was a small clan leader, wouldn't dare to provoke her. But with her power, what would she need Z clan to help with? Jie did say that it was related to Yanran, is it that? A wandering thought crossed Zizhan's mind, causing the edge of his mouth to twitch slightly and his firm hand to start trembling. Thankfully his hands were covered by his long sleeves. Taking care to push down the thought, Zizon shakily asked, Mr. Jie, please do tell me what is the faction's request. Jie hesitated, but he thought about how much the faction leader adored Yanran and thus, he clenched his teeth. Leader Z, you know how strict the rules are in the faction. In addition, faction leader views Yanran very highly. In fact, faction leader is expecting Yanran to be the next faction leader. However, due to a special rule, future faction leaders cannot have a relation with another male before they become the official faction leader. Taking a breath, Jie continued. When our faction leader asked Yanran about it, she realized that Yanran and the Z clan had a marriage proposal. Therefore, faction leader asks for Leader Z to cancel this marriage. Quote, the jade cup in Zizhan's hands turned into a fine mist in an instant. In the main hall, everyone was silent. The 3 clan elders were shocked by Jie's words, but soon afterwards, the elders glanced at Zizhan with plain glee and ridicule. Hehe, how will you respond to this? The 3 elders thought sinisterly. A couple of the younger kids didn't know about the set marriage between Ziyan and Nalan Yanran, but after asking their parents about it, their faces brightened. Their glances towards Ziyan were full of ridicule and distaste. Looking at Zizhan's dark face, Nalan Yanran lowered her head and squeezed her fingers together. Leader Z, I know that this request is a little over the top, but because faction leader requested it, please cancel the marriage. Helplessly letting out a breath, Jie lightly whispered to Zizhan. Zizhan's hands curled into fists. A faint green dough slowly creeped over his body and finally, it formed a illusory lion's head in front of Zizhan's face. Z clan's secret Cho method. Furious lion's rage. Level. Middle Zhuan. Looking at Zizhan's reaction, Jie's face became serious. He moved to place Yanran behind him and within his eagle claw-like hands a green dough gathered. The dough released small but sharp illusory swords. Faction of Mystic Clouds Cho method. Greenwood sword. Level. Low Zhuan. With the release of dough, the weaker youngsters within the main hall became pale and felt their chests tighten. When Zizhan's breathing became more intense, the 3 elders yelled out. Their voices were like lightning that swept through the hall. Zizhan, stop. Don't forget, you're the clan leader of Z clan. Zizhan stiffened and the dough on his body disappeared slowly. Zizhan fell back into his chair and emotionlessly watched the lowered head of Yanran. Finally, he said in a raspy tone, Nalan, you have some guts. With such a daughter, I'm really envious of Nalan so. Naylan Yanran twitched. Uncle Z, no, call me clan leader Z from now on. I don't deserve to be called uncle. You're the future faction leader of the faction of Misty Clouds. In the future, you're probably one of the most important people in Docha mainland. My Ziyan only has modest talent. He doesn't deserve you. Thank you, clan leader Z. Hearing Zijan's words, Jie's face brightened. Apologizing, he says, Clan leader Z, faction leader understands that today's request is quite disrespectful. Therefore, she asked me to bring something. Please accept it as an apology from our faction leader. Jie touched a ring on his hand, and suddenly a completely pan-green jade box appeared in his hand. Carefully opening the box, a fragrance swept through the entire main hall. Anyone who smelled it felt relaxed. The three elders' curiosity got the better of them, and they poked their head to see the contents of the box. Che gathering powder. Chapter 6. Alchemists. Within the jade box, a green pill, about the size of a dragon's eye, laid quietly. The refreshing scent that had spread throughout the entire hall was emanating from the pill. In Docha mainland, to become a doji, one needs to be able to compress the che within one's own body to a che cyclone. But the process of compressing che to become a che cyclone has an extremely high failure rate. After failing, one's 9 duan che would fall back to 8 duan. Some unlucky people need to compress their che 10 or more times before they are successful in doing so. But by wasting so much time on the compression of che, one would lose the best time to practice che, and thus destroy their future. Che gathering power. Its use was to allow someone with 9 duan che to have a 100% success rate when trying to compress one's che. This effect makes many people red-eyed. After all, anyone that's not a doji is treated extremely badly. But che gathering power isn't something made by nature, rather it was made by someone, alchemist. In Docha mainland, the sole profession that's more desirable than a doji are alchemists. Like the name suggests, alchemists are able to create special pills that raise one's strengths. Every free agent alchemist is sought after by many forces. The reason as to why alchemists have such a high position is because of how rare alchemists are and how strict the requirements to become an alchemist are. First of all, one must be of the fire attribute, and then, within the fire attribute, one must have a tiny sliver of the wood attribute to act as a catalysis in pill refining. In the Docha mainland, a person's attribute is determined by their soul. A soul since birth will only have one soul attribute and reject any other attribute. So it's impossible for a person to have 2 attributes. Of course, nothing is impossible. Within 1 million people, there will always be someone who has a mutated soul. Within these people that have mutated souls, some have the potential to become alchemists. However, a person that has the fire and wood attributes is not enough to become an alchemist. That's because one must also have a strong soul perception or soul molding. In the refinement of pills, the 3 most important requirements are the material, the flame, and one's soul perception. The material. They would have to be natural treasures. After all, even the best alchemists can't create a god-tier pill from trash material. Therefore, good base materials are very important for good pills. The flame, or the fire that's required when refining pills. The fire used in refining pills can't be normal flames, but rather, they must be doche flames, created though doche with a fire attribute. Of course, there are some extremely strong mutated flames in nature. Some strong alchemists would take these flames and use them to refine pills instead of their own doche flame. Not only do these mutated flames boost the success rate of the refinement, they also increase the effectiveness of the pills. Because refining pills is a gruesome task, extended periods of refinement requires a lot of doche, and because of that, every brilliant alchemist is also a strong fire-type doji. The final requirement is soul perception. When refining a pill, the intensity of the flame needs to be controlled with ridiculous precision. If the flame is slightly too hot, the pill within the furnace would be burned to ashes, wasting the time and effort of the alchemist. Therefore, controlling the intensity of the flame is a prerequisite to becoming an alchemist. But in order to have a control over the flames, one must have an incredible soul perception. Without soul perception, even if one meets or even exceeds the first 2 requirements, it would be pointless to try to refine pills. Under these strict conditions, the ones who have the qualifications to become an alchemist are few and rare. Because there aren't that many alchemists, The magical pills that they refine are also few and sparse. Since rare things are valuable and pills can definitely be defined as rare, alchemists all have honorable, to an exaggerated extent, position. Within the main hall, with the gasps of the three elders, the younger generation all stare at the jade box in Jie's hands. Next to her father, Ziemia licks her red lips with her soft tongue and stares at the box, without blinking. Hehe, this was refined by our honorable elder Guhi. I think that everyone here has heard of his name, right? Looking at the embarrassing appearance of the three elders, Jie started becoming arrogant. This pill was refined by the Pill King Guhi. Hearing Jie's words, the three elders once again embarrassed themselves. Pill King Guhi, an extremely influential alchemist within the Jianghu Empire. His alchemy is mysterious and unpredictable, causing countless different forces to try to fawn upon him. Not only does he have extraordinary talent in alchemy, his own strength is at the level of a Dowang and he's one of the top 10 doges in Jianghu Empire. Refined by his hands, the Che gathering powder's value is probably exponentially higher than other normal Che gathering power. The three elders smile at the Che gathering powder within the jade box. If the Z clan gets this Che gathering powder, then the Z clan can probably develop another young doji. Right when the three elders were thinking about how to get the pill for their own grandsons, a young voice filled with fury resonates within the main hall. Mr. Jie, it would be better if you kept the pill. Your request, we might not accept it. The main hall fell silent and everyone's gaze turns upon the delicate face of Xiyan in the corner. Xiyan, you don't have the right to say anything right now. Be quiet. One of the elders' face became dark as he yells at Xiyan. Xiao, be quiet. I know that you're not happy about this, but we'll decide what will happen. Another quite old elder said to Xiyan. Three elders, if your sons or grandsons had their marriage released today, would you still be saying that? Xiao slowly stands up. The edge of his mouth was curved upwards in ridicule. Since it was apparent that the three elders treated him with disdain, why should he be so respectful to them? You hearing Xian's words, the three elders couldn't find a way to argue against his words. The grumpy third elder even started materializing his doche in anger. Three elders, Xiao Zheizhe isn't wrong. He's the victim of this, so you guys shouldn't decide for him. A clear girl's voice rang across the main hall. Hearing the girl's voice, the three elders' arrogance fell and after exchanging worried glances, they all nodded and sat back down. Looking at the three elders backing off, Xia turns his head back and deeply gazes at the smiling Zizana. Who are you? To be able to make the three elder fear you? Pressing down his confusion, Xia quickly walks up and respectfully bows to his father, Zizon. Afterwards, he turns around to face Nalan Yanran. Slowly letting a breath of air, he asks, Lady Nalan, I would like to ask a question. Your visit here today, to release the marriage, did Grandfather Nalan give his consent? Before, when Xiyan came out from his corner, Nalan Yanran already felt uncomfortable with him. Now hearing his question, her brow scrunches up. This guy, at first I thought he was pretty nice, but he's actually extremely shameless. Does he not know the difference between the two of us? Criticizing Xiyan in her mind, Nalan Yanran never considered how releasing the marriage would put Xiyan and his father into an awkward and infuriating situation. Standing up and staring at the should-be husband of hers, Nalan Yanran says, Grandfather didn't give his consent, but this is my own problem and not related to him. Since Grandfather hasn't said anything, then I hope that you will forgive my father for not accepting your request. Our marriage was set by our two grandfathers, and since none of them have said to release the marriage, then this marriage will go on. Or else, the people that are trying to release the marriage would be disrespecting their ancestors. I think that within our clan, there aren't any people that would do such a dishonorable thing. Xiyan tilts his head and stares straight at the three elders. Using the dishonorable title, Xiyan forced the elders to be silent. In the strict clan, doing something as blasphemous as disrespecting one's ancestors would be enough for them to lose their spot as an elder of the clan. After being rebuffed by Xiyan, Nalan Yanran couldn't find any argument to retort Xiyan's claim. Her face became ashen and heavily stomping her feet, her princessy nature became apparent. Looking at the young man with disgust, she annoyingly says, Under what conditions will you release the marriage? Were the reparations too little? All right. I can ask my teacher to give you another 3 Che gathering powder. In addition, if you want to, I can let you join faction of Misty Clouds and learn profound docha training methods. Is that enough? Hearing the attractive conditions from Nalan Yanran, the three elders' breathing started to become heavy. Within the main hall, the younger generation swallowed the saliva. Joining faction of Misty Clouds. God, that's the dream of countless people. After saying all these conditions, Nalan Yanran raised her snow-white chin, like a princess addressing her servants. She waited for Xian's response and knew that these conditions were enough to make any young man crazy. Chapter 7. Divorce. Unlike what Nalan Yanran expected, after saying the alluring condition, the young man in front of her started trembling. He slowly raised his head and his delicate and young face was contorted into a fearsome, savage face. Even though Xian had endured countless taunts over the past 3 years, even he had a limit. Nalan Yanran's actions had roughly stepped on the final shred of dignity hidden deep within Xian's heart. Seeing the vicious face of the young man, Yanran sprang backwards. The young man by her sides took the chance to pull out his sword and coldly stared at Xian. I want to kill you. Even though his teeth were clattering, Xian's words had an unmistakable killing intent to them. His hands were curled into fists and within his black pupils, furious flames burned. Yana, you're being rude. At the top of the hall, Zizon was shocked by the reaction of Xian and hurriedly quieted Xian. The current Z clan wouldn't dare be on the wrong side of faction of Misty Clouds. Even though his fists tightened even further, Xian lowered his head. Moments later, he lightly lifts up his head. The difference was that the vicious face that he had displayed earlier had been completely replaced by a calm and impassive face. In the past 3 years, Xian had endured countless discrimination and taunts. As a result, Xian was now more mature than before. Perhaps his greatest gain from the past 3 years was that he had learned to keep his emotions under control. Looking at the completely different young man, Jie Yi and Nalan Yanran suddenly felt a chill. This kid, if he stays useless, then it isn't a big deal. But if he gains strength, then he will definitely become a dangerous force to be reckoned with, Jie Yi solemnly thought. Xian, even though I don't know why my actions have infuriated you thus far, but you should still release the marriage. Slowly letting out a breath, Nalan Yanran pushed her fear and stiffened her face. Remember, my visit to Z clan was permitted by my teacher, the faction leader of faction of Misty Clouds. Pursing her lips, Nalan Yanran said, with a slight hint of helplessness, you can understand that my visit today is partly coercion, but you should understand that the reality is harsh and nothing is fair. Even though it shouldn't mean much, you should understand the difference between us. We don't have any hope of being together. Hearing the absolute statements of the girl, Xian's mouth curved into a sneer. Lady Nalan, you should understand, in Docha mainland, a woman going back on her marriage would be embarrass the opposite party in front of everyone. Hehe, I don't really care about being embarrassed, but my father, he's the clan leader. If we accept your request today, then how do you expect him to rule over Z clan? How will Z clan keep a foothold in Wuten City? Looking at the furious young man, Nalan Yanran's brows furrowed. She peeked at Zizon at the end of the hall. He appeared as if he had just aged by a lot. Seeing that, she felt slightly sorry for her actions and bit her lips. After musing for a moment, her eyes lit up. She whispers, today's request, it's a little reckless on my part. So, today, I will temporarily take back my request to release my marriage. But, you must promise me something. What promise? I can delay today's request for 3 years. 3 years from now, you will come to faction of Misty Clouds and challenge me. If I win, then I will release the marriage in front of everyone, and at that time, you would have performed your clan's rites of adulthood, so even if you lose, you won't be affecting your father Zizon or Z clan. Do you accept? Hey, when I lose, then, it won't affect the name of my father. But maybe for my entire life, I'll bear the shame of losing. This woman is too cruel. Xian felt helpless. He was angry, but he couldn't find a source to vent it. Lady Nalan, it's not like you don't know the condition of Yana. How do you expect him to challenge you? Insulting him like this, is it fun for you? Zizon smacked the table and angrily stood up. Zizon Shushu, when releasing a marriage, there must someone who bears the responsibilities of it. If not for you, I would be releasing the marriage today. Afterwards, I will announce it to the public. After being blocked several times, Nalan Yanran was also getting angry and coldly shouted at Xiyan, "Since you don't want to hurt the name of Zizon Shushu, then accept the challenge. 3 years or now, will you choose the former or the later?" Nalan Yanran, you don't need to act all high and mighty. The reason behind you releasing this marriage is because you don't think that I, Xiyan, a near cripple, match you, a genius. Forgive me for putting things plainly. Besides your beauty, I don't care about anything else of yours. The faction of Misty Clouds is very strong, I'll admit that. But I am young. I have lots of time. When I was 12, I was a doji, but you, Nalan Yanran, when you were 12, how many duanche did you have? You're right, I might be crippled right now, but since I created miracles 3 years ago, why do you think that I can't repeat such miracles in the future? Why do you think that I can't become the genius that I once was? Facing the aggressive stance, Xiyan finally erupted like a volcano. His face became completely serious and his words shocked everyone in the main hall. Who would have thought that the quiet young man possessed such a sharp tongue? Nalan's mouth twitched. Even though she was extremely pissed at Xiyan, she couldn't find words to argue against his statements. Xiyan's words were truth. Even though he was crippled now, he was a doji back when he was 12 years old. But Nalan Yanran was only 8 duanche at that time. Lady Nalan, because of grandfather Nalan, I'll give you some advice. 30 years east, 30 years west. Don't you dare bully me because I'm poor now. Xiyan's tough words made Nalan stiffen. Yes, what a great saying. Don't you dare bully me because I'm poor now. My son can't possibly be ordinary. At the end of the hall, Zizon's eyes were lit with vigor and his heavy palms slammed against the table, causing tea to splatter everywhere. Clenching her teeth and staring at the sneering young man in front of her, Nalan became so angry that her head began to feel dizzy. Nalan Yanran had been spoiled since birth and had never been humiliated by someone the same age as her. Her childish voice climbed another pitch. What is your basis for humiliating me? Even if your talent before was unsurpassed by anyone, you now. You're a cripple now. Okay, I, Nalan Yanran, will wait for the day that you surpass me. Today's release, I won't mention it anymore, but 3 years from now, I will wait for you at Faction of Misty Clouds. If you have the guts, then show me how you've changed your situation. If you defeat me then I, Nalan Yanran, will be your slave for the rest of my life. Of course, if you're still crippled 3 years later, then you better prepare the contract to release our marriage. Looking at the ashen face of the girl, Xiyan ridicules, it won't take 3 years. I wouldn't want you even if you were begging me to become my wife. After saying that, Xiyan ignored the frozen face of Yanran and turned around. Quickly walking forward to a table, he took out a paper and started to write. The ink slowly dropped onto the paper, and finally, his pen stopped moving. Suddenly, Xiyan's right hand reached for a short sword on the desk and pointed the sharp blade at his left hand. As soon as readied the sword, he firmly drew blood from his left hand. His blooded hand pressed down on the white paper, leaving a glaring red mark. Lightly picking up the contract, Xiyan laughed, a laugh of victory. When he walked past Yanran, he smashed the contract on the table. Don't you dare think that I, Xiyan, think highly of some genius wife. This contract isn't a contract to release the marriage, but rather, I am divorcing you from the Z clan. From now on, you, Nalan Yanran, have no relations with the Z clan. You dare divorce me. Looking at the bloody contract on the table, Nalan Yanran's eyes opened wide in disbelief. With her beauty, talent and background, to have been divorced by a small clan's cripple. This sudden turn of events made her think that she was in a dream. Coldly looking at Nalan Yanran's dumbfounded expression, Xiyan turned around and kneels in front of Zizon. He gave a heavy kowtow, biting his lips, and didn't say anything. Even though Xiyan actually divorced Nalan Yanran, when the events spread out, others might not think that it's the truth. They, who don't know what happened, would think that Nalan Yanran used her tyrannical background for force Z clan to release the marriage. After all, with Yanran's beauty, talent and background, a cripple from Z clan would never be able to match her. No one would think that Xiyan had the boldness to divorce a future faction leader of the faction of Misty Clouds. Because of that, being Xiyan's father, Zizon would probably have to endure endless ridicule. Looking at the kneeling Xiyan and understanding the guilty feelings that his son was having, Zizon helplessly smiled. I believe that my son won't stay crippled forever. Gossip won't stand a chance when the hard facts come out in the future. Father, 3 years from now, I will go to faction of misty clouds and redeem today's shame. With slightly wet eyes, Ziyan did another heavy kowtow and stood up. Without hesitating, Ziyan walked towards the door of the main hall. When he passed Nalan Yanran, Ziyan pauses of a moment and spits out cold words from his young mouth. 3 years from now, I will find you. The shadow of the young man, under the shining sun, extended extremely far. Looking at it, it seemed very lonely. Nalan Yanran's small mouth opened, but no sound came out. She stared at the disappearing back of Ziya, and the contract in her hand felt as heavy as a mountain. Ahem, since your goal has been accomplished, please leave now. Looking at the receding young man, even though Zizhong's face was impassive, the hands inside of his sleeve curled into fists so tight that the fingers became a pale white. Zishushu, I apologize for today's event. If you have time in the future, make sure to come visit the Nalan clan. Lightly bowing to the impassive Zizong, Nalan also didn't want to stay. She quickly stood up and went towards the door of the main hall. Behind her, Zhe and the handsome young man quickly followed her. Take the Che gathering powder. Waving his hand, Zizong threw the jade box on the table at them. Zhe quickly caught the falling box and bitterly smiled while placing the box within his ring. Lady Nalan, hopefully you won't regret your actions today. And also, don't assume that with faction of misty clouds behind you, you can do anything you want. There are a lot of people stronger than Yan Yan. When Nalan Yanran was about to exit the door, a clear girl's cold voice sounded within the hall. The steps of the three paused and they glanced towards the corner where the voice came from, finding a purple-dressed girl slowly flipping a book. The sunlight shined through the window next to her and perfectly wrapped around the girl. From afar, she looked like a heavenly purple lotus blooming, clean and graceful, as if she was from the heavens. As if she felt the glances from the three, the girl picked her head up from the old book and, within the autumn-like eyes of hers, a thin line of golden flame peeked out. Looking at the thin flame within the girl's eyes, Zhe immediately stiffened and a fearful expression crossed his wizened face. His shriveled hands immediately grabbed the confused Nalan Yanran and young man and he fled from the main hall as if he was fearing for his life. Looking at the actions of Zhe, except for a few people, the others all had expressions of confusion. Chapter 8. The mysterious elder emotionlessly leaving the main hall, the frustrated Ziyan followed his daily routine and slowly climbed to the top of the mountain behind the clan building. Sitting at the top of the mountain, Ziyan calmly watched the steep mountain tops far away being shrouded in mist. There, in the mist, was the Jianghu Empire's famous magic beast mountain range. Hehe, power in this world. Without power, you're not even worth some excrement. At least, no one tries to trample on excrement. With shoulders waving up and down, the young man's soft, self-taunting voice echoed across the top of the mountain, filling the air with sadness. Yanking his hair, Ziyan bit down on his lip, allowing the bloody taste to spread in his mouth. Even though he didn't let his emotions get to him in the main hall, the Nalan Yanran's words stabbed at his heart like knives. I will never be insulted like this again. Opening his left hand, which still had the bloody scar from the events of the day, Ziyan's voice was hoarse but firm. Hehe, kid, looks like you need some help. Right when Ziyan pledged his oath, a wizened, strange laugh entered his ear. Ziyan's face changed and he immediately turned around. With a hawk-like gaze, he scanned his surroundings but didn't even find a shadow. Hey, stop searching. I'm on your finger. Right when Ziyan thought that he was hallucinating, the strange laugh aimlessly sounded again. Ziyan's eyes contracted and his gaze fell on his right hand's black ring. You're talking. Enduring his heart's pounding, Ziyan tried to keep his voice calm. Kid, you're quite calm. To not have been scared witless. From the ring, a taunting voice sounded. Who are you? Why are you in my ring? What are trying to do? After calming himself, Ziyan asked the essential questions. Who am I? You don't need to know. I won't harm you. Ha ha ha, after all these years, I finally found someone with a soul strong enough. What luck. Hehe, I should thank you for your offerings over the past 3 years. Otherwise I would probably still be sleeping. Offerings. Ziyan blinked his eyes in confusion. After a moment, his face darkened and chilling words jumped out of his teeth with difficulty. My doche disappearing. You did that. Hey, I had to do that, kid, don't be mad at me. You fucker. The normally calm and composed Xian became enraged like a lunatic. His small face was filled with savagery, and without caring that the ring was the only memento of his mother, he ripped the ring off of his finger and flung it over the cliff with all of his might. As the ring left his hand, Xian's mind finally cleared. Hurriedly he tried to catch the flying ring, but the ring had already passed cliff, free falling down the mountain. Staring at the ring disappearing into the mist, Xian was stunned for a long time. Finally, his face lost its savagery and calmed. He smacked his forehead, upset. Idiot, that was too reckless. To realize that the culprit of his humiliation for the past 3 years was the ring he always wore, it was unsurprising that Xian reacted so violently. After sitting at the edge of the cliff for a long time, Xian helplessly shook his head. Standing up, he prepared to go back, but his eyes widened and his finger shakily pointed at the thing in front of him. In front of Xian was the pitch-black ring, floating in the sky. But the thing that surprised Xian the most was the transparent, wizened figure above the ring. Hey, kid, you don't need to be so mad, do you? I only took 3 years of your doche. The transparent elder smiled at the stunned Xian. Xian's mouth twitched and he pushing down his anger. He said, Geezer, since you were hiding within the ring, then you should know how much pain you've caused me since you took my doche, right? But with these 3 years of humiliations, you've matured, right? Do you think that 3 years ago you would have had this kind of tolerance and mindset? Xian furrowed his brows, but his emotions started to calm down. After the rage, a hint of happiness took over Xian. Since he knew why his doche was disappearing, his talent had returned. Thinking about the chance to take off the title of crippled that countless others had put on him, Xian felt as if he had been reborn. The detestable elder in front him didn't look as annoying as before. Some things, after they disappear, would make one start appreciating their value. After losing and regaining it, one treasures it more. Lightly twisting his wrist, Xian let out a long breath and said, Even though I don't know who you are, I would like to know if you plan on staying in the ring to steal my doche. If that's the case, then I would ask for you to find a new owner. I can't afford to keep on raising you. Hey, other people don't have as strong of soul perception as you. The elder stroked his beard. Since I already chose to appear, then before you give me permission I won't take your doche. Xian rolled his eyes and sneered without saying anything. He had already decided, regardless of anything the elder says, he would not keep that ring by his side. Kid, do you want to become strong? Do you want to be respected by other? Even though Xian had already decided to not have anything more to do with the elder, his heart started beating rapidly when he heard those words. I already know why my doche was disappearing, and with my talent, why do I need you to become strong? Letting out a small breath, Xian smoothly said. He knew that there were no free lunches in this world. To owe a mysterious person a favor isn't a smart move. Kid, even though your talent is pretty good, you should know that you're already 15, but your doche is only at 3 duan. I think that I heard that your adult ceremony is next year, right? Do you think that within a year, using your talent and hard work you can get to 7 duan cha? In addition, the girl who you promised to fight 3 years from now doesn't have shabby talent either. You want to catch up and surpass her. It's not going to be easy. The elder's face that was full of wrinkles blossomed like a chrysanthemum. If you didn't take my doche, then do you think that any of this would have happened? You old fucker. After his biggest weakness was exposed, Xian's face darkened once again and he started to curse. After cursing, Xian felt a hint of despair. In his current situation, no matter how much he cursed, there would be no effect. The practice of doche required a strong foundation. Back when he was 4, it took him 6 years to get to 9 duan doche. Even with his talent, getting to 7 duan che in just 1 year was hopeless. Sighing depressedly, Xian glanced at the pretentious elder. The edge of his mouth curled and he asked, Do you have a solution, maybe? The elder vaguely replied, If you help me to get to 7 duan che in just 1 year, then I'll forgive you for taking my doche for 3 years. How's that? Xian probingly asked. Hehe, wishful thinking, kid. If you can't help me, then why should I keep you, someone useless, by my side? You should find another unfortunate person. Xian knew that the transparent elder couldn't randomly take doche from other people, so he knew that he had some leverage in the negotiations. You're not even remotely close to a 15-year-old young man. Looks like these 3 years really helped you grow a lot. Did my plan backfire? Looking at the clever Xian, the elder paused and then dumbfoundedly shook his head. Xian shrugged his shoulders and lightly said, "If you want me to keep you by my side, then you should at least have some sincerity, right? What a sharp-mouthed kid. All right. After all, I do need your help." Without another choice, the elder nodded and slowly came to the ground. After examining Xian for a while, a treacherous smile spread across his face. But as soon as it appeared, it left, and the elder pondered for a moment before unwilling asking, "Do you want to become an alchemist?" Chapter 9. Yao Alchemist. Hearing the elder's words, Xian paused before continuing. In the Douche mainland, everyone wants to become an alchemist, but is it that easy to become an alchemist? There are so many harsh requirements. Suddenly, Xian's voice fell and he raised his head. "I met the requirements." Enjoying the shocked yet excited expression that Xian showed, the elder stroked his beard slowly. After looking over Xian for a few more seconds, he finally said with some helplessness, "Even though you barely make the cut, I owe you a favor. Oh, whatever, I'll let this count as the favor returned." Looking at the reluctant elder, Xian thought that the geezer was lying about him barely making the cut, but he was too lazy to probe further. Despite his excitement, he still had his suspicions. "Even if I make the cut, alchemists are taught by other alchemists. Are you an alchemist?" Looking at the suspicious little face of Xian, the elder straightened and with pride he said, "Yup, I'm an alchemist." Blinking his eyes, Xian's gaze at the elder became bright. "Alchemists, those are really rare. Mister, if you don't mind me asking, what rank alchemist were you before?" Xian licked his lips and his young voice was infused with a hint of respect. In Douche mainland, even though alchemists were very rare, there were still differences between alchemists. From low to high, the stages for alchemists range from the lowest, 1, to the highest, 9. The Pilking Guhi that made the gathering che powder that Nalan Yanran offered was a 6th stage alchemist, and within the Jianghu Empire, he could be considered to be the top alchemist. "What stage?" "Hehe, I don't remember." "Hey, kid, do you want to learn it or not?" the elder impatiently asked while shaking his head. GravityTranslations.com, of course, I want to. Xian didn't hesitate anymore and hurriedly nodded with his small head. Alchemists, even with forces as powerful as faction of mystic clouds, were treated with respect and deference. "Hehe, you want to? Since you want to, then you should pay your respects to your teachers." The elder sat on a green rock and coiled his legs beneath himself. "I need to pay my respects to my teacher. Ridiculous. To not pay your respects and still expect me to teach you all that I know. You're dreaming." The elder rolled his eyes. Looks like the pedantic elder really cared about these student-teacher relationships. Helpless with a dour face, Xian could only respectfully pay his respects to the elder to become an honorable alchemist. After watching Xian finish paying his respects, the elder finally nodded his head, satisfied. In his voice, a hint of intimacy appeared. "My name is Yao Lo. As for my origin, you don't need to know for now so that you don't get distracted. All you need to know is that the Pill King is only trash in my eyes." The edges of his mouth twitching, Xian watched the elder's carefree expression and thought, "What is this geezer? The famous Pill King Guhi in Jianghu Empire is only trash? If this spreads, then the whole of Jianghu would probably assume that he's mentally ill." Lightly taking in a breath and pushing down his shock, Xian's eyes darted around and with some droll he asked, Teacher, how will you help me to get to 7 Duanche within 1 year? Even though for the past 3 years your Douche has always been declining, your foundation in Douche is much firmer than other people. In Douche training, the foundation is the most important. Later, you'll be able to discover how many benefits these 3 years have brought you. Yao Lao's smile slowly disappeared and he took on a more serious expression. Xian was stunned. He was never told that having one's strength taken away would bring benefits. "Then when are you going to teach me alchemy?" Xian steered his thoughts onto the most important thing. To become an alchemist, you need to have Douche of the fire attribute. So, before you become an alchemist, you have to at least become a doji and learn a fire attribute Douche method. Xian held out his hand and laughingly asked, "Fire attribute Douche method? Hehe, teacher, since I'm your student, you should give me a Qiao level fire attribute Douche method, right?" Hearing that, Yan Lao indignantly scolded Ziyan. Really? Do you think that tier stage doche methods are like potatoes in the ground? How could you say something like that? Geezer, since I've already become your student, you can't possibly let me go into my clan to find doche methods, right? Our clan's top fire attribute doche method is only a high 1 level. That's way too shabby for an alchemist. Ziyan's face showed how depressed he was. Brat, I'm your teacher, not a geezer. Hearing Ziyan's disrespectful words, Yao Lao rolled his eyes when he realized that Ziyan didn't care about being respectful to his elders. HMPH, since you're my student, I wouldn't let you practice some shabby methods. Tier stage methods. I don't have them, but I have a method that's a lot stronger than a normal tier stage method. Do you want to learn it? Yao Lao's turbid old eyes suddenly became conspiratorial. Stronger than a tier stage doche method. His heart beats rapidly. Ziyan swallowed some saliva and in his pitch-black eyes, a hint of anticipation could be found. Then what level doche method is it? Low 1 level. Yao Lao's light laughter made Ziyan's face stiffen. Geezer, you were playing me. A furious voice sounded on the peak of the mountain. Looking at the twisted face of the young man, Yao Lao started laughing. To be able to make the calm Ziyan that mad, he had a feeling of accomplishment. What's strange about that doche method? Watching Yao Lao's bantering face, Ziyan suddenly calmed down. It can evolve. Ziyan's eyes widened and without blinking, Ziyan stared at Yao Lao's face, trying to find a hint that Yao Lao was lying. But after a few seconds, he shook his head. No way. I've never heard of any doche method that can evolve. Who? What do you know? Doche mainland is huge and strange people and things happen all the time. In your limited mind, you haven't even gone outside of Jianghu Empire. There are tons of impossible things that are actually possible. Ziyan paused before saying, then have you ever heard about doche methods that can evolve? Yao Lao's smile stiffened. Because there aren't any other like it, this doche method is unique. It can evolve. Looking at Yao Lao's serious face, Ziyan couldn't help but ask again. It can evolve. Yao Lao seriously nodded. Have you tried it? Oh no. Have other people tried it? Oh no. On Ziyan's forehead, a vein could be seen. With his hands curled tightly, Ziyan tried to resist his impulse to go over and punch the elder. If no one else has ever tried it, then how do you know that it can evolve? It's explained like that on the doche method. There really are such doche methods. His brows furrowed. Ziyan hesitated before saying, can you let me see it? Heh. Looking at the curious Ziyan, Yao Lao's mouth opened, but what came out wasn't what Ziyan was expecting. Never mind. There's no use if you see it now. So why don't you become a doji first before I pass it on to you? Ziyan's outstretched hand paused and after the edge of his mouth twitched for a while, he spat out 3 words. You're ruthless. Happily laughing, Yao Lao ignored the anger-filled pupils of Ziyan and said, our current mission is to get your doche up to 7 Duan within 1 year. Ziyan pushed down his curiosity and anger for the doche method and asked with clenched teeth, how are you going to do that? Yao Lao with a serious face said, when one begins to train their doche, their main focus is to build muscle and strengthen internal che pads so that they have a foundation for when they materialize their doche within their body. Because people at your age have weak internal che pads and can be molded, you need to take the training process step by step and you can't use outside force to boost your training speed or else in the future when your doche becomes stronger, your internal che pads won't be able to withstand the force of doche pushing through the pads and your che pads would burst, which would be when you would die. Ziyan knew this as well as Yao Lao because in the 3 years that he was crippled, his father was very worried and quite a few times he tried to forcibly push doche into Ziyan's body, but every time, at the last second, he would stop so Ziyan knew the stakes involved. Yao Lao glanced at the calm Ziyan and satisfiedly nodded his head. But that only applies to others. You're different. Your internal foundation was already solid and reliable 3 years ago, and since then because of your firm personality, you never stopped training your che. Therefore, your foundation right now, I can say that it is great. So you want to use outside forces to train my che? Like pills, pretty much. But with the toughness of your che pads right now, you won't be able to take the force of any of the pills going through your che pads. Even the rudimentary gathering che powder, you wouldn't be able to use. The rudimentary gathering che powder. Ziyan wanted to roll his eyes again. In Jianghu Empire, a gathering powder would fetch sky-high prices. But from his teacher, these gathering powder became the most rudimentary things. The difference between the two left Xian stunned. Then your plan. Taking a deep breath, Xian recovered and furrowed his brows again. Hehe, since pills are too fierce and can hurt your pads, we need to use a milder method. Yao smiles and says, tomorrow, prepare for me 3 complete stalks of purple-leaved bluegrass. With the older they are, the better. Also, I need 2 stalks of bone-washing flour. The age of it doesn't matter. Oh right, I'll also need a level 1 wood attributed monster core. These are all low-grade materials, so you should be able to get them. Someone's coming. I'll go back into the ring. Also, don't let anyone else know of my existence, including your closest family. After saying that, Yao ignored the stunned Xian and jumped into the black ring. The ring shakes a bit and flies onto Xian's finger. 3 stalks of purple-leaved bluegrass. 2 stalks of bone-washing flour. I would attribute monster core. Geezer, are you sure that's right? Do you think that I'm some royal prince? These things, added all together, costs over 1,000 gold coin. After a few years of saving money to the point where I would skip meals and never spend on luxury items, I only have 100 gold coins. That's only enough for 1 level 1 would attribute monster core. Xian pointed at the motionless ring and cursed. That's your own problem. Hehe, other people would lust after my nourishing fluids, but all I'm asking is for you to get the money for the material, and you're already crying about that. Yao's taunting laughter sounded within Xian's heart. Damn it. The things that alchemists make can only be afforded by rich people. Xian helplessly laughed. His allowance each month was only 20 gold coins. This was by no means a small amount. It would be enough for a small normal family to feed themselves for an entire year. But the money that he had was barely enough to buy one of the items that Yao required. This is the difference between alchemists and other people. Oh, looks like I have to borrow it from someone. Sighing a depressed breath, Xian slowly regained his composure and his small face recovered to his normal calm face. Turning his head towards the path up the mountain, he could make out a purple figure climbing the mountain like a spirit. Chapter 10. Borrowing money, tiptoeing on the rocks. Zizun was like a beautiful purple butterfly with hypnotizing curves as she gracefully scaled the mountain. As she looks upward, her gaze focuses toward the youth standing next to the cliff. Looking at the youth, Zizun felt surprised. Even though it had only been a couple of hours, she noticed that compared to before, Xian has obtained something. When their eyes meet, she finally realized what Xian has regained: his own confidence. After 3 years, Xian's brilliance has returned at last. Indulging in the transparent lingering on Xian's lips to dimples appear Zizun's pretty face. Looks like Xian didn't need Zana to come and comfort him. People grow after experiencing hardships, don't they? Xian shrugs his shoulders. She will definitely regret it. Zana curls her lips and says the words as if she were a judge having the final say on a court case. Xian lightly smiles, pats his clothes and walks towards her. When he gets near her, looking at Zana, who's about the same height, he glances at the young, but nevertheless pretty face. Suddenly Xian feels dizzy, remembering the girl who would be drooling all the time and following Xian everywhere. She's so pretty now. Lightly smiling, Xian's gaze softens and he rudely pinches Zizun's face underneath her shocked look. Zana's grown up. But you turned out fine, not forgetting how Xian Zheizhe would be covered with bruises trying to pick fruit from the trees. Stunned at Xian's intimate actions, Zana stiffens for a whole second before her pitch black, free of impurities, eyes smiles. When she was still small, Xian loved to pinches her cheeks, but ever since the event 3 years ago, he set up an invisible wall next to his heart and pushed everyone out. No matter how hard she tried, she would always be disappointed by the cold and impassive attitude of his. He's back, but it seems like he still considers me to be immature. He's such a log. Zana complains in her heart after an instant. Zana criticizes herself for being too greedy. Zana, for these past 3 years, please don't blame Xian Zheizhe for being like that. I was living day by day, but thankfully you were always by my side. Xian awkwardly nods his head and apologizes. Zana sweetly smiles. The grievances she had endured for the past 3 years disappeared with the awkward apology. Oh right. Zana? How much money do you have? Letting go of Zana's face, Xian does a hollow laugh and asks. In his clan, with the exception of his father, Zana was the only person that was in a good relationship with him. He had just shamed his father this morning, so he could not bear to face his father to ask for money, which is why he asked Zana money. Blinking her crystal clear eyes, Zana is taken by surprise. Xian Zheizhe needs money, yes. I want to buy some items, though I'm a bit short. Xian felt embarrassed. This was the first time he borrowed money from a girl. Looking at the usual frigid Xian now in distress, Zana looks at a completely different person, covering her mouth and smiling cutely. I have more than 1,000 gold coins, is that enough? If not. While speaking, Zana's fingers behind her swiftly flick and a purple gold card suddenly appears between her fingers. On the card are 5 different waves of color. 5-wave purple gold card. In Docha mainland, you have to be at least a Doling if Doji is first, Doling is fourth, to have the honor of using this type of gold card that represents their rank. Of course, some special powers also have the privilege of getting the card. That's enough, that's enough. Happily nodding his head, Xian forcefully tried to stop himself from pinching Zana's cute face. Don't worry, I'll pay you back later. Xian promises while patting his chest. You don't need to pay me back. Zana pouts and quickly hides her purple gold card. Let's go. It's almost night now. Tomorrow I'll bring you to Wutang City for a walk. Xian waved towards the girl and cheerfully descended the mountain. Standing still, Zana delightfully looked at the youth who had regained his boldness from 3 years ago. Smiling softly, she murmured, Nalan Yanran, should I despise you or be grateful to you? Early morning, the sun shone warmly through the window onto the body of the cross-legged youth in meditation. After meditating nearly all night, Xian inhaled deeply. A translucent white airflow that was visible to the naked eyes went through his mouth and nose and into his body, nursing his body and bones. White light shined from his eyes as he suddenly opened his eyes. Xian stretched himself and passionately says this is exactly this feeling. After 3 years, the feeling of chair has returned. He slowly gets out of his bed, exercises himself a bit, before starting changing. From outside the room, Zana's voice softly carries inside. Xian Zheizhe, still sleeping, she arrived here so early. Shaking his head, Xian turned around and then searched his drawers. Finally, with reluctance, he pulled out a small box and carefully opened it. He narrowed his eyes from the glint of silver inside that box. And this is my entire savings. Holding his money box, Xian smiled bitterly while shaking his head. Xian gently smiled as he walked out of his room and saw the dazzling girl in front of his door. Zana had changed into a pale green outfit that made her look even more naturally beautiful. She also had a pair of tight pants that stretched across her slender thighs and long legs, emphasizing her curves. With long legs, Zana can be compared to young girls on Earth, full of youthful vitality and set activity. Of course, she has her special elegance which Xian had never seen on any other girl but her. Here, it's what you'll need. Looking at Xian exiting his room, Zana smiled and handed him a black card. This is a common card. The maximum it can contain is only 5,000 gold coins. Receiving the black card, Xian teases, Little girl, why are you wearing such an attractive outfit? Could it be you're having a date with somebody else? Yeah, this is the first time in 3 years that Xian Zheizhe has invited me out. Zana is very flattered, so of course I have to dress up a little. Xian's intimate tease made Zana's eyes bend into a shallow crescent shape while smiling coquettishly. Reluctantly shaking his head, Xian smiles back happily. They chat while walking together towards the city, and about halfway, they were greeted by some clansmen looking at their affectionate conversation with a strange face. Zana, be it beauty or talent, is the brightest pearl of the young generation in the clan. She usually is friendly to everybody, but under her light smile is indifference. Greetings with her are easy, but to start a long conversation would be very difficult. Ignoring the looks of the other clansmen, Xiao Yan quickly leads Zana out of the clan before slowing down and leisurely peeking at the stall on the side of the street. Wutang City lives up to its name of being one of the largest cities in Jianghu Empire by the sheer number of people living in it. Even though the sun was beating down, on the streets were thousands if not tens of thousands of people. There would even be 1 or 2 bizarre races. Maybe it was because of Xian beside her, but Zana became a lot more active after she exited the clan. She tugged the reluctant Xian into a variety of stall. Her tender laughter made the scorching street a little cooler. When Zana finally got tired, Xian finally brought her to the nearby pharmacy. After spending about 900 gold coins, he bought 3 stalks of 20-year purple-leaved bluegrass along with 2 stalks of 5-year bone-washing grass. These were both low-end materials and would be able to bought at a regular pharmacy. For higher-end materials, Xian would have had to find them himself or buy them at an auction, or if he was lucky, in a high-end pharmacy. Looking at the rapidly decreasing funds, Xian bitterly smiled. He realized how important money was in Doucha mainland. Anyways, he got all of the herbs. All that was left was the level 1 wood attributed monster core. Chapter 11. The Market, Monster Cores. In the Doucha mainland, they are also known as magic crystals. The monster core is the energy nuclei within a magic monster. The monster core is filled with extremely violent world energy. When facing this kind of violent world energy, even a Do Wong wouldn't risk absorbing a monster core. Even though monster cores cannot be absorbed directly, it is a core ingredient in alchemy. A monster core that goes through an alchemist's refining can be infused with some herbs to become desirable and expensive pills that can increase one's strength. Furthermore, monster cores can be placed on weapons. The weapon that has been fused with a monster core does not only have increased destructive power, it can also have special Doucha effects and becomes a highly sought-after commodity in the Doucha mainland. Besides weapons, monster cores can also be added to armors and defensive equipment. The defensive equipment that have monster cores have an extreme defense and give their users an extra safety net when they're in danger. With that many uses, monster cores are naturally the most sought-after items within the Doucha mainland. Not only dojas, but even respectable alchemists search in person for high-level monster cores in order to create higher quality level pills. Under such demand, the supply for monster cores on the mainland is always unable to meet the demand from the buyers. Thus, whenever a high-level core appears in any auction or other setting, it was bought immediately at a high price. Because of the high value of monster cores, many mercenary groups specialize in killing magic monsters for a living, but getting a monster core is not a simple task. First, magic monsters are not only extremely strong but also very cunning. Because of their devious nature and special attacking methods, magical beasts can be much stronger than humans of the same rank. Hence, without outstanding power of your own, trying to kill a magical beast on your own is impossible and may possibly lose your life without getting a magical core. Even if you do kill a magic beast, not all magical beasts possess a magic core. The probability of a magical beast having a core is almost random, so a mercenary group could have half of their force killed trying to kill a magic monster and yet not find a core. These kinds of incidents happen all the time in Doucha mainland. Thus the price of monster cores in Doucha mainland are all very expensive. Bringing Zana through twisting alleys, Xian finally arrives at a market that's slightly south in the city. In Wutang City there are a few medium-sized markets, and all of them are controlled by one of the 3 clans. The market Xian is going in is under Z clan's control. Even though it's under Z clan's control, Z clan is actually only maintaining order and safety in the market. And for compensation, be it mercenaries or merchants who set up stalls, they have to pay taxes to the clan. This is the rule of Doucha mainland for a long time and rarely anybody would try to go against it. At the front entrance of the market, there were 2 guards from Z clan. They undoubtedly knew Xian and Zana. Judging from when the guards saw them coming, the guards paused and immediately bowed. Slightly nodding his head, Xian walked inside and looking at the never-ending stream of people, he couldn't help himself from licking his lips. No wonder the clan keeps the market under strict control. With this many people visiting the market, the profits for the clan can't be low. Third young master, Miss Zana, would you like to buy something in the market? Right when the 2 were dizzy looking at the sheer number of people, a respectful voice sounded behind them. Hearing the sound, Xian turned his head. Behind him were 7 to 8 guys that were wearing the Z clan's uniform. The speaker appeared to be a 30-years-old mature man, wearing a badge with 6 gold stars. He is obviously a 6-star doji. Noticing the doubt in Xian's eyes, the man honestly smiled and said, "Third young master, I'm called Payan. The clan leader appointed me to be the leader of the guards for maintaining safety in the market. Last year during young master's birthday, Payan came. Oh, it's Uncle Payan, Ziyan blinked, and even though he does not have any impression of Payan, his introduction made Ziyan smile. Since the man was personally appointed by his father, he would naturally be his subordinate. There would be no issues with loyalty. Even though the Z clan wasn't some big and influential force, the clan was divided into different factions. If the man standing in front of him was under the control of the elders, he would have never been so kind and would have just said some customary greetings. I was bored in the clan, so I decided to come out and look around. Uncle Payan, you should go and do your work. If I have any questions, I'll be sure to ask you. Ziyan's young voice didn't have any hints of arrogance that a normal young master might have. Instead, his voice was soft and respectful. Anyone who heard it would feel a slight sense of pride and joy. With another uncle, the smile on Payan's face widened and became more sincere. Nodding his head, he said, "Then enjoy looking around, third young master. Our people are all over the market, so if you need anything then just call out for us." Respectfully nodding his head, Ziyan pulled Zun and plunged into the horde of people, disappearing from Payan's sight. "Poli, bring to men and follow third young master. Also, warn the thieves in the market that if any of them have any ideas on third young master or Zun, then they don't need to be in this market anymore." Looking at the disappearing young boy and girl, Payan turned around and his honest face was replaced by a cunning and capable face. "Yes, Captain," one of the men lowly answered, and with a wave of his hand, him and 2 other men also go into the multitudes of people. "Ha ha, third young master is still so gentle, it allows people to be relaxed around him." Looking at the 3 men mixing in with the crowd, Payan smiles, but in an instant, the smile turns into a frown and he sighed. "Third young master is such a nice person, it's regretful, huh?" Regretfully shaking his head, Payan leads his remaining underlings and goes to patrol the streets. Lazily following Ziyan, Zun accidentally glanced behind her and smiled. "Ziyan JJ. Payan's quite nice," Ziyan answered with a yup and scans towards a nearby store. His soul perception was far greater than normal people, so he could detect the guards following him. Looking back forward, Ziyan slows down and walks side by side with Zuna. Tilting his head, he jokes, "9 Duanche and already able to detect 3 hiding guards. Zuna, pretty good." Zuna copies Ziyan and cutely shrug her shoulders, bringing out her trump card. "Smile, stay silent." Looking at the silent Zuna, a smile began to form on his lips. Lightly patting her head, he whispers, "Even though I don't know who you are or where you're from, I do know that you are my sister, and no matter what happens in the future, I will always protect you." Lightly smiling, Ziyan speeds up and breaks out of his line from Zuna. Her feet stopping, Zuna stared with her beautiful eyes at the back of the young man that just talked with her. After pausing for a while, a smile begins to creep onto her delicate face. Within the crowd, her figure was swaying back and forth, like a lotus, elegant and pretty. "Sister, Zuna is a very greedy girl though." Tilting her head, Zuna mutters and then quickly catches up to the young man in front of her. Following Ziyan while he examines the stalls by the side, Zuna and Ziyan slowly move into the more populated and expensive inner parts of the market. The people that come here to buy and sell usually have decent money or physical power. While Ziyan was engrossed in trying to find a monster core, Zizun, who was bored, walked up to a clean stall and with her pale white hand picks up a light green bracelet. The bracelet wasn't crafted with anything special, but it had a hint of ice silver which made it feel cold to the touch, perfect for hot summer days. In addition, even though the material was quite plain, the craftsmanship wasn't bad. Right when Zuna decided to buy the bracelet, she remembered that she had loaned all of her money to Ziyan. Slightly turning around and seeing the busy young man, she could only helplessly shake her head and smile at the old store owner. Putting down the bracelet, she lazily started moving forward. Her calm manner wouldn't let her ask anyone to buy anything for her, even if it was Ziyan. After walking forward for a bit, right when the bored Zuna decided to go back to Ziyan, a clear laughter rings from ahead. "Huh, isn't this Miss Zuna? Hehe, I wouldn't have thought to find you here, it must be fate." Her thin brow lightly furrowing, Zuna tried to find the source of the voice but only saw a group of people. The group was following behind a luxuriously dressed young man. The young man was only 20+ years old and was quite handsome. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were filled with heat and were staring at the young girl standing in front of him. Within his gaze was also an unrestrained hint of lust. Chapter 12. Stay away from him. Looking at the delighted handsome youth, Zana's slim eyebrows wrinkled. Not paying attention to his call, she turned away. Miss Zana, looking at Zana from the side, the handsome but pale young man became immediately anxious and quickly crossed to block her from the front. Blocked by the youth, Zana stopped her steps. Her pair of long and beautiful eyes were lazily narrowed, staring at him. Yet she did not utter a single word. Miss Zana stared at by pupils that were like water drops, and despite the fact that he was used to flirting with beauties, his breathing became somewhat hurried. His clever tongue had lost all of its use for the moment. Jiao, young master, if there isn't anything urgent, please get out the way. I still have to do something. Looking at this somewhat flushed youth, Zana finally spoke. Her soft and young voice made the young man's pale face flush with a sick red. Hey, Miss Zana, have you come to the market to buy something? I'm quite free right now. So why don't we look around the market together? Taking a deep breath within his mind, Jiao's smile was open and gentle. This smile, along with his status and handsomeness, had successfully landed him quite a few girls. Jiao, young master, I already said that I have something to do. Can you move aside? Zana's small mouth curves upward and her voice was smooth without any hint of irritation. Being rejected by Zana, the edges of Jiao's mouth twitched, but he kept his smile and pulled out a bracelet from his pockets. The bracelet was a light blue gold color and was made from blue gold. From the bracelet hanged a smoothed green ball-like monster core. A soft green was emitted from the monster core and scattered its light on the bracelet, giving it a special hue. Looks like this intricate bracelet costs a lot. Hey, since Miss Zana has something to do, then Jiao won't block you anymore. Jiao tightly clutched the bracelet and smiles. This was a bracelet that I just bought in the market. Even though it's not too expensive, it is a level 1 wood attribute monster core which greatly helps in the recovery of doji. Since Miss Zana hasn't become a doji yet, this bracelet is perfect for you. This is just a small gift of mine, so please don't say no. After all, I would lose face in front of my underlings. At the end, Jiao purposefully lowered his voice, and the underlings around him, as if it was a play, grinned on cue. Looking at Jiao's actions, Zana's brow lifted. She didn't know how to deal with such a person. Right when she was about to refuse, her sight fell onto the green monster core on the bracelet and remembered how Xiao was busily trying to find a wood attribute monster core. Her long eyelashes lightly blinked and her impassive face relaxed a bit. Looking at Zana's relaxed face, Jiao's heart flutters happily and quickly pushes the wood attribute bracelet forward. Miss Zana, there's no need to be courteous. Jiao clan and Z clan are both in the top 3 clans of Wutang City, so exchanging little gifts is common. I'll take the bracelet and remove the monster core and give to Xian Zheizhe. As for the bracelet, when he's not paying attention, I'll throw it away. With this mischievous thought, Zana didn't hesitate anymore and stretches her hand out, about to take the bracelet. Suddenly a hand grabs her hand and stops her from taking the bracelet. Right when her hand was grabbed, Zana pauses in shock before having the doji in her body flowing in order to protect herself. But right when her hand was about to go free from the grasp, a young male humph made her obediently stop struggling. Looking behind her, Zana saw Xian. When her sight moved a bit higher, she saw a harsh young face. Don't you know what he's like? Scowling at Zana, Xian criticized himself in his mind. Then he looks up and says, Jiao, young master, your thought is graciously accepted by Zana, but as for the gift, you should take it back. Looking at the destroyed atmosphere, a hint of anger flashed within Jiao's eyes. But, in front of Zana, he tried to keep his gentlemanly air and waxily smiles. Xian, young master, I saw that Miss Zana didn't have any jewelry, so I wanted to help her a bit. Do you not want to let her have a few small trinkets to accentuate her beauty? Helplessly sighing, Xian glances at the wood attribute bracelet in Jiao's hand and took out another green bracelet and with some frustration, asks, Do you really like bracelets? Here you go, don't take other people's stuff for no reason. I already told you that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The ones who offer free stuff always have a hidden motive. With your innocent look, you may have been sold by someone and still wouldn't know what had happened. Hearing Xian's words that were obviously directed at him, Jiao's face becomes cold. But when he saw the bracelet on Ziyan's hand, he couldn't help but laugh. The bracelet in Ziyan's hands, from a material standpoint, couldn't have costed more than 5 gold coins, while his wood attribute bracelet, which had an authentic monster core, cost an entire 1,000 gold coins. The two bracelets, no matter how you look at it, either price or actual usefulness, had a huge difference, and Ziyan's bracelet couldn't even compare to the wood attribute bracelet. So, when Jiao saw Ziyan giving such a poor bracelet to the beautiful Zana, he couldn't help but criticize Ziyan. Ziyan, I know that you don't have a high position in your clan, but why would you give such pitiful thing to Zana? Ignoring Jiao's taunt, Ziyan looked at the young girl who was staring at the bracelet in his hand and hurriedly asked, "Do you want it or not? If you don't, then I'll just throw it away." It was only 2 to 3 gold coins. Hearing Ziyan's words, not only did Jiao start laughing, his underlings also started to laugh at Ziyan with a ridiculing tone. But the ridiculing laugh didn't continue for long before being cut off, as if they had just had their necks cut off. On everyone was a hilariously stunned face. Zana, who had been stunned, responded quickly to Ziyan's words. Her two hands almost instinctively reached out and snatched the bracelet in Ziyan's hand. After getting the bracelet, Zana realized what she had done. Perhaps she had acted a bit too impatient. A light red blush appeared on her delicate face, but Zana wasn't like other people, and after a slight period of embarrassment, she graciously hooked the bracelet onto her white wrist. Raising her head and giving a coy smile, she said, "Thank you, Ziyan Zheizhe." With an ugly face, Jiao stared at Zana, who was quite intimate with Ziyan. On his face was apparent jealousy, and he said, "Heh, I didn't realize that Miss Zana's preferences were so unique. I guess I've been mistaken." Ziyan glances at Jiao in front of him, and his gaze landed on the gold star at his chest. He strangely thought, when I saw him last year, he was only 9 Duanche, right? Who would have thought that he would be successful in compressing his Doche cyclone? But, to become a doge at the age of 21, his talent is barely decent. Seeing that Jiao had no intention of leaving, Ziyan pursed his lips. His wasn't affected by the power and status behind Jiao, and since the Z clan and Jialai clan didn't have good relations in the first place, there was no need for him to act humble. Stroking his nose, Ziyan lightly said, "Jiao, young master, your womanizer habits are known by the entire Wutang city. Zana is still young and doesn't have time to play with your flirting games, so hopefully you can go after other girls in the future. Stay away from him." After speaking to Jiao, Ziyan ignored the green-faced Jiao and used his age as an advantage to arrogantly speak to Zana. "Okay." Zana's agile eyes blinked and nodded without any hesitation. To her, Jiao was just a stranger that she saw a couple of times, while Ziyan, for her, was irreplaceable. Since Ziyan told her to stay away from Jiao, she just stay away from him. The choice wasn't a hard one for Zana. Chapter 13. Black Metal Piece. Seeing Zana nod at Ziyan's words, Jiao's mouth started twitching. He curled his fists and stared coldly at the calm and impassive young man before him. Jiao's underlings, seeing that their young master was quite angry, quickly walked forward and surrounded both Ziyan and Zizan, their gazes revealing their bad intentions. Even though it was deep within the market, there were still quite a few people around, and they turned their questioning gazes towards the surrounded group. Ziyan and Jiao had quite a reputation in Wutang City, Ziyan for his fall from genius to cripple, and Jiao for his less than honorable encounters with other women. Even though they were infamous, they were still well known within the city. Looking Jiao's group's movements, Ziyan's brow jumped, and on his young face, a hint of confidence creeped. Lightly turning his head, he whistled towards a spot within the market. Seeing Ziyan's actions, everyone turned their head to the direction in which Ziyan whistled and saw the market's guards furiously coming over under the lead of Payan. With his fellow guards, Payan rushed towards Ziyan, and quickly, the market's guards surrounded Jiao's underlings who were surrounding Ziyan and Zizan. "Third young master, anything wrong?" Walking up to Ziyan, Payan swept his glance over Jiao and then respectfully asked Ziyan. Ziyan lightly smiles and turned to face the green-faced Jiao. He nonchalantly said, Jiao young master, this market is controlled by the clan. Are you sure you want to fight here? Jiao's eyes revealed his fear for Pei-in, but he immediately sneered at Xian. Do you only know to rely on your clan? If you are a man, what you want to say is, if I am a man then I would fight you one-on-one. Right. Xian waved his hand and cut Jiao off. Jiao sneered again and with a hint of challenge, he said, Yup, are you afraid? Looking at the arrogant face of Jiao, Xian helplessly sighed and puts his hand up to feel his forehead. Moments later, he raised his head and shrugs his shoulder, and with innocence and naivety, he asked, Jiao young master, I would like to ask, how old are you? The edge of Jiao's mouth twitched and he doesn't respond. Big guy, you're already 21. How old am I? 15. You're actually asking a kid that hasn't performed his coming-of-age ritual to fight you. Don't you feel that your request is over the top? Don't you feel embarrassed? Xian's innocent appearance was so realistic that Zana beside him couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Ha ha! Hearing the young man's words, the mercenary and merchant stall owners also let out laughs. Xian was right. At his current age, Xian could only be considered a kid, but Jiao would be considered an adult. A challenge of this kind made everyone look down upon Jiao. The laughter of the crowd was like a bucket of cold water and helped Jiao regain his calm. From Xian's maturity and calmness to his impassive attitude, it was extremely easy for people to forget how old he really was. Therefore, after Xian said his age, Jiao finally remembered that the young man standing in front of him was only 15. Gnashing his teeth, Jiao looked at the leering guards behind Xian and realized that he didn't have any chance of retaliation today. He could only shake his head and coldly say, "One more year and you'll be undergoing the coming-of-age ritual rite. Hehe, I think that someone as crippled as you, once you finish the coming-of-age ritual, will only be sent to some remote and poor village. At that time, you won't even have the power to enter Wutang City. Pretty pitiful." Xian lightly smiles and nonchalantly shrugs his shoulders. Jiao's eyelids flickered. He didn't know why, but whenever he saw the calm face of the young man in front of him, a mysterious rage boiled within him. You're only a cripple and trying to act like you know everything. Forcefully suppressing his anger, Jiao let out a cold HMPH and with a wave of his hand, commands his underlings to exit the crowd. Oh right. His steps stopping, Jiao seemed to have remembered something and turning back, he said, Xian young master, I heard that your Z clan had their marriage with the Nalan clan revoked. Hehe, actually, that isn't unexpected. With your Che talent, you just can't match the Miss Nalan. Ho ho. After saying that, Jiao left laughing. Xian's gaze coldly followed the exit of Jiao. Tightly holding Zun, who was about to rush out, he quietly said, he's just a mad dog. If he bites you, why should you bite back? But he went too far. We can't just let him off like this. Her eyebrows furrowing, Zun indignantly replied, there will always be an opportunity. Xian smirked and the coldness coming from his voice made Pei-in shudder. A lion's bite might not be that scary, but a lion that knows patience is another story, a scary one. Uncle Pei-in, sorry for troubling you. Xian turned back and smiled gently toward Pei-in's group. The previously intense atmosphere all of a sudden changed into a light-hearted mood. Impressed by the control over emotions that Xian exercised, Pei-in's smile was reinforced by a sense of respect. Even with Xian's lack of talent, Xian's future accomplishments probably wouldn't be too shabby with his mental prowess. Ha ha, third young master's joking. This is Z clan's territory. We wouldn't allow Jialai clan to do as they please here. Pei-in smiled and seeing that Xian started to look around, he quickly took his leave along with his men. Looking at the exiting Pei-in and his group, Xian turned around and ruffled Zana's hair and said slightly forcefully, a level 1 monster core made you forget your morals. You know as well as I do what kind of person Jialai is. The moment you take his stuff, he would definitely ask for favors. Straightening her hair, Zana flipped her hands upwards. He wanted to give it me. It was free. Xian rolled his eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It isn't like that's something precious. Did you really need to act like that? Don't forget, you're the young genius in Z clan. Zana wrinkles her nose and raised the bracelet on her wrist. She taunted. So Xian JJ has also been noticing Zana? Ziyan stayed silent and pulling on Zana's hand, they walked towards some stalls deeper in the market. After walking past quite a few stalls, Ziyan's feet finally stopped. He bent down and stared at a green orb that still had a trace of blood on the stall and said, "I finally found it." Moving his hand across the stall, Ziyan's was about to grab the monster core when his hand stiffened. A strange foreboding struck his mind. Licking his lips, Ziyan continued to pick up the monster core, but his gaze, as if by accident, swept across the stall. Moments later, his gaze landed on a piece of black metal that was displayed beside the monster core. The black metal piece seemed extremely old, with many specks of rust and even a couple spots of dirt. It looked as if it had just been excavated. "Hey, Yan brat, buy the black metal piece. It's something good." Right when Ziyan was confused about why he felt such a strong feeling towards the seemingly worthless metal, Yao La's voice sounded in his mind. Chapter 14. Vacuum Hand. Listening to the voice inside his head, Ziyan blinked and secretly nodded. Instead of immediately grabbing the black metal piece, Ziyan gently picked up the green monster core that was still dripping blood, and looking at the shabby-looking mercenary standing behind the stall, he asked cheerfully, "Which magic monster did this monster core comes from?" "Ha ha, the eyes of young master are really good. This is a monster core from a first-level magic monster named Swallowwood Fox. It is a high-quality core. Our sharp-teeth mercenary group waited 3 days and ambushed 5 Swallowwood Foxes before finally obtaining this magic core." Noticing Ziyan's luxurious outfit, the mercenary rapidly advertised his wares. "If this object is to young master's liking, I think 500 gold coins would be a good price. Ha ha, while obtaining this core, we had several brothers who got injured quite heavily." Ziyan slowly wiped the remaining blood off of the magic core, noticing they haven't completely clotted yet. He nodded slightly and glanced towards the 2 golden stars on the chest of the mercenary and commented, "Too expensive. Normally a level 1 magic core's price would only be from 400 to 450 gold coins. Furthermore, even if the Swallowwood Fox is a magic beast, its attack power isn't too high. Are your underlings not dojers?" The corner of his mouth slightly jerking, the mercenary laughed dryly. He did not expect the youth standing in front of him to be so knowledgeable about the magic core market and replied, "470 gold coins then. No more, no less. We have to live by this." Sighing under the mercenary's anxious eyes, Ziyan bent down and randomly grabbed many things from the stall, conveniently including the mysterious metal piece in the mess. Then he said, 470 gold coins for all of these." Looking at the goods on Ziyan's hands, the mercenary let out a relieved sigh, since none of the items in Ziyan's hands were expensive. "All right," cheerfully producing some gold coins, Ziyan did not waste another moment and left immediately. "Huh, brat, to be so cautious in a mundane task of buying things?" The elder's taunting voice sounded in Ziyan's head as he turned to leave the shop. "Those bastards are all swindlers. They'll immediately increase the price if you show interest in their wares. I don't want to lose money for something stupid like that." After answering, Ziyan stopped paying attention to the elder inside his ring and leisurely exited the market and returned to the clan with Zana. After parting with Zana, Ziyan impatiently ran back to his room and carefully locked the door. Turning his head and seeing the elder, who left the ring since God knows when, Ziyan brought out the recently purchased herbs and magic core. He hastily asked, "All the required ingredients are here. What do we have to do?" The elder cheerfully laughed and his gaze scanned the ingredients on the table before suddenly asking, "Don't you want to know what that black metal piece is?" Ziyan paused before realizing that the elder was referring to his accidental purchase. He quickly took out the black metal piece and examined it from top to bottom. But after examining it, his brows furrowed and asked, "This, what does it do?" Yao Lao took the black metal piece and laughed. "There seems to be a Do technique inside here. And the creator of this metal piece was probably also an alchemist, because only people that have a strong soul perception can feel the power within this metal piece, Do technique." Ziyan's eyes brightened and he hurriedly asked, "What level is it?" In the Do mainland, the importance of Do techniques isn't lower than Che methods. A strong Do technique would allow one to perform at a level far beyond what they are capable of. For example, a doji being able to fight a doshai even though his doche is at a disadvantage. Do techniques and Che methods are both split into 4 levels of decreasing power, Che, Di, Xuan and Wang. Normally, the Do techniques that are easily accessible are at most high Wang level, and for higher Do techniques, one would have to go to a large clan or faction. Of course, Do Che mainland is huge, and there are some special circumstances in which the top Do techniques are lost and found by some lucky individual. The black metal piece that Ziyan has right now was probably the lost work of some ancient person. Yao turned the metal plate around and smiled. Vacuum hand. Low Zhuan level. Low Zhuan level. Ziyan's face was filled with happiness. He didn't expect that the trash he purchased would have a Zhuan level Do technique. In his own clan, the Z clan, the highest Do technique was only a middle Zhuan level, and only the clan leader and some elders could learn it. Vacuum hand. If trained to max, it can suck up boulders that are thousands of pounds. Against enemies, it can forcibly suck the blood out of their body. Forcibly suck blood from a body. His face full of surprise, Ziyan swallowed dryly and exclaimed, This is awesome. Once the blood leaves the body, they would die, right? Don't be happy yet. This only works if your level is higher than your opponent. If you meet someone stronger than you, they can use the chance to get close to you, and the unlucky would be you. Yao carelessly threw the metal plate to the side. Looks like he doesn't think too highly of the Do technique. Yao was of high status and naturally had high standards, but for Ziyan, this was a high-level Do technique. He immediately happily picked it up and laughed. Even with that, it's better than the Do techniques in the clan. I'll learn this from now on. With your third Duan Che, it would be amazing if you could pull up a tree branch with your vacuum hand and you want to suck the blood out of someone. Shaking his head, Yao heavily criticized Ziyan. Rolling his eyes, Ziyan ignored Yao and smiled while hugging the metal piece. Look at yourself. Having a low Zhuan Do technique makes you this happy. You're embarrassing me. Helplessly shaking his head, Yao grabbed the monster core on the table and ordered Ziyan, Go get a huge bowl of water. Seeing that Yao was about to start refining the pill, Ziyan hurriedly put away the black metal piece and cheerfully went to prepare. In the calm room, Yao picked up the purple bluegrass with his left hand. Moments later, he lets out a deep breath and a white flame appears in his hand. When the flame appeared, the temperature within the room rose exponentially. Without blinking, Ziyan stared at the white ball of flame. Although he didn't know the process of refining pills by alchemists, to materialize Do Che was an impossible task for even his father. With a calm face, the white fire in Yao's hands expanded and swallowed the purple bluegrass. Within the flame, the purple bluegrass instantly became a green liquid ball. Yao's right hand picked up another stalk of purple bluegrass and threw it into the white fire. After throwing all 3 stalks of purple bluegrass into the fire, the ball of green liquid became visibly bigger. The green liquid slowly shriveled within the fire. The high temperature relentlessly burned the impurities within the green liquid. With the flame, the green liquid became smaller and smaller in volume. After a few seconds, it was only about the size of a thumb. Afterwards, Yao threw the 2 stalks of bone-washing flowers into the flame, and after they finished burning, the remaining liquid mixed with the original green liquid. After that was the refinement of the monster core. The third step took a whole hour, but Yao still seemed full of energy and without any signs of fatigue. After an entire hour, the tough monster core had become a ball of green liquid. The violent energy within the monster core was softened by Yao's magical formula. On his hand, the white flame slowly disappeared. Looking at the green ball floating on top of Yao's hand, Ziya rubbed his hands together. With his superior soul perception, he could clearly feel the bountiful energy within the energy ball. Teacher, do I just eat it? Ziyan blinked his eyes and asked impatiently. If you want to die, then eat it. With your pads, you would become a true cripple within seconds. Giving Ziyan a white eye, Yao flicks the ball and it accurately flew into the bowl of water. Immediately, the bowl of clear water turned to a dark green shade. From now on, you should train in there. With your talent and barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be able to get to 7 Duancha within a year. Yao claps the dust off of his hands and lightly smiles towards Ziyan. With obvious happiness, Ziyan hurriedly nodded his head. Oh, I almost forgot. This medicine will only last for 2 months, which means you need to go buy the materials that you got today again every 2 months. Yao Lao revealed a sly smile. Ziyan happiness disappeared from his face and he nodded his head with reluctance. Damn it, only rich people can afford to use this stuff. Chapter 15. Training. The warm sun filtered through the window and lazily sprayed into the tidy room. Within the room, a young man with a bare upper body was sitting crossed within a wooden bowl. His two hands were knit together into a strange symbol. His two eyes were shut tightly while his breath was calm but powerful. In the wooden bowl beneath him, a mysterious green liquid was strangely sparkling. As he trained longer, the green liquid within the bowl began to slowly evaporate, giving off a light green stream of air. Stream slowly lifted upwards and squirmed into the young man's nose with his breathing. Once the stream was inside his body, the young man's face became shiny and smooth like white jade. As if he felt the ever-increasing doji within his body, the young man's face revealed a light smile. After confirming his success, the young man didn't stop there. He still had his eyes shut tight and kept his hands in the same position. He didn't even budge and maintained his maximally efficient position as he greedily sucked up the energy within the green liquid. The green liquid sticking to the young man's body was slowly absorbed by his skin, strengthening his bones and cleaning his chi paths. Under the young man's restless absorbance, more and more green streams came up from the bowl and slowly, they became so dense that they covered the young man's naked body in a layer of mist. Under the restless training, the bright sunshine that came in through the window slowly became weaker and the room became a lot cooler. In the wooden bowl, the young man gathered in the final wisps of green air and his eyelashes twitched before opening to reveal two pitch black eyes. Within the pitch black eyes, a white glow passed through, but this time, it had a hint of green. Slowly letting out a breath, the young man quickly stood up and let the cool water droplets flow off of his body. Taking a lazy stretch and feeling the abundant doji within his body, the young man muttered, "At this pace, I can probably get to the 5th Duanche in 2 months." After preparing everything, Ziyan stayed in his room for an entire half-month. In the time he stayed in his room, besides eating and attending bodily functions, he had been training his Chan non-stop. Even though training was extremely boring and tiring, it was nothing compared to the taunts and ridicules that Ziyan had endured for the past 3 years. The 3 full years of taunts had taught him how important strength was in this world. Even though the days passed tiresomely, the results of them were pleasing. The effects of Yao Lao's bowl of elixir was much stronger than what Ziyan and even the creator of it, Yao Lao, had thought it would have. Yao Lao had predicted that it would take at least a month for Ziyan to get to Duanche, but Ziyan only took half that time. At this, even Yao Lao was surprised at the speed and efficiency in which Ziyan trained. Even though Ziyan had done this before, the speed at which he was going right now isn't a bit too incredible. The most important and toughest part about training doji is in the basics. The 10 Duanche would take people 10 to even 20 years. Of course, once a person becomes a doji, then their training speed would increase exponentially. If one can only raise 1 Duanche in a year before becoming a doji, then that same person could probably go up a couple of stars in a year once after becoming a doji. When the training speed was slanted towards later times, Ziyan's performance in half a month was surprising to say the least. Walking out of the bowl without hesitation, Ziyan looked back at the lighter green liquid in the bowl. The lighter color was definitely due to his training, and he helplessly shook his head while whispering, "Can this sustain for another month and a half?" Wiping off the remaining water droplets, Ziyan randomly put on a fresh suit of clothing and crawled onto his soft bed. After doing so, he reached behind his pillow to take out the pitch black metal piece. The rust on the steel piece had already been wiped off by Ziyan to reveal a smooth and glowing surface. It was quite mysterious. For the past half-month, Ziyan had been intently studying this metal piece that contained a low Zhuan level Do technique whenever he took a break from training. In the half-month, under the instructions of Yao Lao, Ziyan finally had a bit of understanding of the techniques involved. But because of the lack of doji, he couldn't use it for anything useful, which made Ziyan a little disappointed. Placing the metal piece between his two palms, Ziyan closed his eyes and used his soul perception to observe the black metal plate. With the calming of Ziyan's breath, the room was once again peaceful. Another long silence passed before Ziyan opened his eyes again and raised his right hand. His right hand was curved into a claw and his light doji, under Xian's insistence, quickly went through the few Xian pressure points on his palm to become a pulling force. Pang! The ceramic vase that Xian pointed to made a few circles before falling down the tables. And with a clear crash, it shattered into countless pieces. Even though the Do technique is at the Zhuan level, my Do Chi is too low and I can barely use the technique. Seeing the destruction that he had caused, Xian whispered to himself, looking at the power it has right now, if I want to have enough force to vacuum a person towards me, then I need to be at 7 Duan Che. Whatever, let's go to our clan hall to find some lower level Do techniques. This vacuum hand, it won't be of much use for some time. But since I can train my Do Che again, I don't need to use my foolish method of training that I used before. Sighing again, Xian climbed off of his bed and glanced at the motionless black ring before leaving the house. Wincing his eyes and adjusting to the blazing sun, Xian carefully closed his door before lazily walking onto the stone path towards the clan's back rooms. To the sides of the stone path were emerald green willows. The bountiful green felt soothing and sharply contrasted with the scorching heat. Turning onto a different path, a young girl's laughter greeted him. Because of the disturbed calm, Xian furrowed his brows and following the source of the laughter, he saw a couple of young girls coming towards him from another path. Crowded by other girls, a pretty girl was laughing. The charming face that she had completely overshadowed the other girls beside her. She was the girl that was second to Zun in the Do Che testing, ZMEI. Glancing at the girl that had once stuck to his side calling countless Baozhais, a flash of unrestrained mocking went across Xian's face. Lightly shaking his head, Xiao retrieved his sight. TL, Baozhai is brother not in one's direct family. This is a formal saying compared to Zhe, which is more of an familiar saying. When ZMEI reached the road Xian was on, Zimei's charming laughter died out as she had seen Xian. The sun scattered its light and made the impassive young man with his hands behind his head indescribably attractive. A pair of pretty, large eyes stared at the young man coming closer and trying to distinguish whether there was a light smile or ridicule hanging on the edges of his mouth. ZMEI mentally gravitated towards Xian. Suddenly, she felt as if she had lost something. 3 years ago, that young man, on the edge of his mouth, had that intoxicating curve. Chapter 16. Zining, seeing the young man slowly coming over, ZMEI and her group slowed to a halt. Their previous laughter had also died out. The young girls by Zimei's side widened their eyes while looking at the young man that was once the clan's pride. The expressions on their faces were varied, from sympathy to something else. ZMEI stopped in place. In her mind, she still felt attached and wanted to chat with the young man that had once captured her heart. But reality told her that the difference between the two of them was too large for them to be together, and wasting time on a cripple isn't exactly smart. Her brows furrowed before relaxing. In Zimei's mind she thought, let's say hi, no matter what, he's still my Baozhai. Ignorant to Zimei's thoughts, Xian still had his hands behind his head and was lazily walking over. Watching the ever-closer Xian, a smile appeared on Zimei's face, but the actions of the young man froze the smile on her small face, making it seem as if she was making a weird face. With both hands behind his head, Xian ignored the group and looked straight as he walked past the young girls without any hesitation. Opening her red, small mouth at the young man's shadow, ZMEI was shocked. With her beauty, when had she ever had such a horrible treatment? She felt an embarrassed anger and couldn't help but yell, Xian Baozhai. Stopping, Xian didn't turn around and his bland tone was emotionless, as if he was talking to a stranger. What? The emotionless and bland voice stunned ZMEI and she whispered, nothing. Xian's brows jumped, but he shook his head and started walking forward again. Watching the disappearing shadow, ZMEI angrily stomped her feet and went onto a different path. Rounding a turn, Xian looked up to a spacious room. On the plaque of the room were 3 flamboyant and blood-red words, Do Technique Hall. Hearing the yells within the Do Technique Hall, Xian was quite surprised. Normally, no one came to the hall, so why was it so noisy today? Shrugging his shoulders, Xian stepped forward and entered the Do Technique Hall. Once Xian went inside the hall, quite a few cheers from other clan members greeted him. The Do Technique Hall was split into an east and west section. In the east section were the clan's Do techniques, while the west section was a large training field. Right now, there were quite a few people gathered around the training field and watching two people at the middle of the field. Looking at the density of Xiningji's doche, is he at 8 duan chat? Hey, just 2 months ago, Xining Baozhe got to 8 duan doche. But even though he has 8 duan doche, Zana Baomiai has 9 duan doche. Xining Baozhe doesn't have a high chance of winning. Good luck, Zana Baomiai. Hearing the voices from the crowd, Xiyan paused his footsteps and glanced around at the training field. Finally, his interested gaze landed on the young girl wearing a light purple dress. How does she have the time to fight with others? Xiyan thought in his mind before going to the east side of the hall and taking a random, black scroll from a shelf. Opening up the scroll, large yellow words appeared. Middle yellow, shattering rock hand. Lazily leaning on the bookshelf, Xiyan read the training methods to the shattering rock hand while occasionally glancing at the ferocious battle in the training field. The spacious hall seemed to be separated into two worlds. The west side was noisy while the east side was peaceful and calm. Zana's opponent was a young man at about the age of 17 to 18. He was quite handsome and similar to Jia Leo, who Xiyan had seen the other day. The young man was called Xining and was the top elder's grandson. Even though he was only 17, he had already gotten to 8 duanche, and in the entire clan, only Zana was better than him. Xiyan had a neutral impression of this Baozhe. They only occasionally met and always said customary greetings before hurrying off. Maybe it was because of the unfriendly atmosphere between his father and the top elder, but Xiyan was always able to feel animosity emanating from him. But while Xiyan was crippled, he had never went out of his way to taunt or tease Xiyan. Lightly smiling, Xiyan discarded his thoughts and went back to studying the shattering rock hand. On the training field, Zana was like a light purple butterfly that avoided the swift attacks by Xining gracefully and elegantly. However, on her delicate face, no emotions, such as weariness or the like, surfaced. After blocking another one of Xining's attacks, Zana's gaze lazily swept across the hall, but suddenly her movement stopped. Seeing the absorbed young man in the east side of the hall, a light and elegant smile floated onto Zana's face. The girl's sudden smile made the spectators stunned at the beauty of Zana. Zana Baomiai, watch out! Right when Zana was distracted, a young voice called out from within the crowd. Feeling the violent pressure coming from behind her, Zana furrowed her brows, but her gaze stayed on the young man below the bookshelf. At the same time, Xiyan had lifted his head and seeing the sneak attack directed at Zana, he furrowed his brows and shook his head. His look revealed a restrained worrying. Seeing the worried look on Xiyan's face, Zana mischievously blinked her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she took a small step toward the left. Even though it was just a step, it strangely helped her dodge all of Xining's attacks. While she was dodging, her clear white hands sparkled gold and went straight between Xining's hands and lightly landed on his chest. Turning around in a circle, Zana gracefully counteracted the force while Xining had to step back a dozen steps and out of the training field. To be able to defeat Xining with one attack, the spectators all gave thunderous applause to Zizan. Hey, Zana Baomiai is really at the top in the younger generation of the clan. You're really strong. Even though Xining had just been defeated by Zana, he had a smile as he walked back to the middle of the training field. Calmly looking at the girl in front of him, the fervent love in Xining's eyes wasn't hidden at all. Even though they were technically Baozhe Emei, Xining knew that in the entire clan, many of the members didn't have close blood relations, and for Zizana, he knew that she wasn't related by blood to him. As if she didn't feel the fervent gaze of Xining, Zana respectfully shook her head and said, Xining Baozhe, let me win. After saying that, she didn't wait for a response from Xining and went straight to the eastern part of the hall with a big smile. Being the center of attention, Zana's movements were detected by everyone, and following the intended path of Zana, they found Xiyan. Even though Xiyan was now the center of attention to the previous spectators, Xiyan didn't look up and was absorbed in his own world. Chapter 17. Conflict. Xiyan Zheizhe. The young girl shyly stood in front of Xiyan while her delicate, white hands fluttered behind her. She slightly leaned forward and her beautiful eyes twinkled into crescent moons. On her beautiful face were two light dimples. Shifting his gaze from the scroll in front of him, Xiyan peered at the young girl in front of him and then turned his gaze to include the entire hall. Seeing the fervent stares aimed at him, he couldn't help but say, Girl, I know your charm is quite large, but you don't need for me to share it, do you? TL. The girl used by Xian isn't a mean nickname, but a common and familiar saying to younger female family members. Hehe. Smiling, Zana sat next to Xian and lazily stretched backwards, causing her charming curves to be revealed by her tight outfit. Randomly taking a scroll from the bookshelf, Zana stared at Xian before asking, Xian JJ got to 4th Duan Cha. Hearing that, Xian, who was absorbed by his scroll, looked up. For the first 10 Duan Che, the Do Che stays weak and almost undetectable. Unless one actively used Do Che or an examination monument was used, it is impossible to find out what Duan Che someone has. But just a moment ago, Zana only looked at Xiao for a couple of seconds and determined what Duan Che he was at. Very surprising. This girl, who is she? The Do techniques that she had just used in her fight with Zining was definitely a high-level Do technique and definitely not one owned by Z clan. Thinking about the few inconsistencies with Zana, Xiao Yan tilted his head to look at the smiling Zana beside him. Shrugging his shoulders, he nodded. 4th Duan. Seeing Xian nod, the smile on Zana's face widened and she said, It's related to your training for the past half-month, right? Yeah. Slightly nodding, Xian didn't deny it and returned his gaze to the scroll while asking, How do you have the time to come out and compete with someone? I'm bored. Imitating Xian's shrugs, Zana smiled while showing a sorrowful face. After last time, Xian JJ hasn't come to see Zana. Are you afraid that Zana will force you to return the money? Xian paused and awkwardly laughed. The coming-of-age ritual is next year. So do you think I have time to not train? Raising his head and seeing the sad face on Zana, he lightly patted Zana's head and whispered, I'll try to find time to be with Zana from now on. Hearing Xian's promise, Zana's small face relaxed, but her talk with Xian had made every single person in the hall red-eyed at Xian. Looking at the two of them below the bookshelf, Xining's face was extremely ugly and his hand curled into fists before relaxing and then curled them back up again. Being the grandson of the top elder of the clan, Xining had always felt that he was special. Towards Zana, Xining had already, in his own mind, set her as his wife. Of course it was one-sided, but seeing his wife was flirting with someone else made Xining extremely envious. More importantly, the person whom Zana was flirting with was the cripple of the clan. As rage surged in his eyes, Xining let out a huge breath and put on a calm and welcoming smile. Adjusting his messy clothes, he walked towards the two under the eyes of everyone in the hall. In the hall, the spectators happily smirked when they saw Xining walking towards Zan and Xian. Of course, their smirks were not directed at Xining, but rather at the seemingly ignorant Xian. Gazing over the chopads depicted on the scroll, Xian memorized the pressure points and chopads necessary for shattering rock hand. Letting out a breath, Xian's originally relaxed brows furrowed. With his strong soul perception, Xian was able to observe the actions of everyone within the hall, including Xining who was walking towards him. This girl brings so much trouble. Sighing, Xian rolled up the scroll in his hand. Hehe, Xian Baodi, are you here to learn Do techniques? Do you need Baozhe, me to help you find a couple of high-leveled ones? For some of the techniques, I don't think that you have the right to access them. Smiling in front of Xian, Xining spoke arrogantly. TL, Baodi is the young version of Baozhe, which is older brother not in one's immediate family. Xian placed the scroll back onto the bookshelf and shook his head. Thanks for the offer, but I don't think I need them right now. Oh, hehe. I forgot. Xian Baodi only has 3 Duanxie, so it would be pretty hard to learn high-level techniques. Lightly massaging his forehead, Xining smiled. The ridicule in his tone was also displayed on his face. Xian sighed again. Xining was ridiculing him on purpose. A slight curve appeared on Xian's face while he said, I know you're trying to get Zana's attention, but I have to say, you are quite childish. Hearing the ruthless words of Xian, Xining's face darkened. He had never thought that the normally silent Xian would have the courage to stand up against him. He sneered and said, Looks like Xian Baodi has an opinion about me. How about we test out our skills? It'll help me see how much Baodi has improved in the past few years. Shall I test my skills against you? Placing down her scroll, Zana looked up coldly. Xining's eyelid jumped when he saw Zana speaking up for Xian. With his envy burning even higher, Xining taunted, Do you only know to hide behind women? Why didn't you dare to say such things 3 years ago? Xian tiptoed to reach for another scroll, blowed off the dust on it, and emotionlessly replied to Xiaoning. To be honest, Xian's emotionless and relaxed appearance, in the eyes of people who aren't too friendly with him, made them feel as if there was something stuck on their chest. Xiaoning grinded his teeth together, making GG sounds, but even though he was enraged, he didn't dare hurt Xian since no matter how horrible Xian's talent was, he was still the son of the clan leader. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoning stared at Xian and coldly said, Xian, you're no longer the genius you were 3 years ago. You right now, a cripple. You don't deserve Zana. If you are a man, then you would leave right now. Or else, hehe, even though I can't fight you right now, next year, when you perform the coming-of-age ritual, you have to accept the challenge by a clansman. If you don't want to become a real cripple, then I would suggest for you to get out of here right now and go hide in some poor remote place where you'd live out the rest of your life. Hearing the threats Xiaoning made, the edges of Xian's mouth curved upwards and he tilted his head to inspect Xiaoning with a strange gaze. Afterwards, he rolled his eyes, picked up the scroll and walked outwards. Seeing Xian's movements, Xiaoning believed that Xian had grudgingly agreed to his words, but before he could celebrate his victory, a sentence came from Xian's mouth and made Xiaoning's face green. All right, next year, try to beat me into a cripple. Chapter 18, Zhuan High-Level Do Technique, Octane Blast. Ignoring the cold gazes behind him, Xian hugged the scroll and checked it out with the manager of the Do Technique Hall. Then, he, along with Zana, lazily walked out of the hall while chatting. Brat, just wait. When you get kicked out of the clan, I'll have all the time in the world for revenge. Without the clan leader's protection, you are nothing. Watching the disappearing Xian, Xiaoning felt a fury burn in his chest. As if to show his dedication, he smacked the bookshelf next to him, leaving a light handprint. After leaving the Do Technique Hall, Xian first accompanied Zana to nearby mountains for an entire afternoon before going back to his room when the sky turned dark. After getting back to his room and closing the door, Xian's shoulders sagged down. After placing his scroll on a nearby table and drinking a cup of tea, he fearfully said, "This girl, she sure can walk." That girl's history isn't normal either. An old voice resounded through the room. Tiredly raising his head and seeing the ghost-like Yao Lo, Xian curled his lips and asked, "Does teacher know her history?" "Hey, I think I know a bit." Yao Lo smiled, but when he saw Xian's curious glance, he said, "Don't ask. It's useless to you right now. So, it's better if you don't waste your effort on it. What I can say is that her background is pretty powerful." Rolling his eyes, Xian gave Yao Lo a middle finger. "Why did you go get this trash? Do you think that you have a lot of time?" Yao Lo came to the table and flipped through the scroll, only to be appalled by it. "Trash!" Xian cried out. "Besides vacuum hand, I don't know any other Do techniques. Before, I only knew to train restlessly and didn't know any Do techniques, and only the Huang level Do techniques can be learned by anyone in the clan. If I don't learn these, what would I use to defeat others in the coming-of-age ritual?" "Oh, so you want to swindle a Do technique from me?" The shrewd Yao Lo understood Xian's intent immediately. Even though Xian had his plan exposed, he didn't pretend as if that wasn't his plan and instead looked at Yao Lo with puppy eyes. "What's so great about Do techniques? Once you learn alchemy, people will be fighting to gift you high-level Do techniques." Yao Lo lightly smiled and ignored the ever-darkening face of Xian. "But I need high-level Do techniques. Right now?" Xian said depressedly. Seeing the sad Xian, Yao Lo laughed cheerfully. "Whatever, after all you are my student, although somewhat pitiful. So that you don't become a cripple, I'll teach you something." Hearing that, Xian perked up. He was very curious as to what kind of Do technique his mysterious teacher would give him. Even though your vacuum hand is Zhuan level, it's somewhat weak for a technique at that level. Since your Do Chi isn't too strong right now, I'll teach you a Do technique that's at the Zhuan level but only needs for you to be at 5 Duan Chi to be useful. What tire in the Zhuan level? Hearing that the technique was another Zhuan level Do techniques, the eyes of Xian lit up and he asked while licking his lips, "I think it was Zhuan high level. I remember that the owner of this Do technique begged me to accept it. Even though I didn't have much interest in such things, he was really persistent, so I accepted and made a pill for him. Yao Lo carelessly said. His casual mentionings made the Zhuan level Do technique seem like trash. Zhuan high level. Begging to give you it? A few black lines appeared on the forehead of Xian. The technique, that was a whole tier higher than the top Do technique in the entire Z clan, was worthless in the eyes of Yao Lo. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the huge difference. Close your eyes and focus. I'll teach it to you. After ordering Xian, Yao Lo stretched out his finger and lightly tapped Xian's forehead. With a slight headache, Xian felt a huge amount of information flood into his brain. Octane Blast. Zhuan high-level Do technique. Close combat Do technique. Focus on attacks, and when mastered, attacks have 8 different forces that stack up, and the power is equal to a D low-level Do technique. Slowly regaining his senses and quickly skimming over the new information, Xian let out a breath. The attack is equal to a D low-level Do technique. In the Do Che mainland, whether it's a Do technique or a Che method, the difference between a Zhuan level technique and a D level technique was enormous. The D level technique would be on a completely different level, and yet this Octane Blast claims that it can rival a D level technique with its attack. Swallowing dryly, Xian's eyes became blank. If I really learn this Do technique, then I can probably beat up Xining with my Fuduan Che. Don't be too greedy. Even though Octane Blast doesn't have high requirements of one's Do Che, it has a huge toll on the body. This technique is a close combat Do technique, and with your weak arms and legs, if you really try to use it, you'll probably end up with broken limbs before you even touch your opponent. Yao La's voice was like a bowl of cold water and washed away Xian's excitement. How would I increase the strength of my body? After pausing, Xian hurriedly asked. Raising Do Che is the best way to increase the strength of one's body. With higher Do Che, the body will become stronger. Of course, if you want to go faster, then you would need some external stimulus. Yao La's eyes twinkled with mischief. What external stimulus? Watching the smiling Yao Lo, Xian suddenly felt a great danger. Get beat up. The more you get beat up, the better. Yao Lo had a cold laugh, while Xiao had a stiff face. Chapter 19. Cruel training. In the morning, a pale mist had shrouded the surrounding summit and lingered for a very long time. A gentle wind blew by, and suddenly a physical grunt could be heard. Behind the summit, in a hidden groove, both of Xian's feet were inserted into the soil like tree stumps. His toes clung to the ground while he gnashed his teeth together and had cold sweat pour over his forehead. He only wore short pants, and on his naked upper body were crisscrossed scars. Behind Xian was Yao Lo in spirit mode, cross-legged above a giant stone. His face was solemn as he gazed at Xian, clenching his teeth to fight off the pain, and then his palm softly swung upwards. Following Yao La's palm, a red, materialized Do Che shot out from Yao La's palm. Just like a whip, it harshly smashed against Xian's shoulder, leaving behind a long bruise. As the corners of his mouth violently trembled, Xian inhaled cold air through the slivers between his teeth in response to the pain. Xian's shoulder numbed, and a wave of scorching pain made its way to his heart. Under the brutal pain, Xian felt his feet soften and almost fell off balance. Under the violent pain, the original weak Do Che within Xian became more animated than before and quickly flowed through the Che pads and pressure points on Xian's shoulder. Strands of cool slowly seeped into his bones and quietly strengthened in the progress. Again, when the pain on his shoulder gradually faded away, Xian's young face was filled with persistence and stubbornness, and yelled while clenching his teeth. Looking at persevering Xian, a gratified smile appeared on Yao La's withered face. Slightly nodded, a red materialized Do Che shot out from his palm again. Bang, bang, bang. Within the small forest, as strike after strike hit Xian, low grunts along with naked hits sounded. Every one of Yao La's attacks were at the exact point of maximum endurance for Xian's body. The attacks wouldn't harm Xian seriously, but still brought Xian the maximum pain possible. The pain from the Do Che lash caused an unbearable pain, forcing Xian's young face to contort in agony. On his body, with Yao La's swings, more and more crisscrossed scars appeared. Bang! Another materialized Do Che shot out, and the wood stake-like Xian finally reached his limit. With weakened legs, he fell down paralyzed. Fiercely gasped for air, Xian wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, and lifting his head up to make a rough smile, he asked, "Teacher, how was it?" "Not bad. You took 80 for Do Che lash today. That's a lot better than when you started out half a month ago and only able to take 9 lashes. Yao Luo had a smile on his face and nodded. A glint of surprise flirted across his eyes. In the past half-month, the tenacity that Ziyan displayed was far beyond what was originally expected. For example, today, Yao Luo had originally thought that 70 docha lash was Ziyan's limit, but the later had persevered to 84 lashes. Yao Luo could not help but admire the spirit of Ziyan. After listening to Yao Luo's words, Ziyan let out a deep breath and slumped on the ground. When he regained feeling, he slowly crawled back up and put back on the clothing he had taken off and placed on a nearby rock. When wearing the clothes, whenever the cool fabric touched against the bruises, Ziyan winced and gritted his teeth. The transparent Yao Luo turned into a ray of light and disappeared within the black ring. Before disappearing, he left behind a phrase that he had said countless times: quickly go back and submerge yourself within the foundation elixir to make sure that the congested blood doesn't leave behind hidden wounds. Nodding, Ziyan finished putting on his clothes and left the forest. Once Ziyan finally made it back to his room while enduring the pain, he quickly took off his clothes once again and jumped into his wooden bowl of green liquid. The ice-cold green liquid alleviated the pains from the bruised skin, and Ziyan slowly closed his eyes, enjoying the soothing liquid flow over his skin. After a while, Ziyan's rushed breathing slowly calmed and even incorporated a couple of snores. After a painful beating, Ziyan couldn't take the fatigue on both his body and mental state and fell asleep. While Ziyan was asleep, the green liquid rippled slightly and slivers of peaceful energy quietly slipped into Ziyan's open pores. They washed away the lash of congested blood, and at the same time they revitalized and strengthened the muscles that were already at their utmost limit. While sleeping, Ziyan's body had been strengthened to a whole new level. While strengthening and repairing Ziyan's muscles, the green liquid slowly became lighter and lighter. Obviously, the energy in the liquid was decreasing. Unaware of how long he had fallen asleep, Ziyan only knew that the warm sunlight had already brightened his room when he woke up. Stretching out his body, his bones suddenly made rattling noises. When he lifted his head, he realized that his entire body was full of energy and power. Ziyan couldn't help but yell out, "Great!" As Ziyan stepped out from the wooden bowl, he unexpectedly discovered that the bowl of foundation elixir had already turned into transparent water from its originally green state. My elixir had already been used up. Scratching his nose, Ziyan helplessly shook his head. Suddenly recalling something, he happily closed his eye and carefully sensed his docha state. A moment later, Ziyan opened his eye and happily laughed. Finally, I'm at 5th Duancha. Chapter 20. Auction. To get to 4 Duancha in half a month, and then 5 Duancha in another month and a half. This incredible speed was impossible even for the old Ziyan. Even though at higher levels, raising one's Duancha becomes harder and harder, looking at the speed in which Ziyan is rising, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get to 7 Duancha by next year. Of course, this is under the assumption that Ziyan has enough foundation elixir, or else Ziyan would definitely die under the severe beatings that he endures every day before getting to 7 Duancha. After all, without the foundation elixir, Ziyan's weak body wouldn't ever be able to withstand the harmful effects of having congested blood, and he would die. Therefore, what Ziyan needs to do right now is to buy more material for foundation elixir. Even though it sounds very easy, Ziyan has a slight problem. He's broke. Sitting on his bed, Ziyan has a bitter laugh. He had never thought that he would be in such an awkward situation because of money. While calculating, from last time, I still have 900 gold coins, but with only so much money, buying the same grade material as last time is not going to happen. Supporting his chin, Ziyan's eyes rolled quickly. Suddenly, he asked, "Teacher, for purple bluegrass of bone-washing flour, can we use younger stalks?" "Sure, but then the effects would be much weaker, and the foundation elixirs that I've been refining are tailored for you." Blinking his eyes, Ziyan smiled. "No problem. Let's use the worst grade material this time." "The worst grade? Then the effects would be horrible and you'd need at least half a year to get to the next Duancha." Yao Lao's voice showed his displeasure. He was probably furrowing his brows right now. "Don't have enough money. Go borrow from that girl again." With her background, even a couple 10,000 gold coins would be a small matter. Taking a step back, "You can borrow from your dad. Why must you lower the effectiveness of the elixir and slow down your training speed? Hearing Yao Lao's suggestion, Ziyan shook his head. Just think of it as my self-respect stopping me from doing so. How can I keep on borrowing money from a girl? As for my dad, I've been avoiding him for 2 months now, and if he wants to know why I want the money, then wouldn't I have to expose you? Wait, teacher, this foundation elixir, can other people refine or make it? Suddenly thinking of something, Ziyan's brows jumped and he hurriedly asked, Hey, brat, in the Yao Chen mainland, there are countless herbs, and within these herbs, you must find a combination that both calms the violent energy within monster cores and refine it so that one can absorb it. If you just randomly put herbs together, then the alchemy furnace breaking would be the least of your troubles. The energy might backfire. This foundation elixir was created after experimenting for a couple of years. Of course, there might be someone that also found out how to create it by luck, but the chances of that happening is almost non-existent. In addition, while refining, you must make sure that the fuse rate, amount used and fire temperature is perfect. You need to do countless experiments and have an incredible soul perception to do that. Or else, why do you think that every alchemist needs a teacher? To become a strong alchemist is impossible without a teacher guiding you. Just the time you spend trying out the different combinations of herbs would cost you your whole life. Therefore, I can't include the entire Yao Chen mainland, but at least for Jianghu Empire, no one else has made a foundation elixir like mine. At this point, Yao Lao's voice incorporated a hint of pride. Surprised by the complexity in the seemingly simple foundation elixir, Ziyan instinctively licked his lips. When he looked at Yao Lao refining herbs, it all seemed so simple, but now with Yao Lao's explanation, he realized that the art of alchemy isn't as simple as what he had saw. The alchemy world is definitely huge and mysterious. No wonder an alchemist is the most honorable profession in the entire Yao Chen mainland. But after his shock, Ziyan felt a tinge of glee. Teacher, I'm not going to use the horrible foundation elixir to train. Instead, I wanted to sell it in an auction. Even though I don't have much right now, after the foundation elixir is sold, then I'd have quite a bit, and at that point buying high quality material for the foundation elixir would be super easy. Right, I see. Sure. Alchemists selling their own pills isn't interesting news, and the foundation elixir is at the lowest level of training medicine, so selling it doesn't really matter. After thinking for a while, Yao Lao carelessly said. Hearing Yao Lao's agreement, Ziyan quickly got what he needed and rushed out of his room. Because Ziyan didn't need high-quality herbs, he carelessly picked the youngest purple bluegrass and bone-washing flower in the pharmacy, and as for the monster core, he brought the cheapest core he could find, the green wood mouse monster core. After buying all the medicine, Ziyan found a hidden alley and had Yao Lao refine the herbs into the foundation elixir. The foundation elixir this time not only had a much worse effect than last time, it even had a different color, going from a near-transparent jade green to mottled ugly green. After placing the pill that was the size of half of Ziyan's fist into a wild jade bottle that he had bought earlier, Ziyan finally let out a relaxed breath. After hiding the jade bottle securely, Ziyan left the alley and ran towards Wutan City's largest auction. Chapter 21. Second-tier alchemist Guanai. Premier auctions. Wutan City's largest auction house and a branch of Jianghu Empire's richest family, the Premier family. The Premier family was extremely ancient and had been a quite powerful force in Jianghu Empire for a couple of centuries already. Their networks were definitely impressive, and some rumors even claimed that the Premier family had close ties with Jianghu Empire's royalty. In the empire, the Premier family, Nayland family, and Ritter family are the three largest families and have various connections in the commercial and military world. Therefore, with the Premier family supporting it, no matter how enticing the profits of the auction were, no one would dare to try anything against them. Looking at the auction house at the end of the street, Ziyan turned into a side alley and quickly put on a black robe. Imagine a Harry Potter school robe. The black robe did not only cover up Ziyan's face, it also altered his skinny frame to seem a lot wider. Even if Zhu was looking at the robed figure, she would not be able to realize it was Ziyan. After being covered by a black robe, Ziyan let out a relieved breath. It wasn't that Ziyan was being too careful, but rather that the foundation elixir was too precious. For clans, the attraction of foundation elixirs was huge. If someone could mass produce it, then it would mean that the younger generation of the clan would grow at an accelerated rate, which would help the clan further their power and in turn lead to a positive cycle. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xian could only choose to hide himself. Carefully touching the slightly cold white jade bottle, Xian slowly walked out of the alley and went towards the auction house at the end of the street. Under the vigilant glances by the fully armored guards, Xian walked into the auction house without stopping. As soon as Xian entered the house, the scorching feeling from the sun was replaced with a cool feeling. It made people feel as if they had stepped into a new world. Sweeping through the fancy hall, Xian quickly found a side room. On the door which led to the room were the shiny words "Inspection Room." Walking inside, the room was quite empty and only a middle-aged man who was obviously bored sat there. Hearing the door open, the man raised his head and, upon seeing the black-robed Xian, his brow slightly furrowed. But immediately, the expression on his face changed to a professional smile. "Sir, do you plan on having something inspected?" "Yes." Under the black robe, a dry and old voice lightly floated out. It was Yao La's voice. Xian walked up and placed the white jade bottle on the desk in front of the middle-aged man. "This is..." Looking confused, the middle-aged man carefully picked up the white jade bottle and sniffed it. The expression on his face immediately changed and, when he looked back at the black-robed figure, his gaze had a hint of respect. "Mister, you're an alchemist?" "Yes." The aged voice came out again. "Could I ask, what pill is within this bottle? What does it do?" Hearing that he was dealing with an alchemist, the middle-aged man asked with even more respect. "Foundation elixir. It can increase doji training speed, but only useful for people under the doji level O. It can increase the doji training speed." Hearing Yao La's words, the expression on the middle-aged man changed. Everyone knew that doji could only be trained following a set formula, and since the Cho paths for individuals are especially weak at this point, if the effects of the medicine were too fierce, then the Cho paths would burst and the person would die. "My elixir doesn't have any side effects, and the medicinal power is extremely peaceful, so it won't cause something like that to happen. You don't need to worry about that happening." As if he could understand what the middle-aged man was thinking, the wizened voice calmly explained. His expression changing once more, the middle-aged man carefully placed the white jade bottle on the table in front of him and respectfully asked, "Mister, could you wait for a second? I need to ask our auctions Guanai master to inspect this elixir." "Sure, hurry up." Waving his hand, Xian did not pretend to be polite and sat in a chair to the side. The middle-aged man quickly nodded and hurriedly left the room. Sitting on the chair, Xian remained silent and didn't attempt to speak with Yao La. This was someone else's place, and being cautious was better than not. Who knew if there were things that could listen in on their conversation? After waiting in the room for a little while, the middle-aged man returned with a green-robed elder with slightly whitened hair. On the chest of the elder were not gold stars, but rather something like an alchemy furnace, and on the alchemy furnace were two silver lines sparkling with elegance. "Mister, this is our auctions Guanai master. He's a 3 small do shy. At the same time, he's also a second-tier alchemist." The middle-aged man respectfully introduced the newcomer. Hearing the identity of the elder, Xian's brow instinctively jumped. This was the first time that he met an alchemist beside Yao La. He carefully re-examined the elder. The elder had a red face, and even though the green robe seemed ordinary, there were slivers of light surging across it. Obviously, this robe had some kind of a monster core implanted into it. On the elder's commonplace face was an ever-present arrogance, something that all alchemists had. While Xian was examining Guanai was also studying the person in front of him. Alchemists weren't like dojis, and alchemists were highly sought after by various forces. Therefore, when Guanai was studying Xian, he was also trying to guess who the alchemist was. The middle-aged man carefully picked up the jade bottle on the table and passed it to Guanai. Taking the white jade bottle, Guanai first sniffed the sweet fragrance while his old eyes closed slightly. Lightly tipping the bottle, a drop of green liquid slowly rolled from the opening of the bottle to land in the middle of Guanai's palm. Staring at the green liquid, Guanai whipped out a silver needle, and on the tip of the needle showed a slight doji fluctuation. It quietly slipped into the green liquid and slowly stirred ... With the stirring of the needle, Guni's calm face changed into a serious expression. Moments later, he placed the green liquid back into the jade bottle. When he looked at Xian again, his arrogant face had a hint of respect. Turning towards the middle-aged man, he said, "The elixir is at second tier. Everything that was said before is true." Hearing that, the middle-aged man let out a relieved breath and excitedly smiled at Xian. "Mister, do you plan on auctioning this elixir?" "Yup. Can you auction it as soon as possible?" "Hehe, that's no problem. Mister, take this and go to the first auction room. Luckily, we're having an auction there right now and your elixir will be auctioned immediately." The middle-aged man smiled while handing over a pitch-black metal card. "Okay." Taking the metal card, Xian didn't wait and left the room immediately. "Guanai master, is he really an alchemist?" Only after Xian had left their sight did the middle-aged man whispered quietly to Guanai. "Yes, he's an alchemist. His agile soul perception can't be wrong." Guanai nodded, but his brow was furrowed and he muttered, "But where did he come from? I haven't heard of any alchemist that can refine a second-tier pill in Wutan City. Shall I do some research?" Guanai paused before shaking his head. "Not now. All alchemists have weird tempers, and if he notices you trying to dig up his history, he'll have a bad impression of the auction. To be on the bad side of a mysterious alchemist is never a smart move." Turning around, Guanai lightly said, "For him to have a good impression of our auction, you should know how to do that right." "Hey, I understand. Remember, even if we can't become friends with him, we can't offend him either. Or else." Leaving behind a couple of cold words, Guanai also left the room. Chapter 22, Hurricane Chant. Under the lead of an waitress, Xian entered the already started auction. Entering the hall where the auction was being held, the originally bright environment darkened while thunderous yells poured everywhere. It made Xian furrow his brows. The auction was huge and the hall could definitely fit at least hundreds to even thousands of people. At this time, at the center of the hall, under a bright light, a red-robed beauty was using her charming voice to describe the item in her hand. Under the numbing and clear sound of the voice, the item that really wasn't worth much had its price increase at an exponential rate. Finding a remote seat, Xian quietly sat down and glanced at the beauty in the middle of the hall. With his acute observations, he realized that most of the people were here for her and not the items that were being auctioned. Premier Auction House's top auctioneer, UFEI. She was an extremely famous beauty within Wutan City and her mature charm made many attracted to her. Suddenly, the silent Xian turned around and stared at a man not too far away from him, but hidden in a corner. His arms were swaying with words of "your face," small red mouth, and his hands disappeared beneath his waist. "Damn!" Lightly cursing, Xian, who was under the robe, rolled his eyes. "This guy is so shameless." While cursing in his mind, Xian quickly moved away and bitterly smiled. His gaze once again went to the center of the hall and watched the charming curves of the auctioneer while muttering, "Yao Jing." TL. Yao Jing is a derogatory depends on context term for beauties. After looking at the item in Yafei's hand, Xian lost his interest. He didn't have that much money to buy a piece of junk, even if the seller of that item was a beautiful woman. After tearing his gaze away from Yafei, Xian started slowly looking around the hall. "Ha, father." His gaze stopping, Xian focused in on a middle-aged man sitting in the front row. Suddenly, his facial expression became one of shock. Does father have an interest in that woman? The odd thought didn't last long because Xian had discovered that his father's gaze wasn't focused on Yafei but rather was looking into the distance, as if he was waiting for something. Why is father here? Pondering the question, Xian moved his gaze again. This time, he surprisingly realized that the clan leaders of the other two big clans, Jialai clan and Elbo clan, were here. Something's going to be auctioned that attracts all of them. His brow jumping, Xian curiously touched his nose. What could have attracted all three of the clan leaders to come here? To be honest, the woman named Yafei was an expert at creating the atmosphere. Her glances and smiles would make the price of the item go up exponentially for a while. In addition, every time the price was raised, she would send a charming smile to the person who just called out the latest price and they would forget their pain of overpaying for the item. The atmosphere within the auction house was kept at a climax with her smiles. Hehe, everyone, the auction house has just received a new auction item. I believe that everyone would be interested in it. After auctioning the latest item, Yao Chen suddenly paused and said aloud towards the audience. With a wave of her hand, a waitress quickly brought up a jade plate, and in the middle of the plate was a wild jade bottle. This is a second-tier pill. With her delicate hand picking up the jade bottle, Yao Fei's charming voice calmed the auctioneers for an instant. But soon, the yells became even louder. In Doche mainland, the pills refined by alchemists were the most sought-after items. This thing is named Foundation Elixir. It is only effective to those below the Doji level. Training in Foundation Elixir allows people under the Doji level to have an increased efficiency in training. Hehe, if you like your son or grandson to be called a genius, this is perfect for you. Her attractive mouth lightly breathed the words and numbed the minds of many of the auctioneers. Foundation Elixir? It can raise one's Doche training speed. Lady Yao Chen, the people in that stage can't take the pressure of the pill, right? Even though Yao Chen was extremely charming, there were also many people that stayed calm, and after a brief silence, someone raised an essential question. Hehe, this elixir was personally inspected by our Jianan master and was found to be a second-tier pill. There will not be a problem. Everyone can be assured of that. Yao Chen lightly laughed while responding. Hearing that Jianan had personally inspected the pill, those with doubt didn't question the validity of the pill anymore. Everyone knew that Jianan master was a second-tier alchemist. In the entire Wutan city, even the clan leaders of the 3 clans were courteous towards him. Xiyan lazily leaned on his chair and watched the excited atmosphere within the crowd. Letting out a light breath, he thought, looks like this Foundation Elixir will bring quite a bit of income. Slightly shifting his gaze to his father, Xiyan realized that the previously calm expression on his father had slightly changed. 8,500. Right when Yao Fei's voice stopped, a person yelled out a price. 9,000. Another price came right after the first price had been called. The price quickly went up, and within a couple of seconds, it got to 13,000. Even though Xian's father was somewhat excited, he didn't call out a price immediately and instead closed his eyes, waiting for the small fry calls to stop. The price went up again, but soon, the voices died out. At that time, an elder also sitting in the first row lightly said, 20,000. After calling out that price, the final voices in the auction died out. Some of the hopeful looked towards that emotionless elder, but could only sit back down, disappointed. They didn't have the wealth to be in a price war with the Jialai clan. Hehe, Jialai Bai, didn't your son already become a doji? Why are you still thinking about this Foundation Elixir? A middle-aged man who was also sitting in the first row turned around to fakely smile at Jialai Bai. Elbow po, can't I buy it for my future grandson? Jialai Bai obviously didn't like the middle-aged man and coldly sneered at the latter. Let's see if your luck lets you have a grandson. Maybe someday your son finds himself without ... After silently cursing at Jialai Bai, Elbow po also called out, 23,000, 25,000. Within 10 minutes, and under the surprised stares of everyone within the auction, the two were like dogs fighting over a meal and raised the price to 31,000, 40,000. The closed-eyed Zizon suddenly spoke up. Everyone within the auction hall went silent and switched their stares to Zizon. Even Elbopo and Jialai Bai were stunned by the sudden raise in the price. Hehe, clan leader Z, looks like you really want this Foundation Elixir? Jialai Bai smiled. Zizon glanced at him and said, if you want it, then just raise the price. I promise I won't raise the price again. Jialai Bai paused and thought about the truth within Zizon's words. Soon, he shook his head, since his purpose here today wasn't for the Foundation Elixir, and to waste money that could have gone to that item was not a smart idea. Elbopo on the other side, seeing that Jialai Bai stopped raising the price, also shrugged his shoulders. Even though the Foundation Elixir was extremely tempting, his goal wasn't that. Therefore, he also stopped raising the price. Clan leader Zizon has bid 40,000 gold coins. Is there anyone that wishes to raise the price? Seeing the calm hall, Yao Chen smiled while reminding the crowd. Since no one has raised the price, this Foundation Elixir will go to clan leader Zizon. Seeing that no one responded, Yao Chen was smart and lightly tapped her small hammer on the table, signaling that the Foundation Elixir had found its new owner. In a remote area, Xiyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After so much, he had received the money off of his father. Hehe, next, we'll be auctioning the final auction item. Placing the jade bottle back within the plate, Yuefei waved her hand and the light in the hall dimmed. Bending down, she took out a silver plate and in the middle of the plate was a green, unadorned scroll. The scroll was slightly glowing green and with the reflections off of the silver plate, it was cast in a mysterious light. High Zhuan level Che method. Hurricane chant. Chapter 23. The Scramble. The moment Yuefei said high-level Zhuan Che method, the entire auction went silent. Compared to the foundation elixir, Che methods were infinitely more valuable. Even though pills were expensive, they were a one-time use item. But Che methods would last for one's entire life and can even be inherited by one's sons and grandsons. So from a long-term standpoint, a high-level Che method was much more sought after compared to pills. After all, once a person has a high-level Che method, even without the support of pills, that person can become a force to be reckoned with after a period of time. On the other hand, if one doesn't have a Che method and only has pills, then even if that person is eating pills like they are candy, he still would not become too strong. After a brief moment of shock, the auctioneers recovered and sent their burning gazes at the green scroll at the middle of the hall. Even the charming Yuefei seemed to have been forgotten. Sitting in the back row, Ziyan let out a breath. High Zhuan level Che method. No wonder. The Che method is an entire tier higher than Z clan's top Che method, Furious Lion's Rage. No wonder that the 3 clan leaders in Wuten City came here in person. So they were all gunning for this. A High Zhuan level. Watching the motionless green scroll, Ziyan instinctively licked his lips. To own that scroll would basically mean that they have a pass to become a top doji, and after a few decades, there would be a new force that would rival the 3 clans in Wuten City. It's only a High Zhuan level Che method. What's so special about that? Right, when Ziyan was fantasizing about the Che method, Yao La's voice awkwardly sounded within Ziyan. Only rolling his eyes, Ziyan felt that there was a huge gap between him and the old geezer that would claim top-tier Che methods were trash. He could only purse his lips and remain silent. Brat, just keep on training. The day that you become a doji, I'll let you see what a high-tier Che method is. After Yao La finished his thought, he became silent again. Pursing his lips again, Ziyan muttered, I hope so. Everyone, this Zhuan level Che method was found by a hunter in the mountains. It must have been left behind by an ancestor, so it won't bring anyone any trouble after they buy it. Everyone can bid without fearing that there may be consequences. Yuefei carefully held up the green scroll and lightly said, Lady Yuefei, can you set the bottom price already? One of the auctioneers impatiently yelled out. Keeping her charming smile, Yuefei said, Hurricane chant, bottom price, 200,000 gold coins. After she called out the bottom price, the auction house became visibly quieter. Obviously, a lot of the auctioneers didn't have the wealth to buy such an expensive item. In a remote region, Ziyan couldn't help but shake his head. This woman kills people without spilling blood. 200,000 gold coins is equal to the profits of Z clan for an entire 2 years. Zizon and the other 2 clan leaders visibly shivered. But they could do nothing about the price for something as valuable as this. They would be willing to pay such a high price to obtain it. Even if they didn't want to buy it, someone else would. Under the 200,000 price, no one bid at all. Facing the awkward atmosphere, Yuefei kept her charming smile. She knew that the attraction of this Che method was so huge that people would be willing to use their entire fortune to buy it. Just like her prediction, the lack of bids did not last for long. A nearly bald middle-aged man shakily yelled out, 210,000. Ziyan looked towards the voice. He knew this bald middle-aged man. The bald man was the owner of a weapon shop that nearly monopolized the entire weapons market in Wuten City. Even though he couldn't compare to the 3 clan leaders, he was still quite powerful. 230,000. Right after the weapon shop owner yelled out his price, a yellow-robed elder also called out his price. The yellow-robed elder was a huge medicine merchant that owned quite a few shops in Wuten City. Like the middle-aged man, he couldn't compare to the 3 clan leaders, but nevertheless, he was quite powerful. Giving an evil eye to the elder, the bald middle-aged man yelled out again, 240,000. Within the auction house, There were only a few bids. After all, the 200,000 price was enough to bar the majority of auctioneers from bidding. 300,000. Right when the previous two were about to quit bidding, Jialai Bai in the first row finally called out his bid. After Jialai Bai called out his bid, the two helplessly backed down. 330,000. In Wuten City, the only people that could rival Jialai clan were Z clan and Elbo clan. This price was called out by Elbo clan's clan leader, Elbo Po. Coldly glancing at Elbo Po, Jialai Bai coldly said, 350,000. Elbo Po forced out, 370,000. 380,000. 400,000. Under Elbo Po's continuous raises, Jialai Bai followed without hesitation. It seems like he was prepared to get the scroll at any cost. When the price got to 430,000, Elbo Po had to stop bidding. 430,000 was enough to force the powerful Elbo clan into a financial crisis. 450,000. Seeing Elbo Po back down, Jialai Bai didn't have a chance to celebrate before Zizon's bid his price. Coldly staring at Zizon, Jialai Bai was full of rage. In the three clans, Z clan and Elbo clan had middle Zhuan level Che methods, but Jialai clan only had a low Zhuan level Che method, which is why Jialai Bai was willing to pay any price to get this high Zhuan Che method. Under the gleeful look of Elbo Po, Jialai Bai clenched his teeth and spit out, 460,000. 500,000. The impassive Zizon raised the price to a whole new level. At the center of the auction hall, watching the two fight over the bids, Yafei's beautiful smile became even more charming. 550,000. His eyes red, Jialai Bai finally decided to raise the price again after a brief pause. You've won. Contrary to everyone's predictions, after Zizon heard Jialai Bai's bid, Zizon only smiled and taunted Jialai Bai. The surprise in Jialai Bai's expression was quickly replaced with a dark face. The rational side of him knew that he had been played. Zizon, you win. I'll remember this. After cursing at Zizon, Jialai Bai raised his head to look at the stunned Yafei. Even though he was extremely angry, he wasn't one to be dictated by his emotions and with a dark face suppressed his emotions. Lady Yafei, should the auction end? Not changing expressions because of Jialai Bai's angry stare, Yafei calmly smiled. Her eyes contained a hint of ridicule and under the tense stare of Jialai Bai lightly tapped the hammer in her hand. Hurricane chant, won by Jialai clan leader. Seeing the final moments of the auction, Ziyan smiled and slowly got up, leaving the auction house. Once I get the money, I'll start training. 1 year later, I need to give father a surprise. When he was at the doorsteps of the auction house, Ziyan lightly muttered. Chapter 24, Everything for Later. Leaving the first auction hall, Ziyan returned to the inspection room and under the respectful gaze of the middle-aged man, patiently waited. A few minutes later, with a flurry of footsteps, two shadows pushed the door open. Hey, are you the owner of the Foundation Elixir? Mister, this must be the first time you've come to Wuten City, right? With a gust of perfume, a charming yet numbing giggle sounded beside Ziyan. It made his firm mindset waver. After cursing Yao Jing, Ziyan furrowed his face further within the robe before turning around to look at the red-dressed woman beside him. With close contact, Ziyan once again realized the charm within Yafei. On the dazzling face was a pair of watery eyes with long eyelashes that seemed to always send out strands of binding ropes to men. Looking down, past the graceful white neck, Ziyan was almost sucked into her cleavage. Her natural charm even influenced the calm Ziyan. Although Ziyan had a red face, thankfully, it was covered by his robe. Calming himself, Ziya slightly nodded and at the same time, Yao Lao's voice also floated out. The auction was successful. Give me the money. I have something to do. As if she was intrigued by the age of the owner of the black robe, Yafei covered her mouth as she laughed. After a while, she recovered. Please excuse us for a little while longer. We're still working on the paperwork. Slightly nodding, Ziyan didn't open his mouth again and moved his sight from Yafei while keeping silent. Looking at the mysterious person covered in the black robe, Yafei's brows furrowed. Looks like her prodful beauty had no effect. Pursing her lips, her gaze swept over the mysterious person, trying to discern every single detail in order to find out who she was dealing with. After sweeping through Ziyan and not getting any information, Yao Fei disappointedly looked at Guanai. After their eyes met, she bit her lips and asked, Mister, Yao Fei has rarely seen an alchemist that doesn't have the alchemist badge. Could I ask for your name? Huh? Girl, coming to this place means that I need to say who I am. Under the black robe, Yao Lao's voice coldly spoke up. Hehe, Yao Fei was only curious. If Mister doesn't want to say it, Yao Fei wouldn't force you. Yao Fei lightly laughed. Through the black robe, Ziyan watched the white legs wrapped in a red dress besides. Even though he couldn't help but admire her beauty, he silently reminded himself that for Yao Fei to become the top auctioneer, she wasn't some flower pot. Everyone said that beauty was trouble. After all, in the entire Wutan city, there were countless suitors, but even to this day, none of them achieved their goal. Even though many of them blamed the Prima auction house behind her, none of them would claim that she was a pretty flower pot. With such a clever woman besides him, Ziyan was as careful as if he was walking on top of ice. He was afraid that Yao Fei would discover something from him, but thankfully, with Yao Lao talking, the mysterious geezer wouldn't be charmed by the Yao Jing besides him. From Yao Lao's impassive words, Yao Fei was unable to find any information. In the end, she gave up on trying to find new information and instead smiled while taking out a crystal card. On the card was the Prima family logo. Mister, this is the Prima auction house's VIP card. With this card, you can receive VIP treatment at any Prima family auction house. At the same time, the taxes that the auctions take would go from 5% to 2%. Hearing that, Ziyan's brows jumped. Compared to the blabber before, he liked this kind of solid benefits, so after pausing for a while, he took the crystal card. Seeing the long and pale hand out of the back robe, a glint of confusion flashed across Yao Fei's eyes. The voice from the person under the black robe was obviously the voice of an old man, but he has a hand that looks like a young man. This person, who is he? At this time, a waitress ran in and courteously handed a green card to Yao Fei. Mister, the foundation elixir sold for 40,000 gold coins and taking out 2% as auction fees. The rest is in here. Yao Fei smiled while handing the green card over. Taking the green card, Ziyan's tense heart fell. The funds for his training were inside that tiny green card. 40,000 gold coins, that would be enough to train to a doji. Since he already got the money, Ziyan didn't have any more reason to stay, and after carelessly pushing his hands together, a wizened voice calmly said, I can leave now, right? Heh, of course. If you would like to auction off any more pills, please keep the Prima auction house in mind. Yao Fei smiled. Carelessly responding, Ziyan stood up and left the tense room. Watching the disappearing shadow of Ziyan, the smile on Yao Fei's face slowly disappeared and she plucked down into a nearby chair. Guanai Shushu, is he really an alchemist? After an awkward silence, Yao Fei broke the stillness. Yeah, and his alchemy skills are better than mine. That second-tier foundation elixir, I can't refine it. Guanai answered while sighing. Even with the formula. Slightly wincing, Yao Fei's red mouth carelessly let out a dangerous sentence. Hearing Yao Fei's words, Guanai's face changed and he hurriedly said, a formula is an alchemist's life. Please don't think that again. To carelessly anger a mysterious alchemist, even for the Prima family, is a huge deal. A couple dozen years ago, the famous Sek family of Jianghu Empire enraged. Pil King Gu Hian was annihilated by Fudo Wangs that Gu He sent. Even the Jianghu Empire's royalty wouldn't control the matter. Even though our family is much stronger than the Sek family, it's best not to offend some mysterious alchemist. Alchemists are like a hornet's nest. Once you poke it, he'll find countless friends, and many experts would love to have an alchemist owe them a favor. Watching the panicking Guanai, Yao Fei bitterly smiled while massaging her forehead. Guanai Shushu, what are you saying? I wasn't thinking any of that. Do you think that Yao Fei has wasted these few years? I was reminding you. Hearing Yao Fei's words, Guanai let out a breath. He was really afraid that she would do something stupid. Pursing her lips, Yao Fei propped up her cheek while sighing. Alchemists, they really are some dangerous people, but why don't I have such a talent? Chapter 25. I'll pay for it. After he sneaked back into his room, Ziyan quickly closed the door and went to the corner of the room, before finally taking out a bunch of medical herbs and magic crystals. He carefully placed them in the cabinet and deeply sniffed the smell of herbs as he smiled with relief. To practice uninterrupted, Xian had purchased the amount of herbs needed for 8 months of usage, allowing him to practice non-stop for the rest of the year. As he affectionately patted the cabinet, his lips cracked open and he lazily goes on the side of his bed, putting his head down. Today's activities had made him really tired. "Yan, are you there?" A mumbled voice and a knock passed through his door. Opening his blurry eyes, Xian hurriedly jumped out of his bed, then opened his room's door, looking at Zijiao outside of the door and asked, "Father, do you need something? Can't I see for you even if I don't need anything from you? You kid, you hid from me for 2 months." Zizon reprimanded as he rubbed Ziyan's head affectionately. Looking at Zizon's warm smiling face, Ziyan's was moved as he pumped his sore nose, not knowing what to say. "Are you still feeling responsible for that?" "Ha ha, if she can't take a liking to my son, it is her loss. You don't have to be sad. Why should a great man act like a little kid? I know that this son of Zizon is not a cripple," Zizon boldly said. "Ha ha, father, after 3 years, Yana will go to the faction of Misty Clouds personally," Ziyan said in a soft voice with a smile. Zizao's smiling face became more serious as he stared at Ziyan. After a while, he said with some hesitation, "Father feels fine, but are you really going to? Father isn't saying that you can't reach Nalan Yanran, but the strength of the faction of Misty Clouds." Ziyan smiled as he nodded, his thin lips forcing a somewhat stubborn line. "Father, that there are some things, that as a man, I have to bear." "Aha, this temper of yours resembles mine much. If your 2 big brothers knew that you thought like this, they would probably be very happy towards Ziyan's dedication." Zizon smiled pleased before sighing and nodded heavily. "Good. Father waits for his son to give him some face. I want the old bastard Nalan Shu to beg me to remake that marriage promise." Ziyan nodded and couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, I'll give you this. Consider it as your father's support." He handed to Ziyan a very familiar white bottle. Looking at this elixir that went back to his own hands, Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. But on his face, he maintained a puzzled expression. "Father, this is Foundation Elixir. It'll accelerate your doche cultivation. I just bought it today." Zijan's mouth smiled. "You must have spent a lot of money for this, right?" As he received the white jade bottle, Ziyan's heart felt warm. 40,000 gold coins, but if it can be of use to you, it is worth its price. Zizon smiled, as though he didn't care. "You spent 40,000 gold coins for buying me this Foundation Spirit Elixir? Won't the elders perhaps cause trouble to you using this excuse?" Ziyan smiled bitterly. "TSSK, I am the clan leader. They can at most utter some words," Zizon said coldly. "Father, thank you. During the adult ceremony in 1 year, I will make them shut their mouth completely." Ziyan calmly laughed as he said that. "Good. I am waiting for my son to transform once more." Although he didn't know from where Ziyan's confidence came from, Zizon was very happy seeing his son's confident appearance. "All right, I won't disturb your rest. If there are any problems, come and see your father. As a family member, I cannot let you be disgraced." Waving his hand, Zizon turned around as he took big strides leaving the front yard. "Shit, I also have to face these old fools now. I only spent 40,000 gold coins, but they will act like I had spent the money that was supposed to be used for buying their coffins." From the night, Zijan's mutters floated to Ziyan. Looking at his father vanish into the darkness, Ziyan touched his nose and smiled while saying in a low voice, "Relax, father. I will use reality to make these people quiet. 3 years before, I could make them look up at me. 3 years after, I will still be able to." After standing at his door for a while, Ziyan put away the white jade bottle. Then, he shot a look at the corner of the room, teasing, "Girl, is it fun to eavesdrop on people?" "Ziyan JJ, that was keen from you." From the corner, a pretty young girl wearing a purple skirt came out elegantly. Leaning her little head, a big smile was revealed on her beautiful face. Looking at the mischievous girl's face, Ziyan helplessly shook his head. "Where did Ziyan JJ go this afternoon?" Zana came forward, walked up lightly and asked with a smile. "I was just on a little stroll, is that so?" Her eyes looking up and down, Zana suddenly took a step forward and bent slightly. Her nose wrinkled while she said, "I smell the fragrance of a woman." ***, come on, why would I have a woman's fragrance? Ziyan's immature face suddenly blushed, but in the dark, his as well as the girl's face couldn't be seen clearly. He. Seemingly liking this predicament Xian was in, Zona laughed and a moment later, stopped laughing, before quietly saying, "A moment ago, I also heard Zishushu's words. I believe that Xian Zheizhe, yup. In the future, you really want to go to the faction of the Misty Clouds. Zona will come with you to help you." Hearing this, Xian blinked and tightly stared at the young girl's beautiful small face. Under Xian's unrestrained vision, Zona's her face flushed a little from shyness as she whispered, "Xian Zheizhe, what are you looking at?" Hey, Zona can also blush, such a rare sight, Xian unexpectedly said with a smile. Zona coldly glanced at Xian and she muttered under her breath, "And you can also glance at people this way? Good, good. Have confidence in Zheizhe. Although the faction of Misty Clouds is formidable, I am still young. This Yan who spoils that girl Nalan Yanran definitely isn't too great of a teacher." Xian smiled as he rubbed the black hair of the young girl. "Well, it is late. Head back for a rest." Looking at Xian waving, Zona shakes her head reluctantly and went into the darkness under his sight. After turning a corner, sounds could be heard from a quarrel between Zizon and the several elders. The topic of the quarrel, how the 40,000 gold coins were used. Stopping, Zona's little eyebrows wrinkled and she lets out a small sigh while a purple card appeared between her slim fingers. Her fingertips flicking the purple-colored gold card, making the purple gold card flash into golden light as it soared towards the room where the elders are quarreling with Zizon. The room suddenly became silent while Zona faintly said, "This is the money for the foundation elixir? In this card there are 100,000 gold coins. Now that I've given you this, I hope that you elders won't continue to give Uncle Z trouble." The room was completely silent before the yes acknowledgements from the three elders came through. Chapter 26, Intensive Training, Octane Blast. In the forest, a crisp roar rang out. An agile shadow was jumping flexibly in these woods, and even though the forest was densely covered with thorns, they didn't obstruct him at all. In the next instant, the shadow unexpectedly stopped before a 0.5 meter large tree, and with the body half slanted, an elbow slammed against the tree. Bang! A noise rang as wood splinters scattered. Spidery cracks appeared on the point of impact and spread throughout the whole tree. Crunch ... The tree had a huge gaping hole with the elbow hit and emitted a crunching sound before loudly falling to the ground a moment later. The moment the big tree fell, the agile shadow quickly took a few steps back vigorously like a monkey and lightly floated to a green-colored stone. Looking at the results of his efforts, Xian's delicate small face showed a smile. In the past 3 months, this was the first time he had succeeded in using the Octane Blast, a high Zhuan level skill. This Octane Blast that could rival a Dido technique didn't let Xian down. With Xian's 6 Duanche, he could rival the destruction of a person at 8 Duanche. The more one's Duanche level rises, the harder it is for one to raise their Duanche. But since the auction, Xian went into intensive training for 3 months and only a few days before did his Duanche jump from 5 Duanche to 6 Duanche. To gain 1 Duanche in 3 months, although this speed is slower compared to the 2 months needed for reaching 5 Duanche, Xian was still very satisfied. When he was training before, it took him an entire half year to go from 5 Duanche to 6 Duanche. The current speed is terrifying. After having used Octane Blast, Xian's whole body was like a sponge which was suddenly squeezed of its water. A noticeable pain was constantly corroding his nerves while the veins on his arms were visibly pulsing. These were the signs of extreme exhaustion. Licking his lips, Xian struggled to turn his head to look at his right elbow. What entered his vision was a crimson elbow. TSS. A corner of his mouth cracked open while Xian inhaled a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, "No wonder I had to bear such harsh beatings. Or else what this strike would have broken wouldn't have been the tree, but my arm. This Octane Blast skill is pretty much a comparison of who has the harder body." His whole body lying on the ice-cold stone, Xian's rapid breathing slowly calmed down. However, the aching sensations of Xian's body made him not want to move even his finger yet. With Xian's 6 Duanche, he could at most use the Octane Blast once, and after using it, he would be completely depleted of his strength until much later. Xian threw back his head, narrowed his eyes and lazily looked at the floating clouds in the blue sky. A slight breeze brushes by, blowing a wisp of his black hair to flap against his forehead. Seeping through his body as Xian rested were the foundation elixirs that he had absorbed for the past months, and now they were at work, repairing his muscle tissue and cells at maximum speed, bringing new energy to Xian. Teacher, how long do I need to keep practicing before I can attain 7 Duan Cha? While his eyes were shut, Xian suddenly whispered. His goal was to attain 7th rank and thus acquiring the qualification to enter the Z clan's Do Che Hall, where he could find Che methods to practice. Even though, at this point, those Che methods are at a far too low level for him, he must acquire these qualifications because it related to the face of his father. A cold breeze blew by as Yao La's transparent body appeared besides the enormous stone. With a happy expression in his face as he looked at his junior, Yao Lao first took note of the big tree. Then he nodded as he said with a smile, "Your training speed is beyond my expectations. Originally I believed that even with the help of the elixir, you would need a year before entering 7 Duan Cha. Or is it because you were suppressed far too hard before bouncing back now? Looking at this progress, within 2 months, you can certainly enter the 7th Do Che rank." Hearing this, Xian's lips lifted up, making a turn of a faint smile. He really wanted to know, after these 3 years during which he has been unceasingly taunted by his clan members, when they will see his strength, what kind of expression will they show? That day, when he was talking to Nalan Yanran in the main hall, didn't those words apply to them as well? I, Xian, could create a miracle 3 years ago, and 3 years later, I can still do it. His vision glittered a little as Xian thought about half a year before, how he was taunted in the main hall. But even though his silhouette was lonely, it was unbending and persistent. Nalan Yanran, I am catching up to you step by step. Wait for me. We shall meet in faction of misty clouds in 3 years. The corner of his mouth suddenly frowning a little, the youth jumped as he raised his head to roar at the distant sky. Watching at his junior roaring, Yao Lao showed a smile and didn't stop him. People need pressure to mature. The current Xian has enough talent, but what he needs is pressure to push him. Nalan Yanran's decision was the best pressure possible. Let her be your stepping stone. In the road to become respected, you still have a big distance left to finish. Go, let's head back for practicing. Roaring several times, the smile on Xianya's face grew bigger. Soon he jumped off the boulder and waved at Yao Lao before beginning his descent from the mountain, still smiling. Chapter 27. Rushing 7 Duan Cha. Time was like water, slipping through one's finger quickly and mysteriously. The scorching summer had been replaced with the cool fall and the light green branches had already showed hints of yellow. The room was still neat and sunlight would still scatter through the windows. There was a wood basin in the room where a young man was training. He had both of his eyes closed and both hands folded. The training for the majority of the year had forced a hint of stubbornness to appear on the young man's delicate and smooth face. His tight lips showed how determined he was, and his original white skin that was as white as a woman's had become slightly yellow with the beatings in the past months. His small physique didn't seem too muscular, but had the burst potential like a jaguar. Looking from every angle, the young man was transforming at a terrifying speed, and when this transformation was done, he would shock everyone. Under the smooth breathing of the young man, strands of green airflow slowly lifted from the wood basin and followed the young man's breath into his body. I will get to 7 Duan Cha today. When he was training, Xian suddenly had the thought pop into his head. Even though there was no proof to back the thought up, it felt as if it was the word of God, the truth. In the previous month, Xian had attempted to get to 7 Duan Cha quite a few times, but every time failure would greet him. Maybe it was because today's training was basically the last drop to a full cup, but finally, Xian knew that he would get to 7 Duan Cha. The sudden thought made Xian almost break his folded hands apart and exit from training. Thankfully, Xian was able to suppress the thought and take an effort to calm down. As his breath calmed, Xian started to greedily absorb energy to break through 7 Duan Cha. In the wooden basin, the green elixir started emitting 7 colored sparkles as countless strands evaporated and rushed into Xian's body. As the green airflows increased in number, they not only covered Xian's body, but also hid the wooden basin within a layer of green mist. Under Xian's absorption of the energy, the green liquid within the basin was paling considerably. Because of the huge amount of energy that he absorbed, Ziyan's small face began to flush red, but also glow hints of green. Xiao, who was rushing 7 duanche, had undoubtedly become a huge magnet, not only sucking energy from the surrounding air, but also creating mini whirlpools within the wood basin. In the first 9 duanqis, 1 to 3 duanche were considered low level, 4 to 6 duanche were middle level, and 7 to 9 duanche were high leveled. The 7th duanche was basically a gap between duanqis. Once one gets to 7 duanche, then they would have gotten to the high-leveled duanche and have a couple times as much doche compared to 6 duanche. Therefore, 7 duanche was considered as the first lock to becoming a doji. With the green whirlpools, the green liquid within the basin became lighter and lighter in color before changing to a bowl of clear water. Without the energy from the foundation elixir, the green aura around Xian's face slackened and he could only absorb the energy in the air to complete his 7 duanche. Even though it was possible to use the energy in the air to break through 7 duanche, but it would take much longer, and even if he does get to 7 duanche, he would need an entire month before he would find himself truly at the level of 7 duanche. But what Xian was missing the most was time. When the foundation elixir finally gave out, Xian's black ring flickered and a jade green foundation elixir droplet fell into the basin. Suddenly, the clear water turned back into a shade of dark green. With the fresh foundation elixir's energy, Xian silently thanked Yao Loa and, while keeping his hands folded, controlled his breathing to crazily absorb the new energy. After crazily absorbing energy for an entire hour, Xian finally slowed down, and at this point, the dark green water had paled by a few shades. Taking in the final strand of energy, Xian's body, after a brief pause, started shaking violently. His stomach pushed in while his eyes suddenly opened. Within the black pupils were hints of white and green. Finally, opening his mouth, Xian let out a breath of stale air. After the stale breath left Xian, he finally straightened. With his eyes blankly staring forward, Xian turned his neck to meet crisp bone-cracking sounds. Then he curled his hand to feel a solid strength that brought a smile to Xian's lips. Finally, 7 duanche. Closing his eyes, Xian started to explore the abundant doche within his body. Chapter 28. Strengthening Vacuum Hand. Xian lay in the wooden basin, his body submerged in the cool foundation elixir, absorbed in the feeling of firm strength that he had just acquired. Normal methods of getting to 7 duanche required a period of rest and recovery. However, Xian did not need it since he had the foundation elixir. He was already in peak condition. After lying in the basin for a while, until his excited emotions calmed, Xian finally lazily got up. The attached water droplets sparkled joyously under the bright sunshine. Taking a lazy stretch, Xian's bones gave crisp cracks as if they were brand new. Carelessly turning his head, Xian's right hand locked onto his bed and pulled his clothes into his hand. Nice. My doche increased by quite a bit. I should be able to influence someone's actions now, right? Xian muttered as he dressed himself. Unfortunately, this vacuum hand doesn't have any power when attacking. Sucking blood from one's enemy applies only to people with weaker doche than me. For anyone with greater doche than me, it'd be among the worst to use. Contemplating the negative effects of vacuum hand, Xian sighed in disappointment. However, even if the technique was terrible, it was the first do technique that he had ever owned. Just as he was about to step out of the basin, a thought came to him. He pursed his lips. Eyes gleaming, Xian slowly curled his right hand into a fist and raised his arm so that his hand was about half a foot away from a flower vase. He stared intently at his hand and deliberately avoided looking at his target. Xian's doche burst from his palm without the guidance of Che. Licking his lips, Xian's doche burst out of his palm without any planned Che paths or pressure points. To be able to externalize doche without the use of Che paths was something the doshai could barely do. Xian's attempt resulted in nothing more than a moderate gust of wind. The air flowed from his palm and connected with the vase, almost knocking it off the table. Even though he failed to externalize the doche, Xian's face bore an expression of elation. He excitedly rubbed his hands together and quickly took a few steps back before raising his hand at the vase again. Vacuum hand. A small roar and a huge pulling force forced the flower vase to spiral towards Xian. Right when the vase was about 3 feet away from Xian, the pulling force on Xian's hand disappeared and was replaced by Dou Che rapidly trying to externalize on his palm. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind blew against the approaching vase. Peng! The two counteracting forces met in midair and the vase that was in the middle of the clash suddenly broke into countless ceramic pieces. Man, Xian hates vases. Seeing the results of his experimentation, Xian's small face was full of happy surprise. The combination of the pulling and pushing force caused a destruction far greater than he had imagined. Even though Xian's plentiful Dou Che had almost been exhausted by that experiment, Xian was still extremely excited. The pushing force was caused through a low-level method which had a great consumption of Dou Che with barely mediocre results. If he had a Dou technique that was the opposite of vacuum hand, then the two combined, he was sure, would have a great effect. Brat, pretty good. To have thought up this method to strengthen vacuum hand. The black ring sparkling, Yao ghostly floated out and praised Xian while inspecting the ceramic fragments. Xian smiled and his eyes quickly circled around Yao. On Xian's face was an expression of sadness and falling. If there was a Dou technique that would create a pushing effect and if you could train that Dou technique to a high level, then this low Zhuan level vacuum hand could have the power of a middle to high Zhuan technique. As if he didn't see Xian's falling face, Yao muttered to himself, "Teacher, you know that non-attack oriented Dou techniques are super rare. Getting the vacuum hand was pure luck, and now, where do you expect me to find a Dou technique to complement vacuum hand?" Xian tilted his head and said dejectedly, "Stop making that innocent face. I know that you're trying to get it from me." Giving Xian an evil eye, Yao angrily said, "It's not like someone else didn't think of what you just thought up, but these two non-attack oriented Dou techniques are extremely rare and therefore, no one has been able to actually combine their effects. Even teacher doesn't have something." Hearing that, Xian's small face darkened. He knew that without a set technique to produce a pushing force, he would have to rely on his Dou Che externalizing, which was not a smart move. Seeing Xian's dispirited face, Yao smiled while massaging his forehead. After a while, he said, "There was someone before that begged me for a pill. I think that I took a Dou technique like vacuum hand as payment. If I didn't have an already finished pill at that time, I would not have traded with that person. This was pretty long ago. If you didn't remind me today, then I probably would have really forgotten about it. All right, I found it." Moving his finger from his forehead, Yao placed his finger on Xian's forehead. With the finger, a huge influx of information overwhelmed Xian, and only after a while did Xian finally understand the new glob of information. Fire palm, low Zhuan level, able to create huge gusts. The simple explanation along with the uncreative name made this low Zhuan level technique seem extremely shabby. The founder of this was a blacksmith who had been a blacksmith for his entire life. Because of the fire of the furnace, after a couple decades, he invented this technique. Watching the tight-faced Xian, Yao taunted. Rolling his eyes, Xian was quite impressed with the blacksmith. Creating a Dou technique was no mean feat, and definitely not something that an ordinary hammer-wielding blacksmith could create. Fire palm wasn't hard to learn, and under Yao's help, Xian only took 2 hours before having an introductory grasp on the basics of it. Standing in his room, Xian stared at the final flower vase in his room. Taking a deep breath and curling his hand, he said, "Vacuum hand." With the strong pull, the flower vase quickly flew towards Xian. Staring at the incoming vase, Xian quickly stopped using vacuum hand and forced his Dou Che to follow the Che paths of fire palm. Fire palm. Right when the vase was about to hit Xian's forehead, a strong gust of wind emerged from Xian's hand, and suddenly the room was subjected to a wind on par with a hurricane. Peng, another crisp sound of a vase breaking sounded. But this time, the vase was ground into a fine dust from the two opposing forces. Great! With white dust covering his whole body, Xian quickly jumped out of the vase's explosion ground zero. Watching the outcome of the vase, light shone in Xian's eyes. If he was able to master both of the skills and change them without pause, then he could make unprepared people take a huge loss. Patting off the white dust, Xian knew that he had a new training task in the next 3 months. 3 months later will be his coming-of-age ceremony. Hey, a lot of people are probably hoping that I make a fool of myself at the coming-of-age ceremony, right? In the scattered room, a young and cold laugh sounded. Chapter 29. An important day. The final 3 months had mostly passed and it was only a single month away from Xian's coming-of-age ceremony. Within the clean room, Xian blankly stared at the green liquid inside the wood basin. What he was looking at was the last of the foundation elixir. At the final few stages of Duanche, it was becoming incredibly difficult to raise his Duanche. Xian's 7 Duanche hadn't been rising by much for the past 3 months and the feeling of breaking through to 8 Duanche never came to Xian. Staring at the basin like a fool for a while, Xian finally pulled back his gaze while shaking his head. Can I use this last foundation elixir to get to 8 Duanche? Slowly straightening his numb body, Xian, surprisingly, didn't start training. Instead, he took out black clothes from his closet. The month before the coming-of-age ceremony, all of the participants in the ceremony had to attend a test. The test was to eliminate those whose Duanche wasn't high enough. Those that had more than 7 Duanche were allowed a chance to go into the Duanche hall to find a Che method after completing their coming-of-age ceremony. On the other hand, those that were below 7 Duanche would lose that chance and be exiled to the clan's property after the ceremony. Unless they show exceptional talent or bravery, they would never get a chance to become part of the inner circle of the Z clan. Right after he put on his clothes, a light knock came from the door. Xian Zheizhe, are you there? Hearing a high girly voice, Xian's brows jumped while he quickly buttoned his clothes before hiding the wood basin in an overlooked corner. After checking that all was fine, he slowly waltzed to the door and opened the door. When the door opened, warm sunshine flew onto him and Xian with the black clothing seemed especially spirited. Outside of the door, a young girl wearing a light and refreshing green robe with a purple cloth belt was patiently waiting for Xian. Watching the girl outside of his door, Xian was shocked for quite a while before recovering and said, "This early, I thought it was a goddess that came down, but taking a closer look, it was Zana." Hearing Xian taunting praise, Zana's agile eyes blinked and her small mouth curved into a smile. However, from her brows that were almost in the shape of a crescent moon, one could tell the happiness she felt. With a hint of happiness in her eyes, Zana raised her delicate chin and started examining the young man in front of her. After a year's worth of training, Xian had grown out of his naivety and instead, on his delicate and well-figured face were a few hints of manly charm. After a long period of beat receiving training, his overall body tone was full of muscles and even though he was covered by a black shirt, his figure seemed rippling with energy. Walking out of the room and closing the door, Xian finally saw the dumbstruck Zana that wasn't even blinking as she stared at him. Confused, Xian took a look of himself and asked, "Is there anything wrong with me?" Her beautiful face blushing, Zana quickly moved her sight away and smiled. "Let's go, Xian Zheizhe. Today's the pre-test for the coming-of-age ceremony. Are you ready?" Narrowing his eyes, Xian shrugged his shoulders while his lips went up with a stubborn pride. His hands slowly curled into fists as he said, "The title of cripple, I'll return it to those that gave it to me today." Watching the confident Xian, Zun also nodded her head. "I believe in Xian Zheizhe." "Of course you believe in me. You've probably determined what Duanche I'm at already." Xian gave her a white eye and helplessly said. Watching the depressed Xian, Zun slightly nodded her head but quickly responded, "Getting to 7 Duanche from 3 Duanche in less than a year. Xian Zheizhe's talent. Even Zana's talent is far inferior to yours. All right, let's go." Xian touched his nose and affectionately tapped Zana's head. Then he quickly started taking huge strides to the clan's training field. Watching the completely different backline of Xian, without the sadness and loneliness from the past, Zana smiled and muttered, "Xian Zheizhe, Zana knew that you would take back your respect and honor." On the green-rocked training field, at least 100 boys and girls were waiting there. Their chatter was like a low roar that spread quite far. At the middle of the training field was a huge black monument which was a testing monument that only clans with quite a bit of power could own because of its high price. Next to the black monument was the same impassive tester from 1 year ago. On an elevated platform to the left of the training field were the clan's more prominent members. At the middle of the platform was the clan leader, Zizon, surrounded by the 3 elders. Inside the field, the about-to-be tested examinees were all standing. Those that performed quite highly before didn't show much stress on their faces, while those that didn't have much talent had tense and scared faces. Zizon examined the people in the training field with a dark face and sighed inwardly. Yan, can you pass this test? Clan leader, it's almost time. Why isn't Ziyan here yet? The second elder furrowed his brows and asked. Zizon gave him a sideways glance and said, it's not time yet, why be in such a hurry? The second elder I know isn't such a hasty person. With the rebuttal from Zizon, the second elder's face was somewhat ugly when he coldly retorted. Even if you gave him that foundation elixir, he can't possibly get to 7 Duanche in 1 month. You should stop hoping for some miracle. Hearing that, Zizon's face flashed with anger. He was also worrying about that, and the second elder hit his soft spot. But right when he was about to respond to the second elder's barebone words, a slight disturbance occurred in examinees in the training field. Looking towards the disturbance, Zizon saw two shadows slowly coming over from the end of the path leading to the training field. Their steps weren't hurried, as if they were unaffected by today's test. Narrowing his eyes to get a better sight of the black-clothed young man's light smile, Zizon didn't know why, but he felt much, much better all of a sudden. Chapter 30. The one who humiliates gets humiliated in the end. Watching the Xiao who was coming with Zana, the young man in the training field showed a face full of envy and disdain. In the entire Z clan, the only one who was close to Zana was the famous cripple. At the edge of the field and surrounded by a huge number of peers, Zining stared at Ziyan with anger emanating from his eyes. Little bastard, after today, let's see if you have enough face to be with Zana. With a low curse, Zining smiled, thinking about the misfortune about to befall Ziyan. Ignoring the gazes of envy and anger, Ziyan brought Zana to the back of the line and started chatting. Watching the relaxed Ziyan, the people on the platform were all surprising, thinking that maybe Ziyan didn't know how this test would change his future. Hehe, he knows he's going to fail. The second elder teased. The second elder was expecting Zizon to rage against him, but after waiting for quite a while, Zizon didn't say anything. In shock, the second elder tilted his head to look at Zizon. Second elder, instead of predictions, you should look at the results. Or else, when the time comes, you'd be throwing away face. Zizon gave a deep glance at Ziyan who was relaxing under the sun. His mouth twitching, the second elder retorted, hope so. I'm also hoping that he can bring me some surprises. Alright, it's time. Let's start. The first elder cut both of them off and started the test. Zizon nodded while standing up. Taking a look at the silent training field, he roared, you are all new blood of the Z clan and should know the importance of this test. From the test, if you're above 7 Duanche, then you've made it. However, if you didn't make it, you can challenge someone that's about 7 Duanche according to the rules. If you win, you will also make it. Alright, now that everyone knows the rules, let's start the test. With Zizon's low roar, the trainees all began to tense up. Besides the black monument, the impassive operator stepped up and took out a heavy pamphlet that had all of the names. His cold voice made him seem like the devil to people called out by him, cross-legged sitting on the clean and smooth ground. Ziyan calmly watched those whose doche didn't make the requirement and were crying. Coldly pursing his lips, he didn't feel any pity for them. He knew from first-hand experience that they loved to pick on those that had lower doche than them, in particular, the cripple that was once a genius. When they were insulting clansmen that were of lower doche than themselves, they probably never thought that this day would come. The one who humiliates gets humiliated in the end. Zana sitting next to Ziyan also was impassive. Like a lotus that wouldn't be affected by the mud around it, she slowly twirled her head while sneaking peeks at Ziyan. Zimi? The operator's cold voice brought a jump to Ziyan's brows and his closed eyelids slowly went up. Zana, who was intently watching Ziyan from the side, curled her nose as she saw Ziyan's actions. She used to be quite close to Ziyan G-Ge ... While narrowing her eyes, Zana stared at the red-clothed girl walking up. Soon, Zana blinked and tilted her head to look at Ziyan's curved smile, saying, I'm quite curious about what kind of attitude she have towards Ziyan JJ after today. Ziyan shrugged his shoulders and whispered back, some things, once destroyed, will always be destroyed. No matter how much it's repaired, there will always be an obvious crack. In this clan, there aren't many people that I approve of. Does Zana count? Zana's red mouth made a mischievous smile as she asked Ziyan. Taking a strand of Zana's hair and gently slipping it through his finger, Ziyan answered, of course, Her large eyes curved into beautiful crescent moons, while her actual gaze fell upon a blank space. The sight of her was entrancing. Back when we were still small, he would sneak into my room and try to help me improve my body. Even though it was such a stupid method that looking back on it, I can't believe that he would have thought it up. He still continued it for 2 years. A smile appeared on her delicate face, bringing out the cute dimples. Turning her head, Zana thought, in this entire clan, there aren't many people that Zana approves of either, only you. From afar, Zining felt his face twitching when he saw the close conversation between Ziyan and Zana. Jealousy raged in his heart while he resisted the urge to go over there and destroy perfect scene. Dozi Li, 8 Duan, TL. Dozi Li, Doche and Dozi Che are all the same thing, Doche. On the black monument, a bright light was emitted as those words were displayed on it. Zmi, Dozi Li, 8 Duan, high level. Taking a glance at the black monument, the impassive operator slightly nodded while calling out her score. Hearing the operator's voice, Zmi let out a breath as her face became filled with pride. To go from 7 Duan Che to 8 Duan Che in just 1 year was an accomplishment that would net her among the top 5 in her generation. With such an impressive result, it was no wonder that she would be so excited. The operator's voice led a huge disturbance within the training fields as glances of envy and jealousy fell towards Zmi. To raise 1 Duan Che in 1 year, barely decent ... Touching his nose, Ziyan calmly evaluated. Yup. Zana played with her hair as she carelessly glanced over Zmi, who was surrounded by her friends like a princess. But after Zmi, out of the dozen or so people, only one person got to 7 Duan Che. The rest were all eliminated. Zana, the impassive operator, surprisingly, had a bit of emotion when he called this name. Everyone's gaze fell upon Zana, who was sitting next to Ziyan as they heard that name. Ziyan JJ. Don't be too surprised later. Standing up, Zana bent down to mischievously smile at Ziyan. His brows twitching, Ziyan watched the beautiful backline of Zana as he muttered, "Did she become a doji?" Chapter 31. 1-star doji. Looking at the green-clothed girl firmly walking forward, the training field became silent as blazing gazes focused upon her figure. From the high platform, all high-class clan members stopped their chatter as they also focused on the pearl of Z clan. Zizon, together with the 3 elders, all had a serious face, with a hint of curiosity. They really want to know what stage the number 1 person of the younger generation in Z clan has achieved after 1 year of training. Here, all eyes zoomed intensively downwards at the girl who is walking towards the stone monument at a pace that was neither slow nor fast. She raised her small hand, revealing her snow-white skin as the sleeve is pulled back. As her precious hands softly touched the stone monument, Zana gradually closes her eyes as her inner doche quickly strengthened. Accepting the incoming doche, the ever-silent monument shined out bright rays of light. 1-star doji. Looking at these 4 giant words shining on the stone monument in the center of the training ground, for a moment everybody was silenced. Then, as if awakening, they all burst into cheers. Miss Zana, 1-star doji. Being surprised by the 4 shining yellow letters, the operator couldn't help but shake his head. Ha ha, 15 years old doji. She truly is. Listening to the announcement of the examiner, Zizon took a light breath, but his last words became mumbled. The 3 elders lightly nodded as their faces showed their surprise. Although there was still a slight difference with Ziyan's achievement of becoming a doji when he was 12 years old, this training speed of hers can be considered monstrous. In the middle of the training ground, Dmi, who had just been admired by everyone, was also dizzied by the 4 shining words on the stone pillar. Staring at the monument, she felt a sense of helplessness. Only 15 years old to become a 1-star doji, that achievement blinded her who didn't expected that prowess from Zana. At the end of the crowd, Ziyan nervously pursed his lips. He didn't expect Zana to enter the doji zone and also reach 1 star, a whole tier above someone who just compressed his or her chi cyclone. This speed of training can even be compared to him who's using foundation elixir to boost his training speed. Zana ignored the other people and furrowed her brow disapprovingly as if she didn't like the attention. Then she walked back into the crowd and noticing Ziyan's surprise, she smiled playfully. Don't be so proud. With your talent, this achievement is within my expectation. If you didn't reach doji level, then I would be quite surprised. Xiao shrugged and joked. Hearing that, Zana's little face became sorrowful for a moment, glancing at him. Pulling Zana to sit down on the mat, Xiao looked bored as he observed other clan members continuing the examinations. Honestly speaking, to train one's doche to 7 duanche before the age of 15 required decent talent to succeed. However, those with decent talent aren't as plentiful as one may think, and even within the entire Z clan, only 2 to 3/10 people make it. As time passed, more and more people were deemed unqualified, dulling the atmosphere of the training field. Those that didn't pass showed a long face when they were rejected, but when they saw others also not pass, a slight smile would creep onto their faces. Sitting on the ground, Xiao continued to observe the examination. Over 100 of examinee, but only 2 people were like Xiao and got 8 duanche, and nobody achieved 9 duanche, let alone becoming a doji. Of course, it's with Zana excluded. On the field, the number of examinees slowly dwindled, and finally there were only Xiao and several people left. Soon, a bleak young examinee stood up and went up, even though he knew that he had no chance of qualifying. For the last dozen or so examinees, everybody knew that these people were at the bottom of the clan, and if not for fair examinations, it was probably that these people would have been disqualified without ever testing. Xiao, standing next to the stone pillar below, the operator announced the name with difficulty. Xiao, it's your turn, Zana said gently, her soft small hands lightly holding Xian's hand. Slightly raising his head, Xiao opened his eyes and scanned the training field. He couldn't help but snicker when he saw the gazers filled with expectations of his failure. Slowly standing up, Xiao turned his head toward the high platform and grinned at Zizon. Looking at his son coming forward while smiling toward him, Zizon cheerfully nodded his head while one hand brought a teacup forward and smoothly laid back on his chair. Silently inhaling, Xiao confidently walked toward the stone pillar. His eyes shined a strange light that made the laughing clan members widen their eyes. Under complex gazes, Xiao finally got to the black monument. Looking at the black-clothed youth in front of him, the examiner sighed internally. That year, when Xiao created a miracle, he was the first one to witness it, but he was also the witness of the sad steps of the genius 3 years after that bright shine. If today's miracle doesn't happen, this would also be the last time this youth gets examined. On the training ground, the intense gazes focused on Xiao, whose chest slowly rose as he brought his hand forward and rested it upon the cold, hard, stone pillar. At this moment, everybody focused their gaze upon the monument. They all knew that this was the last time they would ever see the genius who once shocked all of Wutan City in a doche examination. The stone monument went silent for a moment before bright light blazed out. Upon the stone monument were bright yellow words, making all the hearts in the field stop for a moment. Dozili 7 Duan, Chapter 32 Challenge. Silence, a death-like silence. Everyone in the field looked at the monument's 5 words in shock. Their facial expressions were colorful, and soon, countless deep breaths resonated throughout the field. Kacha, on the high platform, Zizhan's jade cup was crushed to dust as a mix of dust and tea trickled down his hand. 7 Duan. Yana, you ... You really did it. Zizhan's eyes moistened as he watched the young man under the black monument. He knew that in order to get to 7 duanche, Xiao must have made an incredible effort. The 3 elders next to Zizhan had faces full of incredulity. To have gone from 3 duanche just a year ago to 7 duan. This speed, impossible. Hehe. Clan leader's foundation elixir is pretty good. Hehe. The second elder swallowed dryly and combined his shock with his not yet gone taunt from before to make a ridiculous expression. Zizhan didn't hide his excitement when he said, "Second elder, do you really believe that a second-tier foundation elixir has such a strong effect?" The second elder paused before shaking his head. He was no idiot and knew that even though the foundation elixir could raise one's training speed, it was physically impossible to raise for duanche within a year. Next to the black monument, the operator blankly stared at the words on the monument as his impassive face was now full of shock. Xiao, Dozi Che, 7 Duan, high level. Taking a deep breath to calm his shock, the operator tried hard to keep his voice calm, but a couple of tremors could still be heard. Hearing the operator's announcement, the originally silent field had gone deathly quiet. No one even rustled their clothing or fidgeted. In the crowd, Dmi covered her red mouth as her face was frozen in a moment of incredible shock. To raise for Duanche in a year was like a myth, only heard of in legends. This was a speed that even the Xian 3 years ago, at his peak, could not have done. But this mythical speed, coming from a cripple, was displayed in front of their eyes. With complex emotions, Dmi stared at the young man next to the black monument while a thought popped up in her head. His incredible talent seems to have come back. At the edge of the training field, Zining, who was ready to insult Ziyan, was also blankly staring at the monument while whispering, how is this possible? Looking up to the golden words on the monument, Ziyan let out a light breath. Taking in the complex gazes around made him recall the glory that he had gone through 3 years ago. Now that his training talent had come back, he had also gained a mature mind and stubborn persistence. Taking a deep look at the monument that had determined his fate, not once, not twice by thrice, Ziyan made a slight smile. His calm and passive demeanor was a sharp contrast from his gleeful attitude 3 years ago. Taking a small breath, Ziyan walked down under the penetrating gaze of everyone and sat down next to Zana. Even though Ziyan had left the monument, the entire field was still silent. Ahem, on the high platform, Zizon happily stood up and coughed to gather the attention of everyone in the field. The examination has finished. Next up, those that did not have the chance to challenge someone who has already passed. Remember, there's only one chance, Zizon said with a smile. Hearing that, the training field became disorderly. Those that only missed the cutoff by a bit sent their hot gazes towards those that made it. Watching the challenging gazes, the clansmen that made the cut would raise their heads in disdain. There was a huge gap between 6 Duanche and 7 Duanche, and without any special occurrences, someone who's 6 Duanche couldn't even touch someone who's 7 Duanche. The 6 Duanche people knew this very well, but this was their last chance to stay in the inner circles of the clan. They would have to try and hope for a miracle. With Zizhan's words, the atmosphere in the training field took a weird turn. Intense gazes swept across those that made the cut and silently chose the weakest opponent. Sitting on the ground, Ziyan suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. A majority of the gazes were directed at him. Do I look like someone who can be beat so easily? After a brief period of shock, Ziyan laughed on the inside. Ziyan Zheizhe jumped for Duanche in 1 year. Even though it's shocking, it's so shocking that many people don't believe it. Therefore, they would think that Ziyan is the easiest opponent. Beside him, Zunwu explained. Carelessly shrugging his shoulders, Ziyan patted the dust off of his robe while saying, they can choose to not believe it, but they will know. Zana gave a smile and nodded. Finally, after a brief period of calm, someone couldn't stand it and stood up. A well-built young man, under everyone's gaze, quickly walked in front of Ziyan and loudly said, Ziyan Baodi, please. Even though the young man was respectful, Ziyan, who was across from him, could see hints of disbelief flash through his eyes. In addition, his face showed an arrogant disdain. Looks like he hasn't recovered from Ziyan's former name of being a cripple. Chapter 33, Proof. Watching the quick challenger, the other unqualified clansmen let out a sigh of regret. It seemed like they were all envious of the well-built young man in front of Ziyan. Ziyan narrowed his eyes as he examined the young man. Even though he didn't know all of the clansmen in the clan, he had quite an impression of the young man in front of him. If his memory served him, the young man was called Zike and was a supporter of the first elder. Normally, he'd follow behind Zining like a small henchman, and when Ziyan fell from genius, Zike never showed him any kindness and instead trampled over Ziyan's dignity. Recalling old memories, Ziyan's mouth curved to a dangerous angle. Turning to look at the smiling Zana, Ziyan smiled while nodding, saying, all right, I accept. Seeing how easily Ziyan answered, Zike's eyebrows twitched and a sense of fear snuck into his heart. Dryly swallowing, Zike started to regret his recklessness. Even though he was somewhat regretful, Zike couldn't back down and had to continue through. No way, to raise for Duanche in 1 year is impossible. This guy must have used some method to fool everyone. I can definitely beat him. After wordlessly encouraging himself, Zike smiled. Then I'll see how strong Ziyan Baodi is. Ziyan smiled and didn't say anything. Standing up, he walked to the center of the training field and motioned for Zike to follow him. Watching the calm Ziyan, Zike's heart skipped a beat, and he no longer felt so sure. Forcefully smiling, he walked with stiff strides into the field. With the two people in the field, even the calculating gazes from the people who did not pass quickly moved onto the two in the field. On the high platform, Zizon took a handkerchief that was brought up to him and cleaned his hand of residue while intently staring at the training field with a sense of tension in his eyes. To be honest, not only did the younger generation have doubt about Ziyan's achievements, Zizon himself couldn't completely believe it either. This wasn't because of his lack of trust in Ziyan, but rather because of how impossible of a feat it was to raise for Duan Che in just 1 year. It was inhuman. Even the Ziyan 4 years ago couldn't hope to achieve it. Because of how incredible the achievement was, nobody could believe what they were saying. But no matter if it was fake or real, no matter if the others believed it or not, once Ziyan fought, his real strength would be exposed. At that time, everyone would have their thoughts confirmed or disproved. Besides Zizon, the three elders' breathing intensified as their hands gripped deep hand marks on their respective chairs and their muddled eyes stared at the training field. In the green-rocked training field, everyone's vision was glued to the two within the training field. Once Ziyan fought with ZK, everything would be clear. It's definitely fake. At the edge of the training field, Zining licked his dry lips and angrily whispered, "It should be fake, right?" Within the crowd, Ziemi bit her lip. She couldn't believe that the young man that had been crippled 3 years would have such a monstrous achievement. Under stare after stare, Ziyan and ZK in the training field had already finished their perfunctory ritual gestures and were about to fight. Both of ZK's hands were tilted upwards as light dough started swirling around his hands. Taking a deep breath, ZK stomped heavily on the ground and started to ram towards Ziyan. Low-level fights didn't have any complex gestures and were composed of the simplest attacks. Splitting mountain hand, quickly nearing Ziyan, ZK's right hand quickly gathered Doche as it swept over to Ziyan's chest. Splitting mountain hand, a middle Huang Do technique that was only available to clan members 5 Duanche and higher. With the gust incoming, the lagging hair on Ziyan's face blew away as a pair of dark eyes were revealed. Blinking, Ziyan narrowed his eyes watching the ever-nearer hand. When the hand finally reached Ziyan's shoulder, Ziyan smoothly took a step to the left. With a year's worth of body training, Ziyan's reactions were incredibly quick. With only one step, Ziyan avoided ZK's attack. At the same time, Ziyan lightly twisted his body as his hand reached through ZK's arm and went to ZK's shoulder as if he was picking a leaf from a tree. Shatter Rock Hand, a low Huang level Do technique that only required 3 Duanche to learn. Peng. A dull sound occurred as Ziyan's hand landed firmly on ZK's shoulder, causing ZK's flush red face to pale. With a low grunt, he slowly stepped backwards before finally losing strength in his legs and fell to the ground like a turtle. The whole field was silent. ZK's defeat proved many things. Defeating his opponent in one attack, Ziyan shaked his head bored. This kind of opponent wasn't even a challenge for Ziyan. Not mentioning Octane Blast, Ziyan hadn't even used half of his strength yet. Of course, contrary to Ziyan's bored feeling, everyone within the field was shocked. Many of them slowly closed their eyes because Ziyan had to be at least 7 Duanche to have easily beat ZK, who was a 6 Duanche. Thinking about that, Ziyan's previous monstrous performance was proved to be true. To raise for Duanche in just 1 year, his result was a miracle within a miracle. On the high platform, Zizon let out a deep breath as a weight was lifted from his heart. It's true, 7 Duanche, watching the defeated ZK, Zimei's small hand covered her red lips as she couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 34. Turning around, watching the black-clothed young man with his hands behind his back, the whole field was quiet again. On the high platform, Zizon's smile slowly widened before finally, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing the gleeful laughter from Zizon, the 3 elders looked at each other and sighed. However, they didn't try to do anything else against Ziyan. The potential displayed by Ziyan gave them a sense of defeat. For Duanche in 1 year was something that would make anyone shocked. Their sons and grandsons wouldn't hope to ever have that pace. With a light heart, Zizon clapped while announcing, "ZK Zia has lost. Hopefully you will continue to train hard." TL, Ziet is nephew in Chinese. In the training field, the pale-faced Zike heard the announcement and drooped his head in disappointment. Taking a look at the black-clothed young man not far from him, he recalled about how he had insulted the very person, calling him a cripple just a year ago. Now 1 year later, the cripple was quite close to the top of the clan and far above him. This extreme difference made Zike recall the words he had heard in the hall just a few months before, 30 years east, 30 years west. Don't you dare bully me because I'm poor now. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Zike got up with some difficulty. Slightly bowing to Xian, Zike's voice had lost all of its arrogance from before. Xian Baodi, Yuan. Congratulations on your recovery. Nodding, Xian's gaze slowly swept across the training field and those that met his dark pupils all turned away their gaze with nervousness and unease. His gaze pausing on Zmei who was staring at him, Xian twisted his face to face the clansman that didn't pass and asked with a smile, "Is there anyone else who would like to challenge me?" Watching Xian, the clansmen that were eager to challenge Xian before Zike went up all closed their mouths and looked up at the sky as if Xian's words had nothing to do with them. None of them would go up and be the second challenger. Watching the childish acts of pretending to be a fool, Xian lightly shrugged and walked back. Seeing Xian sit beside her, Zana smiled while examining the field. Picking up a strand of her hair and twirling it, she whispered, "Xian Zheizhe, 3 years ago, they looked at you like this. 3 years ago, I would have been excited by their respectful and fearful gazes, but today, I don't feel anything." Xian touched his nose and laughed. "Then Xian Zheizhe has matured." Zana playfully blinked her eyes. "Not more mature than you? Sometimes I feel as if there's a 1,000-year monster hiding within you." Being called mature by a girl, Xian couldn't help but laugh. Intimately rubbing Zana's head, he let out a smile. Hearing that, Zana gave Xian an evil eye and her delicate face showed an expression of rebuke. No matter how carefree a girl was, no one ever liked being called an old monster. Zana's expression of rebuke was so pretty that it attracted the stares of the young men around her and even the stares of some of the girls. That brat, Topompa Ning, like the others, was also attracted to Zana's expression of rebuke, but looking at the intimate chatter between Zana and Xian, an envious flame burned within him. His jealousy covered up his reasoning as he thought that only he could match Zana within the entire clan, but thinking back, he realized that no matter what he did, Zana rarely smiled. On the other hand, Xian, who was a cripple, could always make Zana laugh. The difference between them made Zining crush his teeth in anger. "Brat, I'll let you be arrogant for now, but when the coming-of-age ceremony comes, I will make you look for your fallen teeth in front of Zana." Clenching his hands into fists, Zining gave a cold stare to the cross-legged Xian. Even though Zining was also shocked by Xian's training speed in the past year, he couldn't change his haughty manner that he was used to. In addition, Zining, being the only male within the entire clan that could barely be compared to Zana, felt a sense of danger from Xian's sudden performance. Before he grows strong, I'll give him a merciless beating. The best case scenario is that the beating would leave a scar and break him from his training. While thinking his evil thoughts, the corners of Zining's mouth curved into a smile. Even though Xian was at 7 Duan Che, Zining was still confident in his 8 Duan Che. After all, each Duan of Che after 7 Duan Che had a huge difference between them. Chatting in a low voice with Zana, Xian's aimlessly sight-gazed around the sides of the training field and caught the smile on Zining's face. Thinking for a moment, Xian realized what the smile was about and smiled himself, thinking, someone who can't even cover up his or her emotions can't pose to be a risk at all. After Zike lost to Xian, no one else dared to challenge Xian, who was sitting down, and those clansmen that didn't qualify set their sights on others. But after a couple rounds of challenges, only 2 people, relying on luck and familiar Do techniques, were able to beat their opponent and qualify for the coming-of-age ceremony. Watching the slowly calming training field, the smiling Zizon stood up and announced the results along with a couple of notices about next month's coming-of-age ceremony. Slowly standing up, Xian smiled towards the happy Zizon on the stage while Zizon wasn't stingy about giving his qualified son a thumbs up. Right after dusting off his clothes, Xian detected a perfumed scent. Curling his brows slightly, Xian lifted his head to see Zmei standing in front of him and asked, "Do you need anything?" Seeing the impassiveness and coldness on Ziyan's face, Zimei's courage faltered as she forced out a smile and said, "Ziyan Baodi, congratulations." "Thanks." Slightly nodding, Ziyan glanced at Zana beside him. "Ziyan Baodi, my father will be personally teaching a high Huang-level Do technique at the Do Technique Hall tomorrow. Do you want to come with me?" Zimei smiled, and her combination of a female's charm and a youth's delicacy created an irresistible question. Hearing that, Ziyan's brows slightly jumped. Right when Ziyan was about to find an excuse to reject Zimei, a pale white arm slipped through and locked with his arm. Shocked, Ziyan turned around to find a smiling Zana. "Really sorry, Zimei Bae. Zana has already invited Ziyan Zheizhe to accompany me tomorrow to visit Wutan City, and so he can't be going with Zimei Bae to the Do Technique Hall." Under stunned stares, Zana held on to Ziyan's arm while a hint of apology lingered on her delicate face. Chapter 35. Guilt. Hearing Zana's words, Zimei paused and weighed her thoughts carefully. If it was any other girl within the clan, Zimei was confident that she could come out on top based on her beauty and talent, but towards Zana, Zimei could only admit defeat. Seeing that Ziyan's face was impassive, Zimei gave a self-deprecating smile and could only leave in defeat. The crowd within the training field stared at Ziyan, who was being leaned on by Zan, and they all felt twinges of jealousy. When had Zana, being the brightest pearl of the entire clan, been so close with another male? Watching Zimei awkwardly walking away, Ziyan was stunned, and turning his head to see the smiling Zana, he taunted, "Girl, what are you doing?" Zana still hung onto Ziyan's arm as she glanced over at the staring crowd and innocently said, "Wasn't Ziyan Zheizhe about?" Hearing that, Ziyan rolled his eyes. The excuse he had in mind was completely different from what Zana implied with her excuse. Remembering the awkward expression on Zimei's face, Ziyan helplessly shook his head while thinking, did Zana do that on purpose? It's just that Zana doesn't like how fast she changed. Ho ho, going to Do Technique Hall to learn a Do technique together. She never invited you in the past 3 years. Zana dragged Ziyan out of the training field slowly as she ignored the gazes around her. At the same time, she muttered words that only Ziyan could hear. Looks like she really didn't like how quickly Zimei changed. Lightly shrugging, Ziyan agreed with Zana with a bitter smile. 3 years ago, Zimei was quite close to him, but when Ziyan received the title of cripple, he was able to see how realistic Zimei was. Watching Ziyan and Zana leave the field, Zining's face twitched while his hands clenched so hard that bone-cracking sounds could be heard. His jealousy even made his eyes slightly red. "Brat, 1 month from now, I'll break all of your teeth." Zining spat the words out as he angrily left the training field. On the high platform, Zizon was about to leave when he saw the scene and intently stared at Zana and Ziyan while a hint of worrying flashed across his eyes. "Yana, does he like Zana?" Zana's background. Not even Nalan Yanran can compare to her. Even with genius-level talent, it would be extremely difficult to be approved of by the power behind her. After thinking for a while, Zizon let out a sigh as he slowly left. While walking, Ziyan would suddenly blank out as he recalled what had just happened. Turning a corner, Zana suddenly let go of Ziyan's arm with a red face. Pushing out her cheeks, she stared at Ziyan accusingly. Losing the momentum that was dragging him forward, Ziyan felt at a loss as to what to do and even sighed for no reason. His eyes moved to Zan as he thought about what Zana implied. Feeling the blank stare of Ziyan, Zana's small face flushed red as her hands instinctively raised up. And she said, "Ziyan Zheizhe, you?" Ahem. Waking up from his stupor, Ziyan violently coughed while his face became an unhealthy red, and he thought, when did I go so low to think that towards my own sister? Even though Zana and Ziyan didn't have an actual blood relationship, they both lived with each other for over a decade, and their relationship wasn't much worse than that of a blood brother or sister. It wasn't surprising that Ziyan had already thought of Zana as his little sister and felt guilt and repulsion towards himself when he realized what he was thinking about. With that sudden realization, the atmosphere became quite awkward. Zana lowered her head, and her usual elegance had been replaced with a girl's embarrassment. Occasionally, she tilted her gaze to peek at the side of Ziyan's face, who was looking straight forward. Under the awkward atmosphere, the not very long path felt like a great conquest that took forever to get to the end. Of course, despite how long the conquest felt like, it had an end, where the path split into directions. At here, Ziyan softly said bye and started fleeing. Ziyan Zheizhe. Watching the panicked Ziyan, Zana was stunned by the sight before she called out, "Huh!" Stopping, Ziyan looked back to see Zana standing beneath a willow and his heart started beating quickly again. Zana had a green robe with a purple belt that fluttered in the wind. She and the willow behind her made a picture that didn't seem earthly. "Tomorrow, will you accompany Zana?" Under the branches of the willow, the girl's delicate face had a red flush as her jade teeth bit her pink lips. A pair of beautiful eyes were watching Ziyan with a hint of anticipation. Chapter 36. The Comical Breakthrough. It was hard to believe that the elegant Zana would speak such girly words. Her charm made Ziyan's mind wander again. Silently criticizing himself again, Ziyan replied in a muffled tone. Afterwards, he fled while being under the smiling gaze of Zana. Watching the leaving Ziyan, Zana covered her mouth while laughing. Then, she furrowed her brows and went to a pond not too far away. The reflection in the pond showed a pretty face with bright eyes and white teeth. With each of her gestures, there was an inexplicable charm that drew one in. So pretty doing it whirl, a satisfied smile appeared on Zana's lips. Not far away, a couple of young men that had just returned to the clan after adventures outside stopped with their mouths wide open. Their eyes showed their surprise while they foolishly watched the girl under the willow. Shrinking back to his room, Ziyan let out a big breath as he closed the door. Wiping off the cold sweat on his forehead, he bitterly smiled. This girl, when she grows up, she is probably going to be even prettier than your Fi at the auction. Sitting down at his table, Ziyan gulped out a mouthful of tea while his mind was still full of Zana. Remembering how pretty Zana's eyes were, Ziyan suddenly felt a burning in his heart. Shaking his head, Ziyan cursed bastard towards himself and finally calmed down. Swinging his sore arms, Ziyan went to the corner of his room and took out the wood basin that was full of foundation elixir before quickly jumping in. With the cool water pulsing against his skin, a moderate warmth spread through Ziyan's body and slowly washed away the tiredness in him. As ripples formed, Ziyan lazily laid on the side of the wooden basin as his breath slowed and calmed. Recalling the shock on everyone's face today at the training field, a smile appeared on Ziyan's face. Strength, the most important thing in this world. While rubbing his temples, a cold but pretty face unexpectedly popped into his mind. It was Nalan Yanran's. With his eyes narrowed, Ziyan muttered, "2 more years. You better get ready because I will find you." If not for the coldness within the words, anyone would have assumed that Ziyan's words were to a lover and not a bitter rival. Remembering Nalan Yanran's cavalier attitude and phrases in the main hall, Ziyan's hands slowly curled into fists. The shame that he experienced was imprinted in him. Haha, I can't even take a break. That person, even though she's arrogant, to have been taken in by the faction leader of the faction of Misty Clouds, her talent and potential shouldn't be too shabby. Ziyan's lips made a cold smile. Taking a deep breath, Ziyan realized that every time he thought of Nalan Yanran, he would have a new strength that would push him to his limits. He quickly dispensed his lazy position and sat up straight within the wood basin. His hands weaved to make a symbol before he slowly pushed all thoughts out of his mind to start training. Ever since the examination of the other day, Ziyan could clearly feel that the gazes the clansmen sent him were no longer full of ridicule but rather filled with respect. To these new gazes that he had already experienced 3 years ago, Ziyan was calm and impassive without becoming full of himself because of how respected he was. The day after the examination finished, Ziyan stayed true to his word and accompanied Zana to enjoy sights both in the city and in the mountains. Besides his father, Zizon, Zana was the closest person within the clan to Ziyan and therefore, Ziyan couldn't refuse any of her requests. After a relaxing day, Ziyan's life returned to its calm and orderly state. He would practice Do techniques in the back of the mountains in the morning, before returning to his room to train Do Che for the rest of the time and occasionally chat with Zana and his father. His life was simple and organized. During this period, Ziyan occasionally met Zmi while walking around the clan and when he heard the soft purr of Ziyan Bajie, he replied with a smile and some excuses to escape. Towards those who abandoned him in his years of hardship, Ziyan never went back to being close with them. He knew that those that suddenly became respectful and friendly to him because of his reborn talent would act like a cold stranger the moment he loses his talent. This kind of backstab, experiencing it once was enough. A month's time slowly passed and there were only 7 days left before Z Clan's coming-of-age ceremony. Even though a huge amount of time had passed from the examination to 7 days before the coming-of-age ceremony, Ziyan's wish to get to 8 duanche had still not been answered, which let him down. After striving for 8 duanche for 2 more days, Ziyan still didn't experience breakthrough, and amidst disappointment, he relaxed his training so that he could be in top-notch condition for the coming-of-age ceremony. But right when he thought that he didn't have any hope of making a breakthrough and jumping into 8 duanche, an interesting surprise came. During the night that was 2 days before the coming-of-age ceremony, Ziyan, who was in a deep slumber, suddenly jumped up like he was dreamwalking, and before he even took off his clothes, he jumped into the wood basin that barely had any foundation elixir left. After struggling for half a night, Ziyan finally opened his eyes, still sleepy, and then he realized that the illustrious 8 duan that he had been fighting to reach for 2 to 3 months had finally, while he was still half asleep, been achieved. Towards this baffling yet comical breakthrough, Ziyan, while happy and surprised, could only exclaim, "Really?" Chapter 37. Ziyu. If a clan wants to be able to prosper over the years, the most important factor is the clan's vitality. And the vitality of the clan is the clan's younger generation, the new blood of the clan. Only with a continuous supply of new blood can a clan, a huge machine, run smoothly. Therefore, the coming-of-age ceremony is a huge day for every clan, including the Z clan. As one of the top 3 clans in Wuten City, Z clan's coming-of-age ceremony attracted the attention of most forces in the city, and those that had a good relationship with Z clan even came to watch the ceremony. Accompanying Zun under the shade of a large tree, Ziyan relaxingly sat. Ziyan narrowed his eyes while looking at the huge platform in the middle of the training field. The platform was made of huge blocks of lumber and was specially made for the coming-of-age ceremony that was about to happen. Ziyan's gaze left the empty wooden platform and went to the people that were not part of Z clan but still there to witness the coming-of-age ceremony. With reluctance, he said, "There are quite a few people." Watching Ziyan's unhappy face, Zuna, who knew that Ziyan liked serenity, gloated with laughter. Just as her laugh sounded, Zuna felt Ziyan's accusing gaze and quickly closed her mouth. Taking a look at Ziyan, her eyes had a hint of light gold flash across before she said, "Ziyan Zheizhe got to 8 duanche." Hearing that, Ziyan tilted his head to look at her and realized that while being around Zuna, he couldn't keep any secrets. With a depressed heart, he feebly nodded. "Whoa, not even a month had passed and you already got to 8 duanche. This speed is quite scary." Seeing Ziyan nod, even with Zuna's calm nature, she showed a face of surprise. Giving her a white eye to Zuna, Ziyan's face suddenly turned. Near the wooden platform, there was a woman that was wrapped in a red dress and was chatting with the people beside her. A circle of people surrounded her, making the spot where she was at the most popular circle around the platform. This red-dressed woman that was attracting everyone was someone that Ziyan had seen before. She was the top auctioneer of the Prima auction house, Yao Chen. With his gaze lingering the water snake-like waist of Yao Chen, Ziyan gave his opinion silently. "Really pretty." After Ziyan's gaze had stayed on Yao Chen for a while, Zuna's unhappy hump came from beside him. Ahem, with his eyes blinking, Ziyan slowly retracted his gaze to act as if he wasn't staring at Yao Chen and smiled to the unhappy Zuna. "Did you know that the Prima auction house came to our clan's coming-of-age ceremony?" Giving an evil stare to Ziyan, who was acting as if nothing had happened, Zuna motionlessly said, "Z clan and the Prima auction house have always had a good relation. So why is Yao Chen coming such a big deal? In addition, this woman's communication skills are confirmed incredible by all of Wuten City. A couple of young masters that befriended her for her beauty have spent an incredible amount of money on her, but in the end, they got nothing. If Xiao Zheizhe wants to try to charm her, then I can only say be careful. And Zuna won't lend you any money for those things." Hearing that, Ziyan bitterly smiled. "Even if I'm thinking about those things, it requires that she, at the very least, acknowledges me. You do realize that she's at least 7 to 8 years older than me, right? Don't some women like that?" Zuna seemingly smiled while saying that. Dryly coughing, Ziyan could only admit defeat and not look at that circle of people again. Why is she back? Seeing that Ziyan wasn't looking over there anymore, Zana stopped pursuing the point and after a brief moment of silence, she exclaimed out loud, "Who?" After following Zana's gaze, Ziyan's brows slowly furrowed. The gaze of the two pointed to a girl that was wearing a school uniform and was currently leaning on a tree. She had a sword equipped at her waist, was quite tall, and the most striking feature were her long legs that were so sexy that even Yafei's legs paled in comparison to hers. Ziyi. While staring at the tall girl, Ziyan asked, "Didn't she go to Jianan Academy to train? Why did she come back?" Zana cutely shrugged her shoulder while teasing, "Ziyan Zheizhe, this time, you might have some trouble." Cracking open his mouth, Ziyan rubbed his burning forehead while saying, "This unruly woman is so annoying. Damn it, all I did was accidentally stumble into her bathing spot in the back mountains and accidentally touch her legs. She tried killing me for the majority of a year after that. TL, killing is used in joking manner, it means like severe beating in this context. Hehe, a girl's body isn't meant to be touched carelessly." Hearing Ziyan's story, Zana covered her mouth as she giggled. Suddenly, she remembered how Ziyan had helped her during the night and during that time, had contact with her body, causing a red blush to appear on her face. Ziyan pursed his lips while coldly smiling. That woman is Zining's sister, and they both aren't good people. That bastard's enmity towards me is partly due to her. Far away, Ziyu seemed to have sensed the two talking about her and turned around to find Ziyan under another tree. After a slight shock, she furrowed her brows as distaste and disdain surfaced on her face. After a pause, Ziyu moved her attractive long legs and started walking towards Ziyan. Seeing Ziyu coming over, Ziyan's brows also furrowed as he showed his disgust and impatience. Ziyan, I never thought that I would see the day that you turn your situation around. It's really surprising." Coming closer, Ziyu saw Ziyan undisguised dislike towards her and sneered. "None of your business." Obviously, Ziyan wasn't too pleased with Ziyu and his normal calm had been abandoned with his vulgar words. "Your words are still sharp and annoying as ever. Looks like the 3 years of abjection didn't smooth out your sharp vigor." Ziyu looked down upon Ziyan and said in a teaching tone, "This tone again?" While letting out an annoyed breath in his mind, Ziyan looked down and closely examined this girl that he had not seen for almost a year. Moving his gaze to her legs, Ziya touched his nose while asking, "Your legs are still that long. I wonder if another male touched them after that time." Hearing that, Ziyu, who was sneering, stopped as her face darkened. Chapter 38. This brat isn't simple. Ziyan's words stabbed at Ziyu's weak spot and the later, in a fit, put her hand on her sword that was at her waist. With a sneer, Ziyan leaned backwards and lazily said, "Do you want to fight? So what?" Ziyu tightened her grip on her sword while trying desperately to stop her impulse to unsheath it and start hacking Ziyan with it. With a sneer, she taunted, "Even if your talent has come back, why does it matter? 3 years ago I, Ziyu, could make you flee for your life and 3 years later, I can still do it." Ziyan's brows jumped as he looked towards Ziyu's light purple school uniform where she had 3 gold stars on her chest. These stars represented Ziyu's strength, a 3-star doji. Looks like her year in the academy wasn't wasted. "Where are your filthy eyes looking?" Seeing where Ziyan was staring, Ziyu's already dark face became even darker. "Aren't you wearing that so that people notice you?" Ziyan touched his nose. His words, which were carelessly said, caused Ziyu to jump up in fury. "Bastard!" Gnashing her teeth, Ziyu, who was already at her limit, finally pulled out her sword with a clang. Pointing her sword at Ziyan, she said, "Do you really think that I'm afraid to cut your tongue off?" Staring at the glittering steel sword in front of him, Ziyan didn't even blink when he said, "Why don't you try?" While talking, Ziyan's right hand curled slightly as a pulsing vortex slowly formed. With 3 Zhuan level Do techniques, Ziyan wasn't too afraid of a 3-star doji. Watching the two who were about to come to blows, Zana, on the sidelines, helplessly shook her head. As she looked out into the distance, she smiled while alerting them, "The Shushu and them are coming." Hearing Zana's words, Ziyu's brows furrowed and she turned her head to see Zizon hurrying over with an ugly face. "Humph, your good luck won't last." After the cold humph, Ziyu returned her sword to its scabbard and turned around. Striding forward with her long legs, Ziyu paused before Zana, saying, "Zana Bao Niai, your talent and beauty are both top class, but you should stay away from some people or else you might be stained with some bad habits. It would be too late for regrets then." Towards Ziyu's tip, Zana smiled while saying, "Thanks for Ziyu Baoji's reminder, but Zana thinks that Ziyan Zheizhe is great." Hearing Zana's meaningful words, Ziyu's face changed colors as she scanned over the smiling Zana. Finally, Ziyu profoundly said, "Once you leave the clan, you'll know how big the world is. There are countless people that are much more talented than him. If you meet someone that makes your heart flutter, then..." "Ziyu Bao, you're thinking too much. Zana doesn't believe that something like that will happen." Zana's red lips pursed as she interrupted Ziyu. After being interrupted by Zana, Ziyu became embarrassed, so she left after giving Ziyan one final evil stare. Watching the angrily leaving Ziyu, Ziyan slowly let out a breath as his face full of disgust changed back into his normal, calm face. Sighing, he said, "I really don't like her." Hearing that, Zana covered her mouth as she laughed. "Actually, I'm really curious as to why she always is going against Ziyan Zheizhe. Even though you did accidentally stumble upon her bathing spot, she shouldn't be so against you, right? How should I know?" Ziyan innocently shrugged before looking towards Zizon and a couple more people walking towards him. "Yana, are you all right? Where's Ziyu?" Quickly walking over and seeing the unharmed Ziyan, Zizon let out a breath as he asked. Slightly shrugging, Ziyan laughed. "I'm fine. That woman just had blood rush to her head. You should avoid her a bit. That girl has a bad temper, and now that she's a 3-star doji, if you guys fight, you'll be on the losing end. In addition, she's the first elder's granddaughter, so I'm not in a good position to punish her if you guys fight," Zizon helplessly said. Ziyan touched his nose as smiled without giving an answer. "Here Yana, this is Prima Auction House's top auctioneer, Mrs. Yuefi. The foundation elixir from last time was brought through her." Zizon moved aside to show the red-dressed woman behind him as he introduced her. Ziyan watched the beautiful woman that showed maturity with her actions and revealed a shy smile that was appropriate for his age. "Hiya Fia? TL, you mean sister can be used informal to mean some female slightly older than one." With her attractive eyes latched on Ziyan, Yefei's beautiful face showed a smile because of his addressal. With her red lips moving, Fei asked while smiling, "I heard that young Master Ziyan raised for Duan Che in just 1 year. Hehe, that training speed has become huge news in Wuten City. But is it real?" Ziyan tilted his head and shyly said, "It's the result of father's purchase of the foundation elixir." Hearing Ziyan's indirect admittance, even with Yefei's calm nature, she couldn't help but gasp. Curiosity and interest flashed across her eyes as she thought, for Duan Che in just 1 year, that training speed is frightening. As for that foundation elixir, I had personally examined it and naturally know the effects of it. It can help a bit with one's training speed, but to raise for Duan Che in just relying on it, impossible. Seeing that the two had a basic introduction, Zizon looked up into the sky and patted Ziyan's shoulder. With a smile, he said, "All right, the coming-of-age ceremony is about to start and I have prepared some things. Don't let me down later." Ziyan nodded while smiling. Following Zizon, Yefei took a peek at Ziyan before she turned around. With a couple of years at the auction house, she could discern even the smallest details, and when she looked into the young man's eyes, she realized that even though the young man in front of her appeared shy, within his pitch-black eyes, no emotions escaped. It was calm, like a secluded lake. To be able to control his emotions at such a young age. This brat isn't simple. Turning around, that thought sounded within Yefei's mind. Chapter 39, Ceremonial Test. The coming-of-age ceremony had so many separate steps and was so complicated that it could make one's head start hurting. Sitting below the platform, Ziyan watched the young man on the platform that was being led around like a doll. He couldn't help but rub his forehead as he said to Zana besides him, "This coming-of-age ceremony, it's definitely a torture." Watching Ziyan's sad face, Zana smiled while saying, "Can't help it. These are rules that were passed down since ancient times, and even Zishushu wouldn't dare change them." Ziyan sighed as he weakly nodded his head. Right when he was about to fall asleep, his brows jumped as he sensed that someone was looking at him. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the left of the platform. There stood Zining, full of envy, while watching Zun and Ziyan. When he saw the latter look over, he quickly raised his fist, aggressively. "Idiot!" Lightly saying this word, Ziyan's sight moved slightly to the left, to Ziyu, who was standing beside Zining. His eyes swept boldly across her long and sexy legs until her face turned green, before he finally looked away with a cold smile. From the side, Zuna was smiling to herself while watching Ziyan's antics, feeling a little helpless. When it came to Ziyu, Ziyan seemed to lose his usual calmness and always provoked her until she became completely mad. Reclining on the cool wooden chair, Ziyan enjoyed the sweet scent of the maiden beside him, while waiting with his eyes closed. When the coming-of-age ceremony had progressed to about halfway, it was at last Ziyan's turn. Upon hearing a shout from the stage, everyone on the guest platform looked at Ziyan with either curious or suspicious eyes. For most of them, a large part of the reason as to why they were here at the Z clan's coming-of-age ceremony was to have a look at the youth who had caused such an uproar in Wuten City and to see if he was as described in the rumors. Ziyan slowly opened his eyes and the stares from all around made him feel like he was a monkey in the zoo, causing him to shake his head in resignation. With a light sigh and a passive face, Ziyan stepped slowly onto the platform under the gazes of everyone. The coming-of-age ceremony was held by the second elder Ziying. Although the second elder never gave Ziyan any of his sympathy, he rarely went out of his way to harass Ziyan. In addition, ever since the day of the preliminary exam, he had mellowed quite a bit. At least, the scorn that was previously clearly presented on his face was no longer visible on the old wrinkled face. With a complicated expression in his eyes, Ziying heaved a sigh in his heart as he looked upon this youth who had overturned the tables in his life. His face shook a little as he took the materials that were needed for the ceremony before walking towards Ziyan. Looking at the second elder walking towards him, Ziyan remembered the previous fussy and boring ceremony and had a migraine. With a bitter smile, he closed his eyes and awaited his fate. Under the eyes of everyone, Ziyan stood like an idiot for half an hour before the complex bureaucratic scene finally ended. With a sigh of relief in his heart, Ziyan opened his eyes. Looking at the various spices surrounding his body, he rolled his eyes in gloom. After all the complicated steps were over, the second elder wiped sweat off his brow and turned towards the black stone monument shouting, "Ceremonial test." The ceremonial test was same as the previous month's test, which was just an preliminary test. The motive of the previous test was to let the clan's elites be picked out, so they could take the actual coming-of-age ceremony on the main stage, while the rest of the 7 Duan and below clan members would only have a simpler ceremony that was somewhat shabby. The ceremonial test was much more accurate compared to the preliminary test since this time, the test was personally checked by the Tostado grandmother, second elder of Z clan. It showed how serious the coming-of-age ceremony was taken. With the second elder's shout, those who had been bored out of their minds suddenly focused as they sent their attention to the platform. On the guests' platform, nearly all of those sitting there also stared at the black-clothed young man. The purpose for their visit today was to confirm if the young man that had stirred the entire Wuten City for years ago will stir Wuten City again. Ignoring the burning gazes around him, Ziyan was calm as he walked up to the black monument. While watching the calm Ziyan, the second elder's dry hand touched the black monument as a strand of his doche was pushed into it to test it. Afterwards, he stepped to the side and joined everyone else in staring Ziyan. Even though he was present at the previous testing, he couldn't help but wonder, did this kid really get to 7 Duan Che? The shock of Ziyan's performance particularly impacted this second elder, and he had especially asked to be in charge of the coming-of-age ceremony so that he could make sure that he personally tests Ziyan. Disregarding the second elder's questioning gaze, Ziyan's hand slowly touched the black monument. Watching Ziyan touch the monument, Ziyu couldn't help but furrow her brows while turning her head to whisper to Zining, did he really get to 7 Duan Che? Because Ziyu had just gotten home 2 days ago after asking for a break from the academy, she wasn't there to witness Ziyan's preliminary testing and thus was still suspicious about his achievements. Being asked by his sister, Zining bitterly nodded while saying, yeah, that guy must have ate something that helped him jump for Duan Che in just 1 year. Having her question confirmed once more, Ziyu pushed her lips together while stomping her legs in annoyance. While angrily staring at the young man on the platform, her beautiful face showed her stubborn attitude as she thought, "Without me actually seeing it, I won't believe that cripple has turned his situation around." Taking a deep breath, Ziyu sneered while saying, "That kid must have done something last time, but with second elder examining it this time, I'll be." Before she could finish her thought, Ziyu's face tightened as the rest of the words became stuck in her throat. On the high wooden platform, the huge black monument shined brightly as golden words appeared on the monument. Doziche, 8 Duan. Chapter 40, Shock, Silent. Everyone was silent. All eyes were blankly focused onto the golden words reflected on the black stone tablet above. On the guests' platform, the sharp clear ring of shattering teacups falling to the ground resonated. The representatives from Wutan City were all dumbfounded. Disbelief spread across their faces. The purpose of their visit was to confirm whether the rumors were true or not, to see with their own eyes if Xiao Yan really did jump up for Duan Che in the span of a year. However, what they had just seen not only confirmed the rumors, but had completely surpassed their expectations. For Duan Che in a year, now it turned into 5 Duan Che. This training speed, it could only be described with a single word: frightening. The Z clan has succeeded once more. Everyone on the guests' platform couldn't help but mutter under their breath. To have a clan member that jumped 5 Duan Che in a year, the Z clan's future was looking bright. If this rate of growth continues, then perhaps in 10 years, the Z clan will have a Do Huang ranked member. Everyone on the guests' platform looked at each other as their hearts felt heavy at that thought. Do Huang. If any clan in the Jianghu Empire had a strong Do Huang, their status would skyrocket within the Jianghu Empire. Even the 3 largest clans in the Jianghu Empire, the Prima clan, Nalan clan and Ritter clan, would respect that clan. After all, there were only a handful of Do Huang level doges in the entire Jianghu Empire. Each doji who reached the Do Huang rank had the power to topple over anything from the heavens to the oceans and to face 10,000s of enemies with ease. No sane empire would dare offend a Do Huang without weighing the consequences. 300 years ago, Jianghu Empire's sole Do Huang doji had his family killed as a result of a war. As a result, the Do Huang single-handedly massacred the enemy's 10,000 elite knights in a fit of rage. Both empires were shaken in awe by the bloodshed caused. Since that moment on, no empire on the Doche continent dared to offend a Do Huang doji. At the same time, everyone saw how scary Do Huangs could be. Therefore, everyone that saw Xiao Yan's gift looked at the Z clan with an extreme envy. At the center of the high platform, even Zizon was looking at the golden words on the monument with his eyes slightly sour. After a while, he let out a lengthy breath and viewed his black-clothed son with a look of gratitude. The best decision in my life was to not create uneasiness between Yan and me. As Xiao Yan's father, Zizon was well aware of his son's temperament. He could still clearly remember that in Xiao Yan's childhood, not long after his birth, how indifferent his son was to him. Xiao Yan would always look at him with a cold look, as if he were looking at a stranger and not his father. Fortunately, over the years, the cold and detached looks towards Zizon grew warm as Zizon's care and love. Thinking back to the time when Xiao Yan was a child, Zizon shivered. His mouth twitched while a gentle smile took over his face. Z clan leader, young Master Xiao Yan's talent is truly mind-blowing. This time the Z clan will definitely have an amazingly terrifying doji. Standing by Zizon's side, Yafei's beautiful eyes gazed at the very same person Zizon was looking at. Her face was still slightly red from her excitement while she said her thoughts. Zizon laughed loudly, pride and excitement clearly showing on his face. He cupped his hands together and with a courteous look to Yafei, he replied, "Yafei, that kid's talent is sometimes a huge surprise, but at other times, a huge letdown. You also know of how he fell from the spotlight 3 years ago and faced countless hardships. No one would have thought that he would regain his talent, but here it is again." Sigh. Yafei's eyebrows bent slightly with her feminine smile. Whether Xiao Yan's talent was short-lived or not, she didn't know. Right now, the only thing that mattered to her was his potential, which would be enough for her. Giving an enchanting look downwards, Yafei's heart had already formed a plan. In the future, she would be sure to come and do business with the Z clan as much as possible. Beneath the ceremonial platform, Ziyu opened her mouth with a stiff face. She stared at the black monument in shock while breathing heavily. Suddenly she snapped at Zining. Didn't you say that he was 7 Duan Cha? How is he higher? Zining's opened mouth a couple of times before he mumbled innocently. Last month, he was already 7 Duan. This month, he seems to have had a breakthrough. To go from 7 Duan to 8 Duan in 1 month. How is that possible? Even if that brat got his old talent back, he wouldn't be able to train this fast. Ziyu exclaimed. To jump 5 Duan in a year. The little brat should die, damn it. This kind of speed can rival that monster woman in Jianan Academy. How would I know? Zining gave a bitter smile as he glanced at the faraway Zana, only to see her gaze fixed on Ziyan below with eyes of admiration and didn't paying attention to him at all. Fucking bastard. After being ignored by the girl he favored over all others, Zining's heart blazed with the fires of jealousy. Raising his head, he threw a ferocious glare at Ziyan that contrasted with his youthful face. Chapter 43. The powerful Ziyan. Looking at Zining directly without saying anything, Ziyan quietly walked off the stage. Quickly, a loud chatter arose from the audience, who was still not completely over the previous shock. Their hearts slowly began to churn quickly once more. The younger Z clan generation were all dumbstruck as they looked to Zining, who was vomiting blood. As peers, they were naturally aware of Zining's fighting capabilities. In the youngest generation of the Z clan, aside of Zana, very few could rival Zining. However, at this moment, he was utterly defeated by Ziyan. This unforeseen result had happened so suddenly, catching everyone unprepared. In the audience, Ziyu looked at the quickly defeated Zining, her pretty cheeks showing a faint red hue as her mouth gaped open at the incredible sight. Even her heart was in shock. After a while, Ziyu slowly recovered her composure, her slender white neck regaining its natural rosy color. She murmured softly under her breath, "This scoundrel, how did he get so strong? How could he have time to practice new do techniques while bitterly trying to regain his original doche? Hehe, not only is young Master Ziyan's doche quite powerful, his do techniques are also very well practiced. Z clan leader must have spent a lot of time on him." In the guest platform, although Yao Chen was mentally prepared from the start, she was shocked by Ziyan's performance. She seductively flashed her eyes as she faced Zizon, who smiled widely. If one wanted to learn deep do techniques, then one needed to have an instructor who knew the tricks to that do technique. It would seem that Yao Chen believed that Zizon had taught Ziyan in private. Hearing what Yao Chen said earlier, Zizon laughed bitterly, shaking his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach Ziyan doji, he couldn't have possibly teach Ziyan such interesting do techniques. Even with his understanding of the do techniques in Z clan, he had never seen a do technique like that. Therefore Zizon could only come to one conclusion: the do technique Ziyan used was not from Z clan. Since that isn't a do technique from our clan, where did Ziyan learn it from? Zizon had his suspicions and looked towards the various experts in the clan, searching for answers. But all he saw was somewhat strange looks that they were aimed at him. Looking at the gazes on their faces, Zizon stared blankly and, before realizing what the glances Ziz meant, they thought that he helped Yan. Curling his lips, Zizon did not feel like giving an explanation and returned his gaze to his son. This brat, he certainly has no shortage of secrets. He murmured to himself. There on the stage remained the still collapsed form of Zining. The second elder shook his head helplessly in shock and studied Ziyan with a complex look. The young man bowed his head briefly. His delicate but young face had a tranquil look. No traces of pride or arrogance had appeared on his face, even after his victory. Letting out a sigh, the second elder raised a dry palm high, and was about to loudly proclaim that the match was over when his face suddenly turned to the left. In the distance, Zining, who was laying on the ground earlier, suddenly leapt up like a jaguar. His faint doche dramatically rose as his feet stamped firmly onto the wooden stage floor. Dashing forward, each time his foot landed on the stage, splinters would jump up from the stage. Both his cold eyes focused once more on Ziyan, and his blood-stained mouth and face turned even more malevolent than before. "You bastard, time for you to go to hell." Zining, stop. The sudden event left the second elder distracted, but he immediately shouted out. However, at this moment, Zining's mind was filled with only rage and hatred. He turned a deaf ear to the second elder. Taking advantage of the Tier 2 Che increasing powder, he gnashed his teeth together in fury, while glaring at Yan, and immediately rushed in to attack. The sudden change on the field caused a disturbance amongst the audience. On the guest terrace, Zizon and the people around him were able to detect what had just happened. Zining now had the strength of an Duzi. He took Chi gathering powder. The knowledgeable Yao exclaimed after she saw the sudden sharp rise in strength of Zining. Her charming face changed as she spoke. "You scoundrel!" Zizon's expression turned bleak. He slammed his hands against the table. Hairline fractures radiated outwards from the impact. With a fierce look, he glared at the first elder. "You old prune. If something happens to my son, then even your own grandson's life won't be enough compensation." At the moment, Yan possessed far more potential than Zining. If Yana suffered a serious injury in the match because of Zining's violation of the rules, even with Zining's support from the first elder, the clan would not easily let him off. As Zizon glared at the first elder's wrinkled face started trembling. He began to stutter. If Yan was the same weak Yan from before, then a serious injury wouldn't mean much. But now, the clan would even turn their back on the first elder before giving up this person who had the possibility of becoming a Do Huang. The second elder's cry had no effect. Zining was already an arm's length away from Yan, and his hands were covered with a thick layer of doge as he roared Iron Mountain fists. With the increase in power, this time, the Iron Mountain fists sent out a huge shockwave, far larger than the one before. The force blew back Ziyan's hair, revealing a pair of calm but cold black eyes. Facing Zining's strike, Ziyan unexpectedly did not step back. He clenched his right hand and slowly got into a stance. Then, after a brief pause, he shot forward like an arrow off a bowstring. The second elder stomped his foot in anger when he saw Ziyan meet head-on with the incoming Zining and yelled out in frustration, "Idiot!" Octanoblast, giving a suppressed shout in his mind, Ziyan's fist collided with Zining's under the horrified gaze of the second elder. Bang! The two fists met midair. Suddenly, Zining's twisted face began to turn deathly pale. Once again blood began to spill from his mouth, staining his face. With an apathetic look on his face, Ziyan's sleeves fluttered as he delivered another punch at Zining, smashing him out of the field like a leaf in a gale. Seeing this scene, the second elder on the platform suddenly squinted his eyes. He could not help but flatly inhale a cold breath. From that moment on, watching the backline of the young man in black, he seemed to become mysterious. Chapter 42, You Lost. With the announcement, everyone's gaze turned to the two youths on the platform in interest. Everyone was curious about this youth who had created yet another miracle after 3 years. Did he have in Do techniques the same talent he had in Do Che cultivation? Did he have that same terrifying speed of learning? On the guest platform, Zizon furrowed his brows as he looked at Ziyan on stage with a slightly uneasy expression on his face. Although Ziyan's Do Che had progressed beyond Zizon's expectations, he had never seen Ziyan go to the Do technique hall and look for a Do technique, nor did he ever see him train in Do techniques at all. One should note that Do technique training differed from Do Che training. If one were to learn a low Huang level Do technique, all that was required was one's own hard work grasped simply through trial and error. A mid or even high level technique, however, would require much more. It needed personal instruction from a clan technique instructor. Over the past years, Zizon had never heard of Ziyan approaching any of the clan's instructors to learn Do techniques. On the other hand, Zining regularly patronized them to learn the techniques. To Zizon's understanding, the 8-Duan Zining had already mastered 3 mid and 1 high Huang level Do technique. Any one of those techniques would place him 1 step ahead of any combatant in the same tier. It seemed to him that Ziyan would be at a disadvantage in this battle. Ho, the clan leader, what would you say? Is victory possible for the young master, Ziyan? Next to Zizon, Yao, whose eyes were firmly fixed on the stands, asked with a soft smile. Zizon calmed his anger towards Zining and calmly said, Yana isn't very proficient with Do techniques at the moment. Furthermore, he has just reached 8 Duan, while Zining has reached that stage for over a year. It is unfortunate, but I am afraid that the likelihood of my son winning will not be very high. Oh, really? Yao Fei slowly batted her long eyelashes, her alluring eyes sweeping about as she gazed lazily at the calm, black-clothed youth on the stage. Her lips curved up in a small smile, giving her countenance a mature beauty. As she said, I don't know why, but I'm very confident in young Master Xian. I think he can claim victory in this fight. Zizon was taken aback, rather surprised at her confidence. He paused for a moment before smiling and shaking his head. Let's hope Monsieur Fei's words come true. Facing the still-standing Xian, Zining sneered and clenched his two fists as he took an aggressive stance. His faint doche coursed through him as he dashed forward, giving him an even more menacing look. Not a word more was uttered. Zining's foot burst off from the ground, bringing himself close to Xian. And, without a moment's hesitation, Zining brought his two fists together. Each of his fingernails gleamed like metal. Standing there, less than half a meter away from Xian, Zining paused. His right hand took the shape of a claw and swerved towards Xian's neck. Middle Huang-level Do technique, rending claws. Xian looked at the nearing the claws with indifference. He slowly brought up a single palm, curved inwards and suddenly straightened it, causing a huge pushing force. Feeling the tremendous pressure of Do Chang, Zining's face dropped as if he had been physically beaten. He then staggered back 10 steps before stopping himself. There, watching from the terrace above, Zizon gazed down with astonishment. By his side, Yao Fei smiled sweetly. She watched intently. Her red lips were softly pressed against her white jade teacup, slowly sipping tea. This boy, he's really a hidden treasure. Yao Fei mused, her charming lips sipping from her cup once more. What Do technique is this? Zining said while rubbing the sore spot on his chest, his face paling as he asked. Xian glanced at him coolly before lowering his head. The name of fire palm was quite tasteless, but the technique could unleash quite a powerful force, which pleased Xian. Zining's face trembled in rage seeing Xian ignore him. His jaws clamped shut as he charged once more towards Xian. With palms stretched outwards, Xian narrowed his eyes at the encroaching Zining and let his mouth twist into a cruel smirk. His right hand uncoiled slowly, then closed abruptly. A violent force of attraction came forth from his palm. Zhuan-level Do technique. Vacuum hands. Seeing Xian's hand close, Zining subconsciously planted his feet more firmly into the ground. However, the strength used was insufficient. He felt himself drawn in and was sent towards the fist. Zining's body flew in an arc towards Xian, who had a strange smile engraved on his face. Although Zining's body was being pulled, he couldn't help but smirk as he drew closer and closer. He gave a foreboding laugh as Doche began to condense in his fists. Iron fists, Zining cried out with fists clenched tight. A sharp burst of Che escaped outwards, creating a deep echo that resonated in midair. If he could hit Xian's shoulder, he would do terrifying damage to his arm. It seemed to Zining that Xian did not take the possibility of counterattack into account. Iron fists, a high Huang-level Do technique with a decent amount of power. It required a Do Chao of at least 7 Duan to be able to learn and practice. Squinting slightly after feeling the sharp Che in the air, Xian let out a breath of air slowly. Channeling the Do Che throughout his body, he exclaimed inwardly, Zun-level Do technique. Fire palm. Thinking loudly with conviction, Xian blasted out a wave of Che from his palm. Bang! The atmosphere grew heavy as an unseen force ruthlessly pushed back the flying figure of Zining. The attractive and repulsive force on Zining immediately turned his face ashen white. Pug. The two forces battled against each other, bringing about a brief stalemate. In the end, Zining was ultimately sent flying back, falling onto the ground 10 meters away. His body shook on the ground as he slowly spat out blood from his mouth, with a pitiful groan from him following. Looking at Zining, who had become completely paralyzed, and then calmly glancing around. Xian slowly put his hand down and quietly spoke. You lost. Chapter 43. The Powerful Xian. Looking at Zining directly without saying anything, Xian quietly walked off the stage. Quickly, a loud chatter arose from the audience, who was still not completely over the previous shock. Their hearts slowly began to churn quickly once more. The younger Z clan generation were all dumbstruck as they looked to Zining, who was vomiting blood. As peers, they were naturally aware of Zining's fighting capabilities. In the youngest generation of the Z clan, aside of Zuna, very few could rival Zining. However, at this moment, he was utterly defeated by Xian. This unforeseen result had happened so suddenly, catching everyone unprepared. In the audience, Yu looked at the quickly defeated Zining, her pretty cheeks showing a faint red hue as her mouth gaped open at the incredible sight. Even her heart was in shock. After a while, Ziyu slowly recovered her composure, her slender white neck regaining its natural rosy color. She murmured softly under her breath, "This scoundrel, how did he get so strong? How could he have time to practice new do techniques while bitterly trying to regain his original doche? Hehe, not only is young Master Xian's doche quite powerful, his do techniques are also very well practiced. Z clan leader must have spent a lot of time on him." In the guest platform, although Yao Chen was mentally prepared from the start, she was shocked by Xian's performance. She seductively flashed her eyes as she faced Zizon, who smiled widely. If one wanted to learn deep do techniques, then one needed to have an instructor who knew the tricks to that do technique. It would seem that Yao Chen believed that Zizon had taught Xian in private. Hearing what Yao Chen said earlier, Zizon laughed bitterly, shaking his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach Xian doji, he couldn't have possibly teach Xian such interesting do techniques. Even with his understanding of the do techniques in Z clan, he had never seen a do technique like that. Therefore Zizon could only come to one conclusion: the do technique Xian used was not from Z clan. Since that isn't a do technique from our clan, where did Xian learn it from? Zizon had his suspicions and looked towards the various experts in the clan, searching for answers. But all he saw was somewhat strange looks that they were aimed at him. Looking at the gazes on their faces, Zizon stared blankly and, before realizing what the glances Ziz meant, they thought that he helped Yan. Curling his lips, Zizon did not feel like giving an explanation and returned his gaze to his son. This brat, he certainly has no shortage of secrets. He murmured to himself. There on the stage remained the still collapsed form of Zining. The second elder shook his head helplessly in shock and studied Xian with a complex look. The young man bowed his head briefly. His delicate but young face had a tranquil look. No traces of pride or arrogance had appeared on his face, even after his victory. Letting out a sigh, the second elder raised a dry palm high, and was about to loudly proclaim that the match was over when his face suddenly turned to the left. In the distance, Zining, who was laying on the ground earlier, suddenly leapt up like a jaguar. His faint doche dramatically rose as his feet stamped firmly onto the wooden stage floor. Dashing forward, each time his foot landed on the stage, wood splinters would jump up from the stage. Both his cold eyes focused once more on Xian, and his blood-stained mouth and face turned even more malevolent than before. "You bastard, time for you to go to hell." "Zining, stop." The sudden event left the second elder distracted, but he immediately shouted out. However, at this moment, Zining's mind was filled with only rage and hatred. He turned a deaf ear to the second elder. Taking advantage of the tier 2 increasing powder, he gnashed his teeth together in fury, while glaring at Xian, and immediately rushed into attack. The sudden change on the field caused a disturbance amongst the audience. On the guest terrace, Zizon and the people around him were able to detect what had just happened. Zining now had the strength of Nduzi. He took chi-gathering powder. The knowledgeable Yao Chen exclaimed after she saw the sudden sharp rise in strength of Zining. Her charming face changed as she spoke. "You scoundrel!" Zizon's expression turned bleak. He slammed his hands against the table. Hairline fractures radiated outwards from the impact. With a fierce look, he glared at the first elder. "You old prune. If something happens to my son, then even your own grandson's life won't be enough compensation." At the moment, Xian possessed far more potential than Zining. If Yana suffered a serious injury in the match because of Zining's violation of the rules, even with Zining's support from the first elder, the clan would not easily let him off. As Zizon glared at the first elder's wrinkled face started trembling. He began to stutter. If Xian was the same weak Xian from before, then a serious injury wouldn't mean much. But now, the clan would even turn their back on the first elder before giving up this person who had the possibility of becoming a Do Huang. The second elder's cry had no effect. Zining was already an arm's length away from Ziyan, and his hands were covered with a thick layer of doge as he roared Iron Mountain fists. With the increase in power, this time, the Iron Mountain fists sent out a huge shockwave, far larger than the one before. The force blew back Ziyan's hair, revealing a pair of calm but cold black eyes. Facing Zining's strike, Ziyan unexpectedly did not step back. He clenched his right hand and slowly got into a stance. Then, after a brief pause, he shot forward like an arrow off a bowstring. The second elder stomped his foot in anger when he saw Ziyan meet head-on with the incoming Zining and yelled out in frustration, "Idiot!" Octanoblast, giving a suppressed shout in his mind, Ziyan's fist collided with Zining's under the horrified gaze of the second elder. Bang! The two fists met midair. Suddenly, Zining's twisted face began to turn deathly pale. Once again blood began to spill from his mouth, staining his face. With an apathetic look on his face, Ziyan's sleeves fluttered as he delivered another punch at Zining, smashing him out of the field like a leaf in a gale. Seeing this scene, the second elder on the platform suddenly squinted his eyes. He could not help but flatly inhale a cold breath. From that moment on, watching the backline of the young man in black, he seemed to become mysterious. Chapter 43. The Powerful Ziyan. Looking at Zining directly without saying anything, Ziyan quietly walked off the stage. Quickly, a loud chatter arose from the audience, who was still not completely over the previous shock. Their hearts slowly began to churn quickly once more. The younger Z clan generation were all dumbstruck as they looked to Zining, who was vomiting blood. As peers, they were naturally aware of Zining's fighting capabilities. In the youngest generation of the Z clan, aside of Zuna, very few could rival Zining. However, at this moment, he was utterly defeated by Ziyan. This unforeseen result had happened so suddenly, catching everyone unprepared. In the audience, Ziyu looked at the quickly defeated Zining, her pretty cheeks showing a faint red hue as her mouth gaped open at the incredible sight. Even her heart was in shock. After a while, Ziyu slowly recovered her composure, her slender white neck regaining its natural rosy color. She murmured softly under her breath, "This scoundrel, how did he get so strong? How could he have time to practice new Do techniques while bitterly trying to regain his original doche? Hehe, not only is young Master Ziyan's doche quite powerful, his Do techniques are also very well practiced. Z clan leader must have spent a lot of time on him." In the guest platform, although Yao Chen was mentally prepared from the start, she was shocked by Ziyan's performance. She seductively flashed her eyes as she faced Zizon, who smiled widely. If one wanted to learn deep Do techniques, then one needed to have an instructor who knew the tricks to that Do technique. It would seem that Yao Chen believed that Zizon had taught Ziyan in private. Hearing what Yao Chen said earlier, Zizon laughed bitterly, shaking his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach Ziyan Doji, he couldn't have possibly teach Ziyan such interesting Do techniques. Even with his understanding of the Do techniques in Z clan, he had never seen a Do technique like that. Therefore Zizon could only come to one conclusion: the Do technique Ziyan used was not from Z clan. Since that isn't a Do technique from our clan, where did Ziyan learn it from? Zizon had his suspicions and looked towards the various experts in the clan, searching for answers. But all he saw was somewhat strange looks that they were aimed at him. Looking at the gazes on their faces, Zizon stared blankly and, before realizing what the glances Ziz meant, they thought that he helped Yana. Curling his lips, Zizon did not feel like giving an explanation and returned his gaze to his son. "This brat, he certainly has no shortage of secrets," he murmured to himself. There on the stage remained the still collapsed form of Zining. The second elder shook his head helplessly in shock and studied Ziyan with a complex look. The young man bowed his head briefly. His delicate but young face had a tranquil look. No traces of pride or arrogance had appeared on his face, even after his victory. Letting out a sigh, the second elder raised a dry palm high, and was about to loudly proclaim that the match was over when his face suddenly turned to the left. In the distance, Zining, who was laying on the ground earlier, suddenly leapt up like a jaguar. His faint doche dramatically rose as his feet stamped firmly onto the wooden stage floor. Dashing forward, each time his foot landed on the stage, wood splinters would jump up from the stage. Both his cold eyes focused once more on Ziyan, and his blood-stained mouth and face turned even more malevolent than before. "You bastard, time for you to go to hell." "Zining, stop." The sudden event left the second elder distracted, but he immediately shouted out. However, at this moment, Zining's mind was filled with only rage and hatred. He turned a deaf ear to the second elder. Taking advantage of the tier 2 Che increasing powder, he gnashed his teeth together in fury, while glaring at Ziyan, and immediately rushed in to attack. The sudden change on the field caused a disturbance amongst the audience. On the guest terrace, Zizon and the people around him were able to detect what had just happened. Zining now had the strength of an Nduzi. He took Chi gathering powder. The knowledgeable Yafei exclaimed after she saw the sudden sharp rise in strength of Zining. Her charming face changed as she spoke. "You scoundrel!" Zizon's expression turned bleak. He slammed his hands against the table. Hairline fractures radiated outwards from the impact. With a fierce look, he glared at the first elder. "You old prune. If something happens to my son, then even your own grandson's life won't be enough compensation." At the moment, Ziyan possessed far more potential than Zining. If Yana suffered a serious injury in the match because of Zining's violation of the rules, even with Zining's support from the first elder, the clan would not easily let him off. As Zizon glared at the first elder's wrinkled face started trembling. He began to stutter. If Ziyan was the same weak Ziyan from before, then a serious injury wouldn't mean much. But now, the clan would even turn their back on the first elder before giving up this person who had the possibility of becoming a Do Huang. The second elder's cry had no effect. Zining was already an arm's length away from Ziyan, and his hands were covered with a thick layer of doge as he roared Iron Mountain fists. With the increase in power, this time, the Iron Mountain fists sent out a huge shockwave, far larger than the one before. The force blew back Ziyan's hair, revealing a pair of calm but cold black eyes. Facing Zining's strike, Ziyan unexpectedly did not step back. He clenched his right hand and slowly got into a stance. Then, after a brief pause, he shot forward like an arrow off a bowstring. The second elder stomped his foot in anger when he saw Ziyan meet head-on with the incoming Zining and yelled out in frustration, "Idiot!" Octanoblast, giving a suppressed shout in his mind, Ziyan's fist collided with Zining's under the horrified gaze of the second elder. Bang! The two fists met midair. Suddenly, Zining's twisted face began to turn deathly pale. Once again, blood began to spill from his mouth, staining his face. With an apathetic look on his face, Ziyan's sleeves fluttered as he delivered another punch at Zining, smashing him out of the field like a leaf in a gale. Seeing this scene, the second elder on the platform suddenly squinted his eyes. He could not help but flatly inhale a cold breath. From that moment on, watching the backline of the young man in black, he seemed to become mysterious. Chapter 45, The Finale. With everyone's gaze on her, the young girl jumped onto the high platform, landing beside Ziyan. Her beautiful eyes moved gently while her pretty red lips stretched into an elegant smile. Seeing Zana jump up, Ziyan rolled his eyes helplessly and asked, "Why did you have to run over here?" Zana formed a slight smile. Not answering, her eyes glanced over to Ziyu, whose face now had a complex look. With a smile, Zana said, "Ziyu Bayer, in comparison to Ziyan, your age is a bit older and you even went to Jianan Academy to train. Under these conditions, the challenge is a bit unreasonable. If Ziyu Bayer needs someone to relieve stress, then Zana will happily help you." Hearing this, Ziyu's charming face became heavy while her eyebrows wrinkled. Looking at Ziyan with cutting eyes, she sneered and said, "Don't tell me, you only know how to hide behind a woman." Ziyan's eyebrows twitched. In his eyes an ominous glint appeared. At that moment, he just wanted to hold this woman to the ground and humiliate her. Enough. While the three were arguing, the second elder let out an angry shout. making the three of them swallow all the words they wanted to say. With a gloomy expression, the angered second elder walked towards them. Turning to Ziyu, he shouted angrily, "On this stage, you do not have the right to challenge anyone. Return immediately. If you obstruct the ongoing ceremony anymore, you will be forced to stay within your house for a month." After venting his anger on Ziyu, the second elder let out a sigh of relief. Turning his head, he helplessly watched Zana, who was twirling a strand of her fine black hair. As he forced a smile, "Young Miss Zana, you should also go down. Your challenge is also against the rules." Zana shrugged indifferently. Nodding her delicate chin, she turned around to leave the stage. Then, she turned back to Ziyan and quietly pulled a weird face, leaving him unsure of whether to laugh or cry. To be angrily rebuked by the second elder, biting her red lips, the charming Ziyu felt wronged. After a short while, she stamped her feet a few times, then gave a sneer before leaving. "Little scoundrel, just you wait." Looking at the comical ending, the second elder released a long sigh. Turning his head around, he looked at the perpetrator, who wore an innocent face. Forcing a small smile, the second elder stood on the stage and, with a voice as cold as ice, he shouted, "Zining illegally took a pill. Therefore, from today on he will be locked indoors for 3 months." After the elder finished speaking, whispers erupted. He shouted once more, "The challenge has ended." Ziyan has won. Regarding the unneeded explanation of what occurred, Ziyan actually did not express an opinion. After hearing the declaration of the end of the coming-of-age ceremony, he walked down from the platform. All the members of the audience, in the stands, stared at the young man. Looking back at the fearful eyes of his clansmen, Ziyan brushed his nose, laughing inwardly. After Ziyan's ceremony had ended, various clansmen went on stage. However, under the shadow of Ziyan's performance, the other clansmen's achievements dimmed. Finally, Zana appeared on stage and caused quite a large commotion. A 15-year-old doji, this achievement was just shy of Ziyan's past achievement. Although Zana's achievement still quite remarkable, many attending the ceremony knew that she was the clan's brightest pearl. Therefore, even though they were still shocked, they were much less surprised compared to their shock at the end of Ziyan's performance. The coming-of-age ceremony lasted from early morning until afternoon. In the end, the field was filled with sounds of admiration before emptying quickly. However, distraught pairs of eyes kept on staring at the youth in the black garment who just made a miracle come true. Looking at the end of the coming-of-age ceremony, Ziyan let out a silent sigh. All these stares were unbearable for him. Shaking his head, he stood up to walk away. Today, Ziyan's display really made people gasp in amazement. A fragrant smell arrived nearby and Zana's gentle laughter, silver bell-like laughter, washed over Ziyan. Touching his nose, Ziyan began to laugh. Originally, I also believed that Ziyan didn't know any do techniques, but who would have thought that you hid them so well? Carrying her delicate hands behind her back, Zana followed behind Ziyan while tilting her head slightly to the side. Her smile was full of emotions. "Ha ha, I'm nowhere near as secretive as you, Zana. Last time at the Do Technique Hall, the Do Technique wasn't too common either." The corners of Ziyan's mouth arched up as he turned around and spoke. Hearing that, Zana paused. Her beautiful eyes formed crescent moons as she laughed loudly and said, "Ziyan's knowledge is really balanced. If you are really interested in those Do techniques, then Zana can teach you." Shrugging his shoulders, Ziyan shook his head and said, "It's fine. To bite off more than I can chew will not help. This is something I understand clearly. How about Cho methods?" Ziyan's refusal was unexpected for Zana, but her black and intelligent eyes rolled before she got an idea. Stopping, Ziyan squinted and said ambiguously, "Won't we be able to go into the Cho method hall to look for Cho methods in 5 days? The Z clan's highest technique is just a Zhuan middle level, Raging Lion. Moreover, Ziyan isn't qualified to practice it." Zana used her small hand to push a strand of her fine black hair aside. She pursed her tiny mouth and she seemed like she was choosing her words carefully. A moment later, she spoke softly. "Zana could try to get a high-level Zhuan Cho method for Ziyan. How about it? This girl is really wealthy. High Zhuan level, at the very least it would cost a couple 100,000. Sighing inwardly, Ziyan forced a smile. If he had coincidentally met with Yao Lo, perhaps it would have been quite difficult for him to bridge the gap between Zun and him. Even if his innate talent was not lacking, just Zun-Er's mysterious background was something that he could not imagine. He secretly stroked the simple and unadorned ring. Calm filled his heart as he knew that the ring would be his secret to become strong again. Looking down at Zun-Er, Xian laughed. Shaking his head slightly, his soft voice held a stubborn attachment. No need. This Jie will depend on his own strength to become strong. TL, Zhe means big brother. Zun-Er stopped, blinking her sharp eyes. She stared at Xian's unstopping back. Shortly after, she suddenly smiled. It seems in the end, Xian Zhe, you really have a mysterious person behind you. Yeah, do I need to check it? With a somewhat pensive look, she brought a finger to her forehead. After standing still for a while, Zun-Er helplessly shook her head. Best to leave him alone. Brother Xian hates it when others try to meddle. Since this mysterious teacher has taught him that much, he probably will not harm brother. Chapter 46. The Enraged Xian. After the coming-of-age ceremony, Xian could finally take a breather. His days, which were usually jam-packed with training, became relaxed. Though the ingredients he had previously bought for the foundation elixir were almost exhausted, Xian did not consider buying any more. The him right now had finally stepped into the 8th Duancha, and on this level the benefits of the foundation elixir were next to nothing. Now, even though the foundation elixir had lost its use, Yao Lo refrained from replacing it with a new one. Instead, he told Xian to use this period of time to relax and calm his mental state. The true way of training is to train in bouts and take a break between them. Training yourself to death might backfire and lead one down the wrong path. During these relaxed and happy days, Xian, who was used to toiling every day, felt bored to death, but he had no choice in the matter. Every day, he would only accompany Zun-Er to roam about the city. However, sometimes he would go behind the mountains to train his Do techniques. The current Xian had undoubtedly become the focus of the Z family. Wherever he went, gazes of reverence stuck to him like shadows. And the few respectful greetings here and there made Xian wonder at the difference in treatment before and after his display. Peng, in thick and lush forest of the back mountains, a strong-looking monkey-like shadow dodged and jumped with unbelievable speed. It moved through the forest quickly and nimbly, dodging all obstacles in its path. Then, with a heavy thud, a punch containing Che and ferocious strength cracked a tree trunk that was at least 2 to 3 meters wide. The crack on the tree spread out continuously, and at last, with a bang, the tree snapped in half. Nimbly avoiding the falling tree, Xian jumped on top of a rock. He aimed his right hand towards his clothes which were hanging on the fallen tree. And a spiral of force suddenly appeared, pulling the clothes towards his palm. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xian let out a puff of air and slowly put his clothes on. Wearing his clothes messily, Xian's eyebrows suddenly perked up. He squinted his eyes as he looked towards the outside of the woods and let out a chuckle. Xian's mouth twitched into a grim smile as he brushed aside the leaves on his shoulders and started walking out of the forest. Out in the woods, the light from the sun fell down onto his body, seeping into his bones and imparting a warm, cozy feeling deep down. Covering his eyes as he adjusted to the sunlight, Xian slightly tilted his head and saw the form of a woman on a rock not too far away from him. The sun illuminated the tall, graceful girl's delicate figure, highlighting her captivating curves, especially her pair of long, slender, sexy legs. Looking over at Xiu, who was sitting quietly on the rock, Xian rested his hands on the back of his head and slowly walked towards the giant rock. He looked up at the impassive beauty. His gaze fell particularly long on her pair of sensual legs, lingering there for more than a moment. He then sniffled and let out a haughty comment, "Your legs are beautiful. No need to show them off." With just a few words, the cold Xiu's charming face turned dark. Her chest heaving slightly, Xiu bit down her teeth and coldly replied, "Do you know why I came looking for you? To beat up." Withdrawing his hands from his nose, Xiao Yan casualutes, laughing galatal. "My brother was unoblatemuth. Since the hours oratuslas, I, a sister, cannot let them boutrachesk. Xiao Yuspotefale spracia, full of malice. His muth for mungrantiki, Xiaon's lantedrishon, then tell. From your point of view, In such an instant, took his attack, letting him breath string. Xiao be the chocolate. She still stubber shishik slok. Here is filekak the No. If he reality, your heart will dudley ugly. For a few minutes, then, you would fun felagi, you wild teva frefurfi. Ha ha. It's still that same old story again. You Xiao, with a personality, oneth enjoys tuition rishin, what else can you do? Irrealifri anglioplete. I feel brotherishin, a minathanamute? Xiao Yan sanjord ever wishashantant. Heck old and thil progressed a star? Fuck you, a big chest buttons, threat your best with woe traces. Xiao Yan, you little bastard. Shut your mouth. Her for second Torten, turning green under fine. Finally, Xiao shut out, unable under torsion shanani. Looking at see if a few shanashesh, Xiaoyan's eyes, filled with bufflistrans ganaa, hishathilda hantley, taking God breath, Xiao slow fragantiful, shegratid 30 no matter what, a one old talent for fostiaster. After saying that, she stepped forward half, gracefully mavandelder. Her stritlix trishoshward. With a sudden lifton, Xiao Yan called Queenkus barely avoiding ski. HMPH, no matter how talented you are just an 8 cha. I don't teach your donus, you're ogunsame shashik. Looking at Xion, house constantic langsid, shellaged kroldligly onkles lizzle. Thiviolent quafraut strag, tossing thillavan drouth. Xiao Yu, having the strength of 3-star doge, Wespafar strong and yakshish, in such a quick and staffed, show on cold-toned infant attack. Heckle donlidej, in spish and laborious shalatidl, Sharon's facilitate signs. Hesquinted splash and la 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 la. Xiao Yan blocks Ksharan shoshashazazozas, but with each blosters really, it seemed that she actionus. She didn't go Google-8 stolat, they will that master sturmangeries. Looking at Sigri on triosh, Xiao's red lips staff into. She tipped to it for prain tritle. But when she started statched, Xiaon, who was been of a dersha, suddenly went for fostoli koik. With Xiansk skirt off, Xiao felt tast wandrance. Ashuba darland for dukinchia feodaspia. She weighs about a gufanf, however, the section fall for fres traint. With a polandapash, Xiao eufanol bleferschen toll, unexpectedly fantlangla. Buying Zaden blefershens Shly actual fafaglafak. Asigia grespranteste Thizmaster escoit opera. Thebris and Boshen Shanday. Suxka brettelfischen, shisho on. Chapter 47. Blasphemy. Ziyu was startled after hearing Ziyao's vulgar words. With each passing second, as she struggled against her holder with all her might, her face grew redder with exertion and anger. However, Ziyan proved to be stronger. He began to clamp down more tightly onto Ziyu's wrists, causing her hands to slowly numb. After uselessly struggling for another short period of time, Ziyu was forced to give up her futile endeavor. She, feeling deep shame, glowered at Ziyan, her ample chest heaving slightly as she scolded him, "Little bastard." "Let me go." Xiaoyan opened his mouth, wincing at the waves of pain washing the bruises caused him. He took a few deep breaths and looked down sneering. "Let you go? Did I get hit for nothing? I said I was going to rape you today." To have someone many years younger than her pin her down and also have that person threaten repeatedly to rape her. Ziyu didn't know whether to cry or laugh as she firmly believed that Ziyan would not do such a thing. Twisting her wrists, Ziyu still couldn't get away. She could only bat her eyes at him and snort at the absurdity of the situation. "You little bastard, you haven't even grown yet. Say those things when you've actually matured." With his manhood being called into question, Ziyan immediately furrowed his brows. Lowering his head, he maliciously responded, "You want to try me?" Feeling somewhat threatened by Ziyan's intense stare, Ziyu swallowed heavily. Being the arrogant person she was, she wouldn't submit. She instead stubbornly lifted her snow-white chin and, with a cold smile, taunted, "If you dare try, he'll castrate you." Pursing his lips, Ziyan felt frustration as he looked down at this woman. If he were asked, Ziyan, even though terribly annoyed with Ziyu, didn't want to go as far as committing such a terrible crime like rape. No matter how you said it, she was still his older cousin. But, given the circumstances, if Xian were to back down, wouldn't he have suffered for nothing? Eyes slightly narrowing, Xian bit his lips. Suddenly, fiercely, he pushed her down and pressed himself tightly against her body. Xian's abrupt movement stunned Ziyu and her mouth opened slightly. She still hadn't registered the shock of being violated. As Xian ignored the suddenly quiet Ziyu, he quickly pinned both of her hands with his left to the ground. At the same time, his right hand snaked down her long slender legs, caressing them. Xian had understood long ago one thing. She placed a high value on her legs, abnormally high actually, even when considering the fact that they ensnared the hearts of men. At the feeling of Xian's hand on her legs, Ziyu stiffened, before giving off a violent screech. With his ears slightly ringing, Xian finished touching her, and jumped away like a monkey, proceeding to quickly flee down the mountain. He knew she would go crazy after such treatment. The screams continued for quite a while before they slowly abated. Ziyu's face was flushed crimson with anger and her eyes blazed with white-hot fury, as she stared down the barely visible blur at the foot of the mountain. Gnashing her teeth, she sharply yelled, "Xian, you little bastard! I'll cut you into 10,000 pieces." The distant figure remained quiet, stealthy, disappearing from her field of vision soon after. "Bastard, bastard, bastard." Watching Xian's figure disappear, her face turned ugly as she smashed the ground next to her with both fists. After venting her fury by bashing the nearby scenery, for a good while, Ziyu finally calmed down. She blushed looking down at the several indistinct handprints dotting her legs, each left a numbness in her legs. Ziyu clenched her teeth and propped herself up, fighting the weak feeling racking her body and wanted to cry upon seeing her messy clothes. Not only had she failed to teach the little brat a lesson, she was taken advantage of by him. The results of the encounter left a bitter taste in her mouth. Thinking back on Xian's actions, Ziyu felt shame and anger well up. This time, however, she didn't draw her sword and chase him like she did years ago. She was an adult now and naturally couldn't act like before, letting everyone in the clan know that her thighs had been touched by that brat. Ziyu stood there thinking for a bit, before stomping her feet and cursing in a low voice, "Little bastard. You better not give me an opportunity, otherwise it won't be pretty." Ziyu wrinkled her nose, letting her fine black hair drift in the wind. She dusted off her messy clothes, straightening them up a bit, then somewhat dejectedly started slowly heading down the mountain. After restlessly fleeing down the mountain, Xian quickly behind a bush. At the foot of the mountain, with cool beads of sweat running down his back. It wasn't until he saw Ziyu pass by that he could let out a sigh of relief. He rubbed his nose and unconsciously swung his right arm across his chest and grabbed his other arm. Looking off with a dreamy look on his face, he whispered, "Compared with a few years ago, touching her now feels much better. Aye, in front of this stupid woman I can never hold back my temper. It looks like my childhood grievances really do run deeper than normal." Xian bitterly laughed as he twisted his neck. Taking a deep breath, he pushed away the thought. After once again regaining his former tranquil state of mind, he slowly headed out. Walking away from his hiding spot, Xian suddenly stopped and, somewhat embarrassed, turned his head to look at the black-clothed maiden leaning against a tree in the distance. He awkwardly laughed. "Zana, what are you doing here?" The distant Zana was lazily leaning against the tree. The purple belt around her small waist flowed freely in the wind as her beautiful eyes swept over Xian. A fake smile was on her face as she said, "Xian Zheizhe, I just saw Ziyu angrily walking by. Could it be that you provoked her again?" Embarrassedly touching his nose, Xian walked forward and dryly chucked, "Who knows why she's in a bad mood again?" Watching the laughing Xian, Zana couldn't help but shake her head. Whenever Xian Zheizhe is around with Ziyu, he inevitably can't think clearly and does some shocking things. Hearing Zana's words, Xian felt a little guilty, but he innocently shrugged his shoulders and said, "You know, I was forced to." Lightly laughing, Zana pursed her small lips. Her hands held behind her back. Her maiden's graceful beauty was rather moving. Tomorrow is a day for going to the Cho Method Pavilion to look for new techniques. Xian Zheizhe should prepare, she said as she left, but the sound lingered on. Chapter 48, Cho Method Pavilion. Standing within the group, Ziyan lifted his head to look at the colossal pavilion in front of him, and let out a sigh, marveling at the amazing view before him. On the sign in front of the building were 3 engraved words, Che Method Pavilion, which exuded ancient grandeur. The signboard in front had a slight yellow hue and coupled with the chips and dents that covered its body, it was obvious that this place had gone through the vicissitudes of time. This was the most important place in the entire Z clan, the Che Method Pavilion. Every single Che method that the clan has gathered for the past hundreds of years were all stored here. These techniques were the foundation on which the Z clan secured its status to this day. As the most important place of the clan, the security on the pavilion was extremely stringent. On every other day, it was essentially a forbidden place that even Z clan members were prohibited from entering. It was only after the coming-of-age ceremony that this place would be temporarily opened to the clan. Squinting his eyes, Ziyan briefly swept his gaze across the several hidden corners of the pavilion that were concealed by shadows. His keen soul perception informed him that every movement made in this place was being closely monitored by the guards that were concealing themselves. In several hidden places within the pavilion, Ziyan noticed that powerful auras were lurking unseen. It seemed that the clan really held this Che Method Pavilion in great esteem. Slightly turning his head, Ziyan exchanged a quick glance with Zana. Both of them noticed a hint of a smile in the other's eyes. Clearly, the guards that were hidden in the surrounding area had been detected by the two of them. I have already announced the rules regarding entry into the Che Method Pavilion many times in the past, so I shall not repeat them in detail again. In short, after entering the Che Method Pavilion, all of you are to return within 2 hours. In addition, each person is permitted to only one Che method which is to be compatible with their attribute. You may not take more than that. If anyone tries to sneak away with more, that person will forfeit his or her right to obtain a Che method. Therefore, all of you best take heed. Standing at the top of the stairs, Zizhan's commanding gaze swept across the youths below him as he said this in a solemn tone. Yes, the group shouted excitedly in reply. Everyone stared at the gigantic pavilion with fiery-eyed desire. Obtaining a better Che method was equivalent to gaining a head start over one's peers, directly putting themselves in the lead. This had always been something that every clan member deeply desired. Since you are all clear on the rules, let us begin then. Zizhan nodded in satisfaction. He took a step back and revealed a stone pillar that was in front of the pavilion's doors. The pillar was around 1 meter in height and atop it rested a clear crystal ball. With a flourish of his hand, 2 guards that were behind started pushing at the enormous black door. The doors produced a low creak as they slowly opened. After determining your attribute, you may enter the pavilion. Remember, upon entering, follow the passage marked with your corresponding attribute. Do not accidentally wander onto the wrong path. Nodding his head towards the crowd, Zizhan gestured for the test to begin. Seeing Zizhan's signal, a youth in front excitedly jumped onto the stairs. As he laid both of his hands onto the crystal ball, a faint green glow was issued. Wind attribute, okay, you may enter. Zizhan took a sideways glance at the crystal ball and nodded with a smile. Since someone had already taken the lead, everyone below could no longer remain still. One by one, they rushed up the stairs and upon determining their attribute, swarmed en masse the Che Method Pavilion. Seeing the crowd thin around him, Ziyan touched his nose and smiled at Zana. Let's go see what kind of technique we can get our hands on. Zana cutely laid her hands out. The clan's Che methods actually did not attract her in the least. However, since Ziyan was interested, she would happily accompany him. Because the pair was not in any rush, it wasn't until everyone else had already gone in that they started to slowly walk up the stairs. Seeing this, Zizhan could only give them a helpless look. Ziyan flashed a toothy grin at Zizhan and touched the crystal ball with his palm. A fiery red light, several times brighter than any before it, lit up, signifying an affinity for the fire attribute. Zizhan had already known his own son's attribute, so his expression remained unchanged. With a slight nod, his eyes suddenly darted across the surrounding area and then he inconspicuously took a step forward. Letting out a cough, Zizhan bent forward and uttered in a soft voice, "Passage of Fire, Path 3, Room 43. Upon hearing what Zizon said, Ziyan was initially shocked, but immediately found it amusing as he came to realize that his father was actually abusing his authority for his son. After giving an almost unnoticeable nod, Ziyan stood aside to observe. It was now Zun'er's turn to be tested. Zun'er looked at the shiny crystal ball and hesitated for a moment. Then, as she shook her head with a reluctant look, she lightly prodded at the crystal ball with a slim finger. Following Zun'er's touch, the crystal ball that had just quieted down suddenly burst forth in red light again. For the briefest of moments, the ball became as hot and dazzling as a fireball. Astounded by the crystal ball that had now turned into a ball of flame, Zizon's mouth dropped open a little as he involuntarily took in a sharp breath. The fireball persisted for a short period of time, and it was only until Zun'er retracted her finger that the flames slowly began to die. After the light died down, one could see various thin cracks covering the entire crystal ball. Bitterly looking at the crystal ball that was on the verge of shattering, Zizon could only let out a sigh. Looking at Zun'er with a gaze that seemed to be filled with some hidden meaning, he waved his arm and said, "Hurry up and go in. Tisk, such a pure body of fire. Such a shame that she was not born with an affinity for the wood attribute. Otherwise, she would have been a natural-born alchemist." While Ziyan remained shocked from the incident that occurred before him, he heard Yao Lao's voice that was filled with amazement. Nodding silently in his heart, Ziyan looked at Zun'er, who was walking towards him. Letting out a shrug, he turned around and walked into the Cho Method Pavilion. Zizon's eyes lingered on the two people who walked into the Cho Method Pavilion side by side and then returned to look at the crystal ball. It had finally broken into several pieces with a kocha sound. He stroked his chin and mumbled to himself, "Sigh, this really is way too remarkable. This girl Zun'er, not only does she have a good temperament, she is also a real beauty too. But her background is also extremely terrifying. She is incomparably better than that Nalan Yanran. If only Yenna could have a bride like her, how nice that would be." After saying his thoughts out loud, Zizon shook his head and burst into laughter, ridiculing himself. He could not believe that he actually entertained such a wild fantasy. While Zizon was laughing at himself, he didn't realize that Zun'er, who was about to enter the pavilion, stiffened while her delicate ears turned, just like the crystal ball from earlier, fiery red and alluring. Chapter 49. Selecting a Cho Method. It was a little dim after stepping past the pitch-black door. Gentle lights shone from within the fire pearls that hung on the surrounding walls, giving the spacious pavilion a deep and quiet ambience. The pavilion had several wide passages branching out from the main entrance. At the start of each passage, there were large inscriptions that described the elements each passage was home to. Ziyan's eyes swept through each passage before they finally stopped on the passage of fire on the far left. Slightly feeling his nose, he turned his head sideways. However, what came into his view was a shyly blushing Zun'er. Astounded, he asked, "Zun'er, what is it?" Oh, being brought back to her senses by Ziyan's voice, Zun'er's crimson face actually reddened even more. It took her a few moments to gradually recover before she wrinkled her nose at Ziyan, and replied in an indifferent tone, "It was nothing. Let's hurry up and look for a Cho Method." Ziyan made a baffled expression, but then pointed towards the passage of fire and said with a smile, "Let's go." Zun'er indifferently nodded while a hint of red still lingered on her face. Glancing sideways at Zun'er's attractive little face, Ziyan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He hurriedly led the way, looking only straight ahead. The passage of fire branched into 5 smaller paths. Within each path, the shadows of several clan members could be vaguely seen. Passage of fire, path 3. After a quick glance, Ziyan led Zun'er directly into the 3rd path. What was within this path appeared to be a completely different world. On both sides of the path, several meters apart from each other, were thick red-colored wooden doors. At this moment, all the doors were wide open, but within each open door was a faint red light curtain. This red curtain was a type of defensive barrier. At the same time, it also served as the final test for the youths of the clan. If someone wished to obtain the Cho Method within, they had to first break this barrier. There were already quite a few clan members who had entered this path. These people were now standing in front of several different wooden doors, viciously striking at the red barrier with flushed faces. Occasionally, the sounds of barriers breaking were heard, accompanied by celebratory cheers that rang out from within the pavilion. During those times, those who were still attacking the barriers with all their might couldn't help but show faces full of envy. Xian and Zun slowly walked along the path, slightly enjoying themselves, watching the clan members on both sides, who burned with ardor. After taking a turn at another corner, Xian looked at the number engraved on the wooden door beside him. It showed number 37. He touched his nose and smiled before hurrying ahead. Finally, he stopped in front of the door marked with the number 43 and light-heartedly said, "So, this is it." Within the path, there were still more than 10 clan members around. All of them were dumbfounded when they saw Xian stopping in front of room number 43. This room actually had the toughest barrier in that particular path. Earlier on, several decently skilled clan members had tried to break the barrier. However, all of them ran into a wall. Unconcerned about the surprised gazes thrown his way, Xian slowly laid his palm on the light barrier. Xian Zheizhe, by doing this, is what Uncle Zi did considered abusing his authority for personal gain. Seeing Zizhan's actions, Zun playfully winked her eye and softly asked with a bemused smile. After having gauged the thickness of the barrier, Xian turned his head around and answered with feigned ferociousness. "Little girl, you better act as if you haven't seen or heard anything. Otherwise." Amused by Xian's expression, Zun flashed a smile and wrinkled her exquisite face. This kind of girlish behavior instantly caused the surrounding members to become goggle-eyed. After returning a teasing smile, Xian took 2 steps back and stood with his legs slightly apart. Slowly, he balled up his fist and closed his eyes. Then, the dou qi inside his body started to circulate following a specific pathway at a high speed. Zuna was lazily leaning against a wall, her beautiful curves perfectly wrapped up in her tight-fitting clothings. Currently her eyes were tightly locked onto Xian, who was gathering his dou qi. Inside those blinking eyes, pale golden flames flickered. His eyes suddenly opened. Following that, Xian's feet abruptly kicked off the ground. With a quick rotation of his body in midair, his back now faced the barrier. Next, his right elbow retracted as a mild wind-piercing screech sounded. Finally, he heavily punched the red light barrier as he twisted himself. Octanoblast, giving a suppressed shout in his mind, Xian's fist violently pounded against the barrier. Immediately, ripples started to quickly spread out from the center of the barrier. Break, following his shout and witnessed by more than 10 shocked onlookers, the red light curtain shattered like glass. Xian slowly exhaled his breath. With a shake of his arms, multiple popping sounds came from under his sleeve, before his sleeve softened. Off to the side, watching the now shattered red barrier, Zuna lightly clapped her hands and nodded with pouted lips before she said, "That is a good battle technique. The attack power is very strong." Xian cracked his neck and stretched his arms before he replied indifferently, "It was only so-so." Having heard Xian's statement, those other members in the path suddenly felt their chest tightening. Such a ridiculous battle technique was only so-so. Truly a trauma-inducing statement. Hey, let's go and see what kind of technique is kept inside. Xian turned his chin towards the room that had a slightly reddish hue before taking the lead to enter. The inside of the room was considerably brighter, but it was not a very spacious room. In the center of the small room was a stone table, where a dark red-colored scroll quietly laid. Xian walked up to the scroll and picked it up with a hint of amusement. He read the words written at the back of the scroll, Hai Huang Che Method, Incinerating Flame. This is indeed not bad. It is actually the clan's best fire attribute Che method. Hehe, seems like Uncle Z has spent a lot of effort for the benefit of Xian Zheizhe. Soft laughter came from behind him. Xian nodded with a smile. He felt a sense of warmth in his heart. A snow-white hand suddenly shot out from behind Xian and took away the dark red scroll from his hands. With her head tilted as she held the scroll, Zuna said softly, "Xian Zhe, even though you might be able to obtain higher-level Che method in the future, the fact is, your progress in the future will be determined by the level of training technique that you used when you first started. Hai Huang Che method, it is actually a bit low." Ziyan nodded with a faint smile. Seeing Ziyan's calm expression, Zana slightly frowned, then let out a sigh. With a flick of her fingers, an ancient-looking scroll appeared in her hand. The scroll's color was like that of a red agate. This is a fire attribute Hai Zhuan Chen method. Flame manipulation? Zana fondled the scroll and said softly, Ziyan Zheizhe does not need to reject my offer to save face. Zana also knows that you are not someone who is overly pedantic. A high-leveled Chen method is extremely beneficial for your future, so. Looking at Zana, who was holding a scroll in each hand, Ziya let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. He extended his hand to pat her on the head, then proceeded to take back the scroll with the Hai Wang training technique. This was done under Zana's somewhat hurt expression. Ziyan Zheizhe Zana curled her mouth and showed a saddened expression. Her watery eyes were mesmerizing to behold. Hehe, thank you Zana, I am not rejecting your offer to preserve my reputation. With a gentle smile, Ziyan leaned forward and spoke softly into her ear. Ziyan Zheizhe can obtain an even better Chen method. Chapter 50. Help. Watching Xiao Yan leave the room with the Chen method, Zana shook her head. With helplessness in her voice, she said, I'll believe you for now. Ziyan looked at the other clan members, each shocked, while walking out of the room. With a gentle shrug of his shoulders, he waited for Zana before the two aimlessly wandered forward, casually chatting away. Since they had 2 hours together, Zana and Ziyan were not in a rush to head outside. Because the Chen method pavilion was normally forbidden to everyone, it was a rare opportunity to be in it today. Thus, they decided to satisfy their curiosity. Right when they were about to leave the pathway of fire, Zana casually entered a small room and fetched Lo Zhuan Chen method scroll. Accompanying Ziyan, they then continued on down the other hallways. Today would be the noisiest day of the year in the Chen method pavilion. Every single hallway had a great multitude of people packed between its walls, while each person had a markedly excited look in their eyes as they smashed against the red energy curtains. Every time a curtain broke, another shout of excitement could be heard. In this enjoyable atmosphere, even Ziyan had a faint smile on his small face. Walking out from another hallway, Ziyan took a look at the time. Stretching, he laughed while looking at Zana. We should be going. It's almost time. Nodding indifferently, Zana followed Ziyan around a corner before heading directly towards the exit of the Chen method pavilion. After walking by one of the paths, Ziyan's eyebrows rose up in surprise. Not too far away, he could see a red dress that belonged to Zmi. Her charming face blushed as she wandered continuously around the front of the barrier. Based on her appearance, it looked like she was trying everything she could to get the Chen method but wasn't able to break the barrier. Today, Zmi was wearing beautiful red clothing with a slightly tight skirt and a ribbon around her waist, which tied itself closely around her waist. Right now, her pure and lovely face looked anxious as her eyebrows knitted together cutely. The clansmen around her were practically falling over themselves trying to talk to her. Zimi's mood was getting worse by the second. She was basically near desperation. Before today, her father had secretly told her a room number, telling her that it was imperative to grab hold of that Chen method. After conceiving every method possible and spending hours and hours, he finally got a snippet of information from the ones responsible for the arrangement of the Chen method pavilion. He knew that if Zmi could get a wind attribute Hai Wang Chen method, then she would be ahead of everyone else in the race for power. Although Zimi's father got the right room number, he neglected to take into account the sturdiness of the barrier on the room. Zmi had been outside of the room for hours straight, but she had been unable to break through its protections. And even though other clansmen were drooling at the thought of helping her, they couldn't even shake it. The protective curtain could only be attacked by one person at a time. And if the barrier detected 2 or more people trying to break through it, it would boost its defenses. In the end, it was like trying to draw water using a bucket with a hole. By now, 2 hours had already gone by. If she couldn't break the protections on the room soon, then Zmi would end up leaving empty-handed. Thinking about the consequences of not being able to get a single Chen method, Zimi's lovely eyes could not help but begin to water. With a misty gaze, she shook her head with a bitter smile. Looking around, her beautiful eyebrows rose up as she saw someone familiar. Not too far away was a black-clothed young man holding both of his hands behind his head with a tranquil look on his face. Wiping at her face in a hurry, Ziemi had already given up, but the appearance of Ziyan had brought new hope. Erasing any traces of her tears, her teeth bit into her red lips as she walked over to Ziyan in hopes that he would help her. The other clansmen around Ziemi looked at her new change in appearance and followed her gaze to find Ziyan. Their low chatter slowly died down as their gazes had a hint of respect. For a moment, the originally noisy walkway immediately became silent. Even under a dozen or so gazes, Ziyan still walked forward with a look of indifference. Without even a sideways glance towards Ziemi, who couldn't formulate her words, he walked past her. With her red lips slightly open, Ziemi looked at Ziyan, who had just ignored her, stunned at the treatment she received. After a while, her beautiful face became filled with self-deprecation as she gently shook her head. The anger that rose in her dissipated quickly as she remembered the attitude she had shown towards Ziyan for the past 3 years. Ha, this must be retribution. I really am a loathsome person. You reap what you sow. Ziemi gently squatted down to the ground. Her shoulders were twitching slightly as a stifled cry echoed throughout the quiet passageway. Looking at Ziemi, who looked like an abandoned kitten as she sat on the ground. The surrounding young clansmen sighed softly while shaking their heads. Ziemi sobbed lightly as she squatted on the ground. But she suddenly sensed something wrong in the atmosphere and slowly lifted her crying face only to be startled. The youth who had been walking away had turned back and was walking slowly towards Ziemi with his hands behind his head. Get out of the way, Ziyan said indifferently as he glanced at Ziemi. Overstartled, Ziemi recovered immediately with joy returning to her pretty face. And like an obedient child she made way for him. Under the curious yet grateful gaze of those who were present, Ziyan stood before the curtain which guarded the door. With his palm extended, the boy breathed in lightly. Everybody remained silent. Then suddenly, like thunder, he moved. Twisting his body, Ziyan lifted his foot and like a whip, it went forward. Making a cocker sound, it tore through the surrounding air. Bang! The ruthless kick landed on the barrier, causing ripples to rapidly pulse through it. Finally, it broke under the shocked gaze of everyone. His foot remained in the air for a while before Ziyan slowly brought his leg down to the ground. Twisting his neck a little, he turned away and then walked towards the faraway Zana. Baoje, thank you, I am sorry. Ziemi timidly thanked Ziyan, passing by her. Yeah. Ziyan glanced at the girl who had lost all of her arrogance, and gave her a slight nod before disappearing from the admiring eyes of the other clansmen.